Once upon a time, a guy had the same dream every night, although in fact it was scary to call it a dream, more like a nightmare. And in this nightmare there were terrible people who looked like mutant zombies. Of course, he had this same dream about her becoming a zombie apocalypse, and in this very apocalypse, everything was destroyed. All the houses were almost upside down. They seemed to be stacked on top of each other like dominoes. This was exactly the nightmare in which the whole world plunged into hell, and in this very hell, there was only one boy. This guy is a hunter who lives to destroy zombies, as well as everything that moves in this damned world. He thinks that since this is a dream, in this case, he can start right now to act as he wants. After which he held in his hands the remote control, which is responsible for some action. Of course, it was a detonator. It was he who could do the most in this world, which is the real terrible purpose for these creatures that have engulfed this cruel world. By pressing the button, the boy was able to activate all the explosions. The whole city began to explode. Spent. Only one thing was clear. To him, he did it on purpose so that everyone who survived here, especially the zombies, so that they would all be here and end their torment. After all, they were once ordinary people. This whole nightmare is to see a zombie, and they wanted to get to him, but so that this does not happen, and someday they will succeed. Many zombies began to gather near the building on which the boy was standing in order to get him there. But it hasn't even occurred to them yet how to do this. The boy decided to go down to them himself and have some fun with them. Since this is a dream, he can do whatever he wants here. He began to gradually descend this building with the help of his chains, which are his weapons. Of course, although this is not the sharpest weapon, it is very effective against people like them. He can either grab an opponent and simply choke him, or just do a bunch of moves with them. Also, when the kid went down and killed one of the zombies who just wanted to eat him, everyone else saw that he did it and wanted to eat him as quickly as possible. The boy stood a little perplexed and thought about what they would like to do first. After thinking a little, he said that it would most likely eat his brains. After which they began to attack him with the whole crowd, catching up with him. And they didn't even know what a delay was or anything like that. The boy looked at it all and thought only about how to do it more competently. The guy decided to spin himself with the help of his chains, creating a chain circular wave that might be able to help him. As soon as he started doing this, zombies began to come close to him. And a little more, and then he can completely devour him. But the boy easily fights him off with his foot in a certain direction, after which this zombie will obviously suffer a very strong blow from where it lands. The boy clearly understood that if he didn't finish right now, then he would have to linger in this nightmare for a little while. He also understood that all these zombies should not be left alive in any way. Therefore, he simply divided their flesh into 2 parts. Everyone else was just trying to devour him and wanted to catch up, but he understood that they were not destined to achieve this. The boy suddenly launched this very chain around himself, after which they all couldn't even move, after which they were all neutralized. The whole chain was covered in blood, and this very blood proves that this dream has become much more realistic than previous times. It seemed strange to the guy, because what could this be connected with? Looking at the ruins again, he realized that he had finally dealt with all these terrible monsters. After all, they can interfere with him like no one else. From what he looked down, he realized that the rowing monsters, how they got him, were constantly crawling into his dreams. And for them, just the same, he cannot finally imagine some adult girl who would be happy with him. They are these tattered, and dirty zombies. The boy suddenly realized that something was happening around him right now. He did not understand what it could be, but he understood that he was in danger. Turning around, he realized that most likely there was no giant. No, he just imagined it. But the earthquake never stopped. Is his dream waking up right now? Although something was clearly preventing him from waking up, the boy thought. He thought, don't tell him that the earthquake is all because of the monster that is right underground and right now it wants to get out to deal with it, the boy thought. Looking back a little, he really saw a certain creature that wanted to get out of some asphalt. The boy of a terrible worm who had 1,000 teeth. And maybe even more, who knows, the boy thought. But he knows for sure that he doesn't want to check this. The young boy understood that if he somehow looked into the depths of this worm, he would see only teeth, and most likely he understood that this was a devourer. It consisted entirely of teeth and was apparently created in order to destroy all living things on his way. Therefore, it's better not to mess with him, the boy thought. The longer the boy looked at this monster, the more he realized that if he didn't wake up from his sleep right now, then he would probably live in fear in his ordinary life, because in the ordinary real world, these creatures can come out of the ground. Because of this, he looked at it longer. The more he looked and saw that this very worm had a bunch of different underground injuries, of course. It was clear that it was all just some kind of dream, but it was too much somehow realistic, the boy thought. And so, the action, he understood that right now he was dead. Besides the fact that he realized that he had died, he could not believe it, and as soon as he understood all this, he was able to wake up and was very disappointed that it was all real, and it was clear to him that at that moment he felt a certain fear that would grab him. After which, when a little time passed, he calmed down and decided to sit down with his girlfriend, and he decided to say what he wrote down yesterday's nightmare that was in his head. "Let her look at him carefully," the boy said to the girl who was sitting next to him, from which she just smiled and said that it's already 99, she's so lazy to me, and she also feels sorry for him that he can have such nightmares. She personally doesn't dream of anything, just darkness. But even this makes her feel calmer, the girl said. But she also noticed that it seems like just yesterday they were crying together. How do we like cheese? But today they have grown so much that they are now unrecognizable. Also, I almost forgot to tell you a little about the girl. In fact, it was a psychotherapist, personal to this very boy. Her name was Claire, and the boy's name was Vadim. In fact, he wasn't that sad every time. But once he realized that everything he experienced every day through his dreams was due to his psychological trauma, it hurt him even more. In fact, each time the nightmares appeared for no reason 2 years ago. For him, the deaths of defenseless people were repeated over and over again, precisely because these nightmares haunted him. He was able to improve and somehow adapt to them, but every time he seemed to come to the end, where he was either devoured by someone or he suffered the most crushing pain for himself. Once again he woke up and realized that every time he wakes up from hysteria, he is slowly losing his mind. Each time he understood that this could not continue, but he could not do anything about it. These nightmares haunted him like a terrible curse. The boy understood that his life was completely destroyed. He was dying physically and mentally every single day. He didn't understand what was now reality and what was some kind of nightmare. It drove him crazy. He simply could not understand how he could continue to live with such problems. The guy clearly understood that he needed to change something in his life. That is why he had to seek help from a psychotherapist. The girl decided to tell the boy, "Is it really true that these are those nightmares?" But since that was the case, she asked him to sit down first. He should have applied even earlier, of course. But even so, the consultation due to nightmares may last a little longer than she expects. What the boy told her was possible was true. But ever since he has been having nightmares, he has stopped even eating normally out of fear. Therefore, he doesn't even know how he can continue to live in such conditions. But what did the girl just answer? What are these nightmares about? What do they look like and what are they all about? To which the boy just clenched his fists and thought that he wouldn't want to talk about it. But he still had to. Because if he doesn't say anything or even tells a lie, then it will only become worse for him. This makes it worse. Therefore, immediately, he told her the fact that all these nightmares are all zombies, doctor zombies who just want to devour him every time. They put a lot of pressure on his psyche. He doesn't even understand why. After all, he never watched as a child. Nothing like this. Therefore, he could not have had a childhood injury. But for some reason, he's been haunted by the same dream throughout his entire life, and he just wants to wonder why that one. How could this happen? The psychotherapist listened to the boy and decided to calm him down. They say that she can certainly cure all illnesses that are associated with the psyche. Naturally, if the boy himself wants to. Then he will definitely be cured. You just need to try really hard. We need this. But at that moment, the guy was only thinking about the fact that it might already be too late. After all, he began to see zombies even in real life, although no. In fact, these are just people sitting in offices, and they were squeezed out like lemons. That's why it most likely seems that way to him. The girl decided to offer him hypnosis. This is, in fact, one of the best procedures of its kind, since because of it, you can quit smoking and drinking. Well, and other things, there are a lot of bad habits in life. Therefore, he should help the boy, the psychiatrist thought. But time passed, and like a boy who tried hypnosis, then something else, even medicine, but even then they did not help him, and did not make him sleep. Perhaps even worse than before. It was because of them that he began to go even more crazy and thought that the nightmares did not stop in any case, and he understood that this should not continue. After all, sooner or later, he just might go completely crazy. Right now, the boy realized that he now looks like a squeezed lemon and feels very bad. The doctor decided to ask the boy what was bothering him this time, and he also said what he mentioned earlier, that he always had some kind of nightmares, probably the same ones. But this same doctor did not understand how it was even possible for one dream to last the entire time. But still, he realized that most likely the patient would not be able to answer his question in any way. He said that then in that case. He decided to give him a notebook. What the boy decided to ask the girl, "What is this anyway? Why does he need a regular notepad?" The girl only answered that if his dreams were repeated, then in such cases one should try to describe him. Therefore she asked, with respect to him, that they write down in detail the expressions that he sees in his nightmares. That way, she could figure out how to cure him. To which the boy said that she would be the one who would deal with his nightmares. How is this even possible, the boy thought. The analysis declared and said that this is all nonsense. She must help her patient so that he feels much better. Therefore, he said that first he would have to figure out where they couldn't get to right now. He also said that the boy tried to remember as much as possible, and then he had to write everything down in a notebook so that she could determine what to do in such a situation. Having looked carefully, the boy understood that even this pen looked intimidating, but the notebook was somehow funny. On his part, but he understood what to do. He had nothing to do. Therefore, he had to do at least something for himself and highlight at least some artifacts of his drawing, as well as what was happening in his head. Each time he remembered how those same zombies constantly bit him from the side, and he constantly woke up from the pain that was happening around him. It was actually a frightening and traumatic vision for him. Right now, when he saw this nightmare, he thought it was a warehouse. Why shouldn't he go there? After all, it doesn't matter. He has nothing to do. He's stuck in this place. He also realized that there could be a lot of useful weapons there. After he finally understood what he needed to do, his expression changed a little, and he became a little bolder. At that moment, the boy remembered what the doc said. She told him to describe in more detail the information in his dreams. Therefore, he will do as she said, the boy thought, and decided to run straight to this warehouse in order to remember well what was there. Entering there, he saw only all sorts of rubbish that was just lying around and nothing more. Although he was still able to notice something useful to him. There was some ordinary tube that could help him. I understood that most likely this would be his weapon to survive in this world, at least a little longer. After which he found the same zombie who had devoured a person. He decided to attack him directly from behind. True, at that moment he was still screaming very loudly and saying that, "You will pay for being able to address me like that," the boy said. Because of this, he decided to hit him so that he would remember for the rest of his life this dead thing, that he was not standing with him now, and also in his dreams. The boy was finally able to finish off this very monster. Right now the kid was thinking that maybe it was worth it. Maybe he thought it made him feel better, or somehow everything influenced the fact that he killed some zombie for the first time, who would not be able to devour him now. Although he was not entirely sure that there was no one here except him. Although after this incident his nightmares began to change. This is exactly the story told by a man who arrived in his room out of madness from his terrifying dreams. The girl decided to say what she still thinks. She herself is not in the business, but still hopes that he is going to act in his sleep alone, and for the 100th time. Did she really think that he was so distraught that he decided to do something about it again? The boy also decided to tell the doc that he knew that there were people like him, but it was much worse that people could be worse than all zombies. At first the girl did not understand what he was leading to, but later she still realized that he wanted to convey to her precisely the fact that people can be so cruel that it may seem that some dead people can be much more harmless than the person himself. That explains a lot, she thought. Also, she was sure that there are good people. There are just very few of them, the woman thought. But what the boy only answered, the fact that the good ones don't want to get involved in this anymore, and the bad ones, on the contrary, want to and beat. But it's not clear to the guy how long they can do this, and how painfully everyone else can go through this. After which he decided to drink a cup of coffee and thought that, can everything around me really be so harmless? Although, as they say, everything could be the opposite. From the way he decided to put the coffee mug back on the table, he still realized something. Even if it was just a dream, he only saw one, maybe two people who died, tried to help him. But it's strange because the fact that no one else was around makes him think that maybe he just didn't discover what should have done it earlier. The young man merged very much and understood that it looked like he had enough strength to protect them, but he didn't want to do this. If people continue to see things like this, they would definitely go crazy, the guy thought. The girl clearly understood that this is why this is happening. The dreams must be very realistic. But I became something that, yes, and the shock from the loss of comrades seems to be huge for people. Although the girl could not understand, because in her entire career she had never encountered such similar cases about nightmares. Usually, all these nightmares for ordinary people can pass in a month. And this guy has had them for 2 or 3 years now, which is quite an unusual result. Well, the girl thought, since this is so, she must take everything into her own hands and do everything with all her efforts, putting this magazine on the table. Having also risen, she decided to say that it was time for lunch. Let them go and get some soup. It will be a pretty good solution to relax and take a breather. The girl thought, well, the boy, in principle, wouldn't refuse. He doesn't eat anything particularly filling, especially so he'll obviously be happy to see and try something like this with some company over some warm soup. The girl decided to say that she would save him and be able to help him in any case. So let him just not go completely crazy and just wait for her to be able to help him properly. Because this is her profession, as well as her duty to humanity. Finally, a hot day arrived when the sun was shining, and in all the apartments there was quite a spacious morning. All the people seemed to live in the morning. Still, they decided to go out to eat, and they discussed what, and something that professionals like her really work there, that the girl told her something that is unlikely. She doesn't see the point in such loud words, but she was hungry and she really wants to eat, so let them sit down to eat as soon as possible, she told the guy. Well, he agreed with her and said, what is said is true. After which they slowly began to absorb the food, and one thing was clear, that it was apparently very tasty because they ate with great appetite. The girl decided to say that the boy should try it. How delicious it is! This is truly divine. And she thinks that if the guy was a little more cheerful, she could even share a little of her lunch with him, to which the boy only said that he would refuse, but still order it too. He ordered everything, he told her, that it was really delicious. This is a fairly simple dish, but so refreshing for the head. And he also said that it actually made his soul somehow feel better. You see, everything that is happening now has a very good connection with the ordinary world. After which, while he was eating, he thought that he noticed something was wrong. Namely, turning around a little, he saw that people, somehow too depressed, they only said that, sir, what was he doing here? That he was just standing behind the bar and didn't want to give him anything. Some guy decided to ask him, is it possible that instead of accepting money, he's just counting some crows? After which, he could not stand it and decided to shout, no, what he's saying is that he's actually in a hurry, but he's actually listening to him. He's going to take his order. He really doesn't want to hang around here all the time. To which the waiters did not answer. He just stood there and looked down. Apparently, he either thought the man had a bad idea or he was deaf. Meanwhile, this guy just stood there and looked down. He really didn't care about everything around him, but he also understood that he felt very bad right now. But suddenly he smiled. But this smile was somehow unbalanced, and blood began to flow from his eyes. Clearly, it's not something that he's not feeling very well right now. As soon as the guy saw this picture, looking at him smiling, the guy thought that he was laughing at him and was trying to just ignore him so that he would just stand there like an idiot and wait for him to pay attention to him. That's exactly what the man thought. After which he decided to yell at him, saying that he found it funny that he was just standing there and trying to pick up his order. Let him finally move and finally give him his planned breakfast, and also let him give the change, because it's about 500 yen. The boy watched all this from the side and saw that blood from the eyes was definitely normal, the guy thought. At that moment, he became very nervous, because he understood that, apparently, he had seen a vision in his nightmares and thought that perhaps he was just imagining it now and had simply gone crazy. But how can it be that other people also see this? But suddenly he realized that right now he was most likely no longer a person, but a real dead man. After all, this is exactly how they turned into his nightmares. True, right now he doesn't even know what to do. After thinking about it for a while, he really didn't know how to behave in this situation. After all, he cannot say that this man has become a real dead man. After all, they will most likely consider him crazy if this is all just his hallucinations. At that moment, a man finally came in, whom he had seen for the first time, and thought that no, after all, it probably seems to him, the boy thought. Meanwhile, this man was just shouting, "Damn! At this rate he'll miss the bus and won't be able to get home, and Joey will take responsibility." Then suddenly this same man who was motionless decided to sharply attack this man. After that, they fell to the floor together, and it was clear that most likely this very man decided to bite this man to death. The boy looked at it all and understood that right now, before his eyes, the nightmare that had been tormenting him all this time was manifesting itself and becoming reality. How could this even happen? The guy began to think that most likely he was just hallucinating right now or that he was just sleeping right now. After all, a dream is a dream and reality is reality. The guy convinced himself of this, after which he decided to look to the side, when he suddenly saw that the dream had now become a reality. And right now, he can't even imagine what will happen now if he thinks that this is all a dream. But the boy clearly understood that this was no ordinary dream. After all, this doesn't happen in dreams, especially not in other personalities. This is already too fantastic. The boy realized that this was not a dream at all, but a cruel nightmare that would haunt his entire life right now. The guy didn't even know what to do. After all, he understood that right now some man was devouring another man, just like in his nightmare. He understood that right now he should actually run away with the girl, but he just sat in a stupor and didn't know what to do. Then suddenly, this is the same guy who was closed on the other. He began to twitch a little and I saw it. And the truth is, it's spreading throughout the city right now. The guy simply didn't understand how this could even happen. Why exactly when he has a phobia? And also such terrible nightmares that the zombie apocalypse was upon him right now. This same guy decided to get up, and apparently he didn't want to stop with this guy and wanted to bite all his visitors. After that, he decided to sit on it for a little longer. Their friend began to turn around. He understood that right now this is the most monsters, there are few victims. And why limit yourself to one person if there are at least two more in the restaurant right now? The dead man thought. Only now did it dawn on the guy that he needed to believe as strongly as possible that this was most likely a dream. He just couldn't understand why him. How exactly did this guy decide to devour him? Why him? Did he just happen to be nearby? And if there was a boy in his place, then what would happen? If Vadim had been in this man's place, perhaps he would no longer have thought about stupid things, as right now he has no choice not to think about it. Each time the boy believed more and more that most likely these were just hallucinations. He is sleeping now, and this is just another dream that he is most likely experiencing at home. Therefore, if he dies, nothing will happen, the guy thought. While the boy was thinking about this, the girl looked at him and realized that this was all really as written in the notebook. Suddenly the boy heard screams somewhere nearby. He understood that right now someone somewhere was screaming, and there were still a bunch of people there. Is this really true? Looking carefully out the window, he became convinced that right now people there were dying from the dead, exactly the ones he had imagined in horror films. This is definitely them, the boy thought. I just watched how they mercilessly ate the flesh of ordinary people. After which they continued to multiply, the virus began to multiply throughout all human bodies. Only one thing was clear to the boy, that apparently this was not a dream after all. After all, watching people simply die from being missed. The boy understood that everything that was happening right now was a terrible nightmare. He believed in it, he tried to believe. The young man tried to believe that this was just a dream, but he simply could no longer understand whether it was true or not. Suddenly he imagined, what? What about his parents? But what about his mother or father? What's wrong with them? How do they feel in general, the boy thought. That is it really possible that they too are no longer there, like all the other people who are multiplying right now and trying to kill each other? The guy realized that if he didn't do anything with this girl right now, not everyone would die in this establishment, and no one would even help, since humanity would most likely disappear forever, and only a few of humanity would remain. The boy just couldn't understand. Why is all this happening right now, right when he firmly decided to get rid of this nightmare? Why exactly do they all turn into zombies? Why are there no dragons or anything like that, but only what he hated with all his heart? Right now he was feeling a lot of excitement. He didn't understand how this could even happen. Right now he saw that same zombie smiling because he was able to experience this very human blood and flesh. He felt very good, you could see it by his smile. The guy really wanted to check. If he dies here right now, it will all turn out to be an ordinary word, or it will all turn out to be reality, in which case he will turn into one of them. But only one thing was clear, right now in his eyes, that they were a real nightmare, which he had been afraid of all his life. Right now the boy is thinking that he needed to be saved. After all, if he doesn't do it, this filthy zombie will want to devour him himself before he changes his mind about dying. But suddenly he heard that right now, another zombie was running towards him, only this time from behind. He understood this and realized that he urgently needed to do something. But he didn't understand what he would do. It was all a huge dream somehow. People like them attacked him, but what should he do? Now he won't be able to do anything, the guy thought. But suddenly he realized that of all the weapons he only had a plate, and he decided to take it and use it as a beater. After which, with this very bowl, he decided to hit one of the zombies so that he would remember himself forever that he should not attack him just like that. The zombie broke a skull from a plate, and he was very shocked by the man's courage. After all, before that, he never thought that humanity would begin to defend itself with such dull methods. The guy thought that he would not end so easily. He understood that right now he just needed to survive, and then, after that, deal with this whole nightmare. And finally, understand what he wants in this life and why. Right now, his dream has escaped into real life. He understood that Vadim would not die so easily. Suddenly he saw a mop just standing outside this very establishment. He understood that this was an excellent weapon. Since he understood that the only thing he learned in his dreams was to survive in a zombie apocalypse. After he killed one zombie using an ordinary pipe, he realized that anything can be used as a weapon. The main thing is, so that it makes sense. The guy understood that right now he needed to get ready before some zombie wanted to imprison him. He realized that he would not give in so easily. It was not in vain that he lived this day a bunch of times, and to be precise, more than 1,000 times. The guy thinks that this is a long enough time to prove himself. The guy is so used to these creatures that he doesn't feel afraid of them or anything like that. He, of course, was afraid of the dream in which he interrupts every night. But it's not that he would be afraid to look at them, but rather finds himself constantly at the same time. But still the guy remains human, so he realizes that this is not a dream. Therefore, he needs to be more careful, and he also realized that he has something to say to everyone. And he also realized that he was still afraid of them. Watch as you are devoured by a large predatory monster that was previously a man, and now it has turned into something disgusting and very bloodthirsty. This is precisely what confirms that the dead are another path to the displeasure of the human race. As soon as this tall one wanted to bite him, he was able to escape from him, simply dodging the blow. Right now, the zombie didn't expect that a human could be so agile, more agile than himself. Right now, this same zombie was thinking that they had managed to deceive him after all. What in life? What in the state it is in now? The boy, meanwhile, is thinking that now perhaps nothing will stop him from understanding himself. Therefore, right now, taking this very one, he decided to show what he had learned all the time in his terrible dreams. The boy decided to gain good speed and take a comfortable position to make the blow that he so wanted to deliver to the likes of them. Therefore, having accelerated, he decided to hit him with all his might. All he could think about was that he needed to focus on this right now. The boy was able to put his whole soul into the blow and inflict crushing damage on a creature like him. The boy really understood that he needed to train against them. All these dead people looked so scary that in a beauty salon they would have been rated 0 points. And the boy also understood that he needed to defend himself at all costs without putting his life at risk. After he finally hit this zombie, he was able to pass out on the floor. Right now the boy is thinking about what he did and how this could even happen. He was very scared to look at all this, but he understood that since he couldn't escape from all this, he had to endure it or fight. But he also thought that maybe this would all happen to the nation after all, because of countless nightmares. At the moment of awareness of reality and what was happening, perhaps he would be able to think sensibly. Right now, she can only allow Vadim this kind of reason. Right now, as soon as he was able to recover from such shock, he was able to sanely. I was thinking that, "Oh, Professor Claire, are you really hurt?" the boy asked her as he noticed during the battle with the dead man. Well, the girl only replied that that's not the point, but that Vadim had just killed a man. After that, he decided to look at her and said that she was no longer a person, but only a pitiful creature that could only pretend to be a shell of a person that had grown old, rotted, and also wanted to devour the brains of any normal person. The guy decided to say that, "Professor Claire, doesn't she see what's going on around here? The biggest apocalypse is happening right now. Therefore, right now, they are all walking corpses, looking for their prey to devour with their giblets. In other words, it's just a zombie. All these dead things are just a shell of a person, but in reality, they are just living monsters who want to devour everything that does not move and moves." The girl decided to ask the guy again, "Do zombies really exist? It's unthinkable. Where did they even come from?" The girl thought. The boy decided to think. What happens, what he just wrote down in the notebook has become real, and right now it is possible. What he can write there will be real forever, and it may not be possible to cancel it. Action. The girl, looking at the notebook, realized that they had already lived. This is a notebook of some kind of wizard, or they are now living in some kind of manga in which such terrible things happen. Suddenly there was a small earthquake, and right now the two began to shake like they were beside themselves. Right now the girl was just screaming and didn't know what to do. Is it really the end for her? She thought. After all, he will die so young, the girl said. The boy understood, or something that is already the moment of explosion. If this were a dream, then he would have superpowers or something, but it's not mental. And you, friend Vadim, realize that you need to think sensibly. Therefore, if you think like that, said the boy, then if everything around exploded, then the gas station would explode too. But apparently everything is fine with it. Okay, so this is something else. Vadim thought the same. Right now the girl met and said, "What, Lord, my God, this simply cannot be. How can they be like this?" Suddenly the boy looked there. I realize that there is no doubt. Right now, the dreams have become reality, which means that soon this town will simply collapse, just like in his dream. This is exactly what he was very afraid of, because he didn't know why such a notebook was invented in the first place. A little later, the night finally came, in which there was the cover of the moon, which illuminated this entire path without almost any electricity, as well as drinking water that could flow from the tap. Right now, all this could be destroyed in no time, the guy thought. After all, everything around can be very empty. These same dead people, they would never have missed a victim who would have turned on the light in one of the dwellings because this is what they live for. The guy understood that even though not much time had passed, in such a short time there had actually become much more zombies. The boy understood that right now, if he didn't do anything in the near future, then everything that he had endured and everything that he would endure in the future would all be in vain. But the boy also realized that the problem was that this would affect not only himself, but the whole Earth in general. In the city of the 7th round of Seoul, Korea, there was a total explosion, and there was the most that is not real, madness. And then round 23, the forbidden city of China was also destroyed. Round 48, New York, USA, 99 nightmares ended in this entire society. Right now the boy understands that, with the help of an ordinary notepad, he was able to destroy all of humanity. The boy realized that the zombies were endlessly becoming stronger, and in fact every time, each of their evolutions, they were one step behind humanity. And because of this, the boy had nothing to say. It turns out that human civilization has fallen lower than ordinary dead people, who, with the help of their evolution, were able to achieve hypnosis and easily control people and everything living right now. Real chaos. It's clear, but the fact that it's just the beginning is that it was a one-goal game in which you only expect one future, and in which everything around is ablaze, and also everything burns with a red flame. The boy understood that watching his hometown speed up was the most terrible thing he could feel in his life, and she was already not kind to him. There are also such turns of events. The girl also looked at it all and understood that everything around was destroyed, all thanks to her, since it was she who gave him this notebook. But she couldn't even imagine that all this could be reality. How could this even be? The girl thought. While the girl was thinking about this, the guy realized that he hopelessly wanted to survive. But in the end, thanks to his survival, everything around him simply began to die. He understood that if he had not existed on that day, perhaps he might not have made such a mistake as the guy thought. Right now, suddenly, the girl decided to ask Vadim what he thought about all this. Turning to her, he decided to look at her and could not understand why she suddenly decided to ask him such questions. Does she really think so? That he is to blame for all this too? The boy couldn't even imagine what she could say right now. To say something that hates him because it was his memories or dreams that spoiled the whole world, or because the notebook he took, why he had exactly such dreams. Perhaps there are some ponies or a population of aliens who brought minerals, something like that, the boy thought. Well, even so, he remembered something. The fact is that in his dreams he had a leveling up similar to that in the game. It was this leveling up that could give him small and maybe even too great abilities. It depended only on him. It was then that he remembered this entire task. It contained everything you wanted, all sorts of tasks or different skills, just like in games. He was interested in such a topic, but he could not even imagine it. The fact that he will be able to see this very topic in real life. After all, right now it was written on this poster that the Great Guardian protects Professor Claire, all 180 minutes of extended time. Right now, this guy was clearly in shock. I also looked carefully. He will see some other task in which it was said that the main quest is to clear out the zombies, destroy all the zombies on Earth. The reward is a return to the original state. This was the main quest and its existence, to restore humanity. The guy understood that this word appeared in his nightmares more than once. It's like quests in general. He wondered what this was all about, how it can be used, and in general, he saw this thing in his dreams. But how she appeared in front of him right now, that's what he doesn't understand. Right now, the boy understands that if the task is to restore humanity, then he will try 100% to complete it. Also, he realized that he needed to calm down right now. At least he knows what will happen in these 99 nightmares. So it means he understands what needs to be done and how to avoid it all. Make sure he and Claire survive the entire time. At least he answered her because he was the one who pulled her into this. Suddenly the boy began to receive several more messages. It was written that the Great Guardians should protect Professor Claire on the way to the house. Also, the next thing was that he could reject as well as accept this offer, to which the boy wondered what the point of this task was. The guy clearly understood that it was a quest that he had never succeeded in. After all, protecting someone in his dreams was simply suicide. Or worse, he simply could not afford it. But also, while he looked at all this, he understood that this choice, which the computer itself or something else gave him the choice to protect the girl or not. Therefore, the boy immediately understood what he needed to do. Press yes. He would protect her to the end. The boy understood that he would change the future so that he would be full of despair, or a white streak would be open to him. The girl decided to go up to him and ask the guy, "Is everything okay with him and Vadim, or is there something wrong? After all, he's just pointing his finger somewhere." "So she's worried about him," the girl said, to which the boy just looked at her in surprise and thought, "Is it really only he who sees this menu?" Well, he decided that she might suspect that he was really strange, so he decided not to tell her yet and said that everything was normal. He was just staring at it, that's all. And also only things happen around that surprise him. How can he not be surprised by this? He told the girl. After which he finally decided to remind himself that this is definitely a window with a quest, and you only have him. The girl decided to say what was true. In fact, she was very worried about him because she thought that he was still crazy and couldn't think straight right now. And also, what a relief it is that he will be in a good mood. And it wasn't the wallpaper that was able to detect some zombie who looked very strange. Let's just say he doesn't look the most ironclad. And he also had some kind of glowing stone on his forehead, the guy thought. Therefore, when he noticed this very zombie, he thought that he needed to somehow get rid of it. After all, if he brings more of his brothers here, in this case, they will be able to break the glass without any problems. And then they will be in trouble, Vadim thought. Also, he remembered that he could not write down something in this very notebook. This very notebook is exactly the case when he saw how in his dreams the girl was constantly being killed over and over again. That's why he realized that it came out thanks to the fact that he did not describe it. What a relief, the guy thought. And if he wrote it down in that case, she would. On her own, she would have become one of them, and only in this case, he would have remained completely this without any support and everything else. He thought a little, and decided to realize that he needed to protect her with all his might. But how to do that? And he didn't know what would prevent him from completing this quest. From this, he was perfectly able to realize that he would not allow, no matter what the cost, to harm his personal psychiatrist, who had saved him more than once. Therefore, he will not allow himself to do anything bad to her. But suddenly he felt the presence of another zombie who was able to enter this very gas station. Only one thing was clear to the guy, that most likely he entered from the back door, which somehow could have been open. And apparently he's invited some friends here who clearly want to try with him. But since all his memories and actions were embodied in reality, it means he has some abilities, because of which he can defeat them and protect Professor Claire. The boy decided to shout at them and say that he would not give up so easily, and do everything possible to kill them right there. He also realized that they didn't just open the back entrance, they also blew everything to hell here. Therefore, he decided to say that the professor ran away from here faster. They came precisely for her. To which she just looked in surprise and thought only that it couldn't be. She was so delicious that they had already broken through the wall to get in here. After that, they ran away from here together, and only one thing was clear. They had to hurry from here, running away, so that they would not be able to do anything in the future. But even though they tried to run away as far as possible, the zombies became very interested in them. They all saw an experienced beauty, as well as a boy whom they had been waiting for a very long time and would like to devour right here, not far from this very gas station. These same ones wanted to attack them, and did not know how to take them so carefully. The girl was sweating a lot and did not know how to resume her breathing in order to run further. She only thought that if she stood here, she would most likely be devoured. Therefore, she believed that adrenaline still existed in her body, and she would be able to run at least another 2 kilometers without any problems. Also, while she was running, she was able to grab this very notebook, which contained a lot of information that the boy had written down for her. After that, they finally reached some strange garage, which, to be honest, was very strange. They thought that if they ran there, they might be able to escape at least for a while. The guy suddenly opened the door and thought what would happen there. It was exactly like in his dreams. Even the pipe is in place, it should have been. All he said was that everything was fine here in the dream, which means everything will be fine in real life, too. After that, as soon as they ran in, all together he decided to immediately shield himself from such zombies so that they would lose track of them. Having caught their breath a little, they only thought that, thank God, they were able to escape from them. Because if they could come closer here, they could run after them, and in that case they could have died long ago. Or they could have broken everything here, damn it. The guy could not even imagine that he could be so scared for someone other than his mother. This is really very scary, the boy thought. After all, if she disappears, then he will be left completely alone, which he would not like to do at all. He also suddenly realized a little more that this was exactly the garage, after all, as he had expected, so he has little memory to do. Therefore, the boy decided to run up to one of the closets to find something interesting there. Meanwhile, the girl looked at it all and thought only about what? Is it really not the boy's first time here and he was talking about this place? The guy began to rummage around for something, thinking less about the fact that he urgently needed to find the very weapon with which he could fight. He understood that if everything he believed in, as well as everything around him, changes and adapts to what was written in this notebook, he understood that most likely there was 100% something there. Look a little closer, he was able to find a master key with which he could easily open the locker. Well, the girl looked at him from the side and thought only about what he was doing after that locker. Why did he approach him in the first place? Does he really know something interesting? The girl was perplexed by what was on his mind right now, but she knew something that he was in a panic. The only thing that was clear was that everything around him was as if he understood every detail, every part of this place. But suddenly the girl did not expect what she saw before her eyes. The boy only thought that right now he would need to show everyone in the area that he deserves to live in this world. The young man decided to say that she should prepare for what she would see right now. They would face them until they reached his house. Until then, they would fight very hard against them, or at least he would fight against them, and she would stick by his side. The girl could not even imagine that the guy would turn out to be such an arrogant idiot. But despite all this, he is quite brave. Although when she sat with him and talked about everything else, he was very scared and cowardly. And now it's as if he's changed before her eyes, and as if he's a completely different person, the girl thought. The boy decided to go out into the street, to prove to everyone that he was not a coward, and he also understood that right now it depended on him whether he, his girlfriend, would live or not. After he came out, he was able to find a bunch of features on the street near this very garage. He knew it was going to be tough right now, but he knew he could still handle it. All these zombies turned in his direction and wanted to taste his flesh as quickly as possible. They really wanted him to finally get out of here. But the boy did not agree with them and wanted only one thing, that they all come together if they want. After which he will still chop them all into pieces, simply erase them into dust. And he also did not tolerate all this since childhood, as soon as he began to have these nightmares. But suddenly this nightmare became a reality, and now he has no choice but to show everyone what he was afraid of. The boy just thought that the end had come. Let them approach directly one at a time if they are not afraid of harming themselves. After which they all decided to attack him, shouting so that the main one would soon come to them. And also they wanted to devour him altogether, so that not a single person would remain on this earth. The boy decided to show them who is in charge here and who wants more murder, they or he. With his hatred, he showed them how much he hated them because he dreamed of them at night. Swinging the chain, he understood that now there would be a very strong smell of flesh, which would scatter just like they make meat puree, which right now would be ground into smithereens. The boy understood that right now he would make the best thing he had out of them, a real puree. After all, they are the ones who deserve it, the boy thought. After which he decided to beat everyone in turn, and he began very carefully, and he finished very decently one at a time. They just came up and he didn't have to do anything difficult except hit them in the face. The girl stood and looked at it all, thinking only that he was either a crazy fool or very arrogant, but powerful enough and cute, one girl thought. She could see, or something, that he was trying to protect not only himself, but her too. After all, It is he who needs to be with him, so that they can survive in this cruel world. The girl admired how the guy could handle this type of weapon, since he could probably control it like chains. The boy just continued to hit everything around and began to kill everyone weaker around him. Of course, he did not hit the girl. This same dead man could no longer stand on his feet. His whole face was covered in scars from the chains from such blows. He could not even stand normally on his feet. Therefore, after a couple of 3 blows from the chains, he could no longer support his weight and simply fell on his back, while other zombies only attacked the boy. The boy was heading towards these zombies, and only passionately tried to destroy every single one of them so that they could not threaten him and his friend Claire. After which he decided to impose these very chains on himself so that they seemed stronger, and decided to impale all these zombies one by one. It all happened very quickly, and he wanted to finish everything as quickly as possible. The boy screamed at the top of his voice, saying that he would end up with all these flickers today, so that it wouldn't cost him. But he will survive, and will be able to kill everyone who comes his way, the boy told himself. In this same place, a lot of time had passed since he screamed and tore everyone to pieces. The boy also decided to calm down a little and wait out the zombies a little more. Once they were able to arrive, he was finally able to focus on all of them. The boy was cheating with the help with which he destroys all these dunces. The boy clearly understood that even though he was alone, he still had some kind of unusual power. The young man clearly understood that luck was not on his side, since there were a lot of zombies around him who could attack all at once. And then he won't be happy. But his weapon is such that it can, in principle, work on the radius. Therefore, he is not so afraid of this. Right now he is more afraid for the girl who is in the garage right now. Also, having looked at all of them, he is only at home that he can, due to the fact that he has already experienced it in his dream, he can control this type of weapon. He had the feeling that if he could operate a machine gun in a dream without any military training, he could do it here too in that case. The boy thought it was very useful. They all wanted to devour either flesh so that he would not become one of them, and just to chew his luxurious soft flesh. The boy saw that they were all going wild. Their ears were attacking him all together. Well, he thought, he needs to act right now, and he doesn't have much time, Vadim thought. One of the zombies screamed and wanted to attack the boy. I looked around. He saw that right now they were falling out on one side. The boy realized the situation in which he found himself right now, starting to twist this device even more in order to kill zombies like them. And you think that he has such a familiar feeling of owning chains, as if he had been born or paid for it, the guy thought. After that, as soon as he decided to wave at you, he was able to again remove another zombie that was getting in his way. While the boy was fighting with all these dead people, he thought, I'm still there, as it were, to protect her. But at this time, the girl just looked at him and thought about how he only knew wrestling techniques. Could it be that he really learned to fight while he was going to therapy with her, the girl thought. She also decided to watch something. She was still able to see in him since he fought quite seriously and was not going to give up. The girl remembered that she once told him that why he used chains as weapons, to which he replied, well, it's just the chains. He likes it best, then the boy said. Right now, the girl is watching the guy being imprisoned with these flails and thinking, are chains really the weapons he was talking about? Apparently, this is most likely the case, the girl thought, but she still doesn't know why he uses this particular weapon. The boy did not stop killing different zombies. One by one, he only destroyed them. They turned over and died. The girl simply couldn't understand. She was thinking about why. Well, first of all, they were easy to find as soon as the dream began, the girl thought. And she also understood something. Yes, and compared to knives and shovels, the attack radius is greater, and they are much stronger. The girl thought that this was happening right in front of her. It was so. She could not even imagine seeing such an interesting picture. True, right now the boy is risking his life for her. And she said, that's very interesting. She's actually a fool. But the girl understood that if it weren't for him, she would already be dead. Meanwhile, the boy was still fighting, and one of the big zombies decided to attack him from behind. The boy was able to pay attention to the roar of the zombies that were right now behind him. But he didn't expect that this same zombie would be able to eat his chains. The boy had never seen such repulsed dead people. In fact, he simply kept his distance from this, so that this same zombie would not bite him, who wanted to attack him from behind. While the boy held this dirty trick right in front of his nose, he only thought about who dared someone like you to attack a rat. Therefore, since he did this, the boy said, "Let him grab the chain tighter, since right now he will turn into a flying experiment," Vadim said. After which he decided to wave this very chain so that he could gain a small but good speed around its axis. Having typed it, the boy decided to twist this not very smart zombie, so that he could finally get tired and also make it so that he could not move. The boy began to shout very loudly at this Sambir so that he would unhook from him. "Otherwise he does, so it will fly into space from here if it is not done right now." That's what he asks him to do. The girl looked at everything and did not understand. She wondered how such a boy could achieve such physical training, since he was a very weak person due to the fact that nightmares plagued him all the time. But somehow he could have time to train in such a way as to fight a full-fledged zombie, who may even have higher strength characteristics. Suddenly the girl saw how another zombie began to attack the boy from behind, and the boy right now wanted to somehow protect himself from him. Slightly clenching his fist even tighter, he decided to tighten this very chain as much as possible in order to use it against this very dead man. After that, he decided to experiment a little, right during the fight, holding his chain tightly in order to properly make a turning blow against the dead. The girl couldn't even expect what he wanted to do right now. He decided to go as Scorpio, who rules all chains left and right. If not, then how did he do it? That he simply kicked this chain high up the mountain, and it changed the trajectory along which it is now heading straight towards the zombies. It was clear, or something, that this guy was clearly not using this type of weapon for the first time. Since such skill is quite difficult to learn, she couldn't even understand how the fantasist was able to take this weapon for the first time, and also master it so quickly. She understood that the boy clearly used these weapons in his dreams, and they were very realistic, apparently, since he learned how to use them in real life. After that, this same dead man flew away, but stood under the book and wanted to hit several more dead men who would like to attack him and also run in. Vanguard, where the girl was. The boy understood that if he did nothing, someone would have to sacrifice himself, but he didn't want to do that. Therefore, he sorted out everyone who would somehow get in his way. After which the boy decided to attack these zombies who would interfere with him, and in addition to them, it was necessary to destroy everyone who could get on the path, because he wouldn't want a few more dead people to start approaching him. Pulling his chains tighter, he began to unscrew some more techniques that he was able to learn while in his nightmares. The boy clearly realized that right now he was furious, and if he used it, it would only be for its intended purpose, to kill those who threaten him and his girlfriend, at least until they get home. This is what the boy wanted to do to achieve his goal. After that, the girl looked at it all and understood that if she didn't do anything right now, then in that case she would just have to stand here and watch only how he dealt with all of them. She, of course, already realized that most likely he was already a pro against them, and she was just a pathetic girl who saw a dead man for the first time. But still, she was haunted by the fact that this was all too easy for him. She clearly understood that this tailor was not just dreaming. It was as if he was able to find out another reality in which he simultaneously survived. To survive, he was constantly in his nightmare. But maybe every time he was there, it was like a really simple, like a simulation, Claire thought. Claire, and also to look at him carefully, as well as at a brilliant person who right now understands what he lives for. The girl understood, or something, that this guy was clearly crazy. But in a good sense, of course, this word. This Vadim is clearly a psycho, who is still worth looking for, the girl thought. A little time passed before all the zombies who were walking around the city heard the smell, as well as the screams of other zombies whom he had beaten. Therefore, they all decided to come to the rescue of those dead men and kill this very man, so that he would not bother them. Having looked closely, they all wanted only one thing. This was his flesh as well as the girls, and they were all truly terrible. The book even froze a little. It was truly terrible to look at them now, but he really wanted to save everyone he could. Therefore, he would not give up just like that. The people who looked there a little more, he decided to shout, the the garage where the girl was standing, telling her what the professor. Let him run away from there quickly, otherwise he won't last that long, destroying all these dead people around. Therefore, you need to quickly run to his house. Right now, they have decided to realize that they need to get home as quickly as possible in order to quickly get sick there and be safe. Since walking through the streets or even running in front of such crowds requires a strong will in the head. But still, they needed to get to a safe place. It didn't take long before they were finally able to get out of this city and into the countryside, and there were beautiful forests and also mountains. They even said that somehow the apocalypse would really come. It would be just such nature. Since humanity would not be threatened in nature, and in this case it would be in its prime. Finally, they were able to reach this place. I left the motorcycle they used to get here near this house. They felt quite comfortable here. The house was 1 story, but nevertheless it was large enough, so for a temporary home or even for a permanent one, it was an ideal option, the guys thought. Having come a little closer, they realized that they were finally home. He was able to get here with his girlfriend. But at this moment the girl only caught her breath very much and wanted to say that he was very fast, despite the fact that he may not have even played sports. Although she still thought that how could she know whether he was working out or not? Perhaps he was only pretending to be sick. And in itself, there was a breakthrough in one's strengths, the girl thought. The boy came to the door and said that it was good that there was an abandoned house in such a wilderness, and there were no zombies nearby, so they were safe. Most likely, he also decided to tell her that they should enter this house as soon as possible, to which the girl personally agreed and said that it would be very useful to take a warm shower if she had one now. Once inside, they saw a good atmosphere. The interior was quite attractive, and also very simple. They were happy that there was no one here at all. After this, the girl immediately fell onto the soft carpet and realized that she was very tired. Right now she wanted to lie down on the bed and never get up from there. Her thoughts were only that thank God they all survived. While the girl was just lying on this floor just outside the threshold, she was thinking about whether she had really survived. She didn't understand how this happened at all. It was all because of this diary. If it weren't for him, maybe everything would be fine, to which the boy decided to ask Professor Claire, "Is she generally okay? What is she doing right now? Does he really do it after the dog?" To which she just laughed at his jokes and said that it was nothing. She just felt relieved after being able to enter this house, as she thought they would be constantly on the run and constantly stressed. It was because of this time that she felt very relieved. I also looked closely at this notebook. She clearly realized that it was completely unusual, like ordinary diaries. It's strange or something why this particular guy got this diary. Although no, rather the opposite. Why was this guy able to activate such a diary, the girl thought. After that, they decided to go closer to the room, and the boy decided to say that the professor would let her sit on the sofa with her, to which she said, "Thank you, boy." She was really very tired, and wouldn't even know how she would have managed completely alone if it weren't for him. After a while, she sat down on the sofa and relaxed. I only thought about how good it was to sit on the couch again and be happy. She also thought about whether this nightmare would really last forever, to which the boy looked at her and thought that, most likely, not. After all, you just need to kill all the zombies and then perhaps the world can be restored. But still, how to do this if the zombies can eat everyone, in which case they will have a hard time. Also, while he was thinking about this, that same notification began to appear in front of him. And the boy also understood that this was like an assistant who could be with him at any second, after which it was written that the quest was completed, transfer skill not received. The boy really didn't know what it meant, since he didn't initially know what it could even be. Although, if he remembered a little about the dream, he basically thought that it could be, but it was very cloudy. I looked more closely at this item. He saw that it was an F-rank transfer skill. He can receive skills from a master. The boy really couldn't understand what this transfer meant, since receiving an item from the masters is essentially the same theft as with some characters from Dota. But this could be useful, the boy thought. True, he does not know how to use it and on whom if no one has such abilities. In that case, it's just a useless skill, the boy thought. But he thought a little more, understanding what this very master meant in the first place. Yes, how long can you keep him in the dark about what it even is? Well, at least that's what Vadim thought. Although after looking carefully at everything else, he suddenly realized that it couldn't be. Could he really use this on a girl? But if you think about it and think about it, then most likely he will be able to do it. After all, this someone is in his debt, and he can get the skill from her. But the truth is, he doesn't know exactly how this very skill can affect this person. After all, if he can use it, then either he will take away this very ability from him, or just forever, the boy thought. But he still decided, and he still had nothing to do, so, okay, the boy thought, he might as well try it on her after all. Perhaps everything will be fine. After that, he decided to say that let the transfer skill be activated in front of him right now. From this, a certain circle began to form around them, which right now, most likely, wanted to do something unsolicitedly cool. Judging by the way he looked, the boy also understood that the girl was safe in this circle. So maybe everything is fine, the boy thought. But after looking a little more, he was convinced that this circle was very healthy, as for an ordinary call for a hand because of some games, although he clearly understood that right now he really had some kind of game before his eyes. The boy decided to look at the girl, and could not understand why she was looking at him like that, and how it was sitting in the air. Is it really possible that right now he just seems to have all this around him, and she's sitting on her couch, and he's just looking at her with such an expressive look, and he also understood that she had no reaction at all, which meant that his theory was still correct. He sees all these actions. The boy thought that, most likely, since she couldn't see, maybe he had gone crazy right now. But there can't be such a theory, since he is the one who knows what will happen in advance, so don't underestimate everything around you, Vadim thought. After looking at her a little more, the same voice began to be heard, saying that he had received her skill and could use it right now. Her soul-healing skill is rank F. It can heal someone's soul, said an unknown voice. After this, he clearly understood that he had finally acquired a skill with which he could heal his mental wounds. This is worth a lot, the boy thought. As soon as he finally realized how useful it was, the girl decided to smoke. She took out a cigarette from a lighter. The boy clearly didn't expect that she really used tobacco. This is a rather bad action in such a situation, since people who use this substance are most likely now deeply depressed. Perhaps she had felt this before, the boy thought. Suddenly he heard that the girl decided to turn to him and thought that she really wanted to invite him to do this too. He didn't think that she could give up so quickly. But in fact, she only wanted to say that those monsters are truly dead. How could this even happen? She only thought for a second what she might have imagined. But when they began to run away from them, and they began to growl with all their voices, one thing was clear to her, that this was definitely not a dream, like his nightmares. But still, she felt uneasy now after what she heard. The girl only thought about how this was possible. The fact is that she saw this very notebook. In their notebook it is written about those zombies. Is it really true that this notebook was able to realize the truth? That all this was described in it? The girl thought. The boy decided to look at her and understood that right now she was talking some kind of nonsense, but he spoke quite clearly to the girl about what was happening to her now. She might also be sleeping right now. She's just dreaming about the nightmare that surrounds her, the girl thought. The boy immediately looked into her eyes and immediately realized that she was now in the most, that they were a real panic that surrounded her, and also did not allow her to calm down. The boy clearly understood that right now he had to either help her or make her just calm down now and think, okay, that this is all reality and you just need to move on. The girl only trembled from such thoughts and thought that right now she knows nothing about everything that is happening in the world. Meanwhile, the boy just looked at her and decided to say that she would feel better, but now she was having a nervous breakdown. She had encountered similar moments more than once in her dreams. In truth, the boy even thought about the fact that she herself was very afraid of her nightmares. But why exactly she could have them too, Vadim clearly did not understand this. The guy realized that the girl right now realized what situation they were in, and most likely would be hysterical for at least another whole day. Therefore, we need to keep an eye on her, the boy thought. But he couldn't even imagine what he could do for her. But suddenly he remembered that he had a skill, the chance to use this very skill that he was able to take from her herself, the skill of healing the soul. After that, he decided to take her hand and said that she should do it right now. It will become much easier for her than it was before, although it was not necessary to do this because he could simply summon an aura around himself, which I could easily do in the form of. He clearly understood that all this could happen very quickly. The system decided to say that it was completed successfully. On this creature, the activation of rank F soul healing has been completed, and the human soul has become stronger and will be able to endure difficulties and mental trauma, the system said. The girl was able to decide and put out the cigarette and said that, well, since all this was already happening, she just needed to calm down. She had to move on, so she wouldn't do anything bad to herself, just because she felt bad, the girl told Vadim. The professor suddenly became cheerful and said, "It's so good that they are still alive together." Then I decided to ask the boy, "Don't you think the same?" To which he looked at her, and she clearly looked very strange right now. "Is this really how it works?" To which the girl only said, "That the world will definitely get better a little later. In the meantime, let them not be discouraged and be happy that right now they have a home, as well as interesting entertainment. Well, in the end, after all, they can play so many games together and also read books." "It's really exciting," the girl said, to which the boy thought, should he even use this ability on her? Right now, of course, she feels better, but she looks very strange right now, the boy thought. Looking at her carefully, he understood that the transfer of skill is just something, yes. But well, wait a minute. Something is clearly not right here, he thought. In the village where he lived, there are all kinds of crafts and art, and many professionals with lifelong experience. And that's all, they all live in the countryside. Perhaps they survived, the boy thought. True. The boy did not know how to get there so quickly, although there was a motorcycle in the yard, with the help of which he could move around the city without problems. He didn't even know what to do with it. The boy also smiled because the fact that he can find them and then take all their skills, therefore that's all, it will become his by right. He will study those professionals from me, and in this case, he will be able to create something very cool. After this, meanwhile, a burnt gas station, which was already completely abandoned. Everything in this very gas station was quite damp after everything around it caught fire. But only one thing was clear, that there are zombies there, still alive and hungry for flesh. They're all thinking very hard about what they need to do right now, because right now, a crowd of zombies was heading straight towards some person who wanted to beat them all up. And it was not our main character, but some completely different person. They were all heading towards some jock who wanted to deal with them right now. He only thought about the fact that he had enough willpower to deal with people like them, but he also understood that the power he was learning would be great, and he would use it for good. This same man understood that there would be only one winner, and there would be 1,000 or more losers. The boy clearly understood that there was no potential for improvement in Oriental martial arts, therefore he could compare with anyone if necessary. He was also only willing to kick someone's face if they wanted to. And apparently, thought this same jock, that together they really expect his fist skill against them. After that, he decided to take out and clench his fist, to punch them all in the face. After this, he will do everything to provide himself with food, as well as those who will help him. He wanted to find survivors and create his own clan, in which he could survive together with his colleagues. That's what this same boy wanted. Until this happens, the boy thought, what he inherited is the most spiritual heritage of South Korean culture. He will use it to the maximum to protect or reduce the number of these same dead people who walk around the city and want to devour everything on his way. They all got hit in the face one after another and didn't know what to do. In such situations, since he is the one who can hit them so hard, destroying them at night with the help of ordinary fists, after all, he doesn't even need a weapon to smash all of their faces. As soon as the boy began to hit one after another of them, He realized that right now he had a very strong aura, and he also understood that only he had the strongest knockback attacks, and he would be able to do everything till they could be called one at a time. After that, all the zombies looked up and could not understand. How can this person even fly? Was he a god, the dead thought? But the boy just flew up with the help of his legs, and one thing was clear to him, that he would not leave anyone alive if they did not deserve it. Right now, he was feeling the exquisite Chan art of fighting, therefore right now he has no one equal who can match his skill against him. Therefore he only showed off the fact that he could achieve all this alone. The man was talking about the fact that he is the very nightmare that can reach all these non-humans who eat ordinary people, because of which he really doesn't like it very much, and his fists are just itching to kill them with everything that moves. After all, he is the thunderstorm of Joseon. Therefore, simply even in the air, he decided to simply hit the ground with one movement of his body in order to make an unprecedented blow, which he learned in his temple. He also decided to inflict this new one simply on one of the zombies. Well, he obviously didn't expect it and could simply fly away from here. But beyond that, through this same zombie, he was able to make a crushing blow that killed all these dead people around. After all, he simply created ruins in every sense of the word, since he could just kill ordinary zombies left and right without any reason. Right now he realized that he was perhaps the strongest person who could possibly be alive in this city, and he understood that he had no equal in strength. He also realized that all these dead people will be his toys, with which he will have fun and hit their faces so that they will not just relax. After all, it is he, thanks to his strength, who will be able to free humanity from unprecedented death, the boy thought. He was only with good intentions opposite the dead. He only thought cruelly because he understood what exactly they could do cruelly to someone else who turned an ordinary person just like him. And also, his name is a martial artist, Garrick. The next morning, when the boy finally woke up, he was exhausted and realized that he had had 10 nightmares in a row. It was the most terrible thing he could imagine in his life. He understood that since a nightmare had already happened in real life, he still could not avoid nightmares in his dreams. But to have 10 dreams in one night is too much, the boy thought. He also thought about how long this would continue to happen. In his life he was very exhausted. Look at it all, Vadim said. The boy suddenly saw someone. This someone turned out to be a person unknown to him. He didn't understand where they even came from here. Right now, the boy looked at all this and saw 2 people, an old man and also some guy. He just couldn't understand, was this still a dream? After all, how did he end up here, or is this just reality? This is what I couldn't imagine, but they are both, most likely, elders, the boy thought. Grandfather decided to tell the boy that, judging by his face, it happened again, right? Well, a nightmare about the dead is really very difficult to bear. Grandpa was generally 78 years old, and his name was also John, and the regime simply popularly known as Uncle John Chen. In general, he was a great, thoughtful carpenter, busy building palaces, temples, and buildings. In general, the old man who worked with architecture was a hard worker. Garrick decided to say only one thing. Well, it's all because he's not tough enough. It is precisely because of this that he is tormented by nightmares, but still, even despite this, he is still doing well. Young people in theirs are not like that, but this one, like the previously known one, Garrick Dalbon, and he is 73 years old. This old man was a martial artist, mastered the divine demonic martial art of the Joseon era, passed down through 23 generations. These 2 only told him what he was incredibly lucky to see. He had some red ginseng extractor left at home. Let him accept it, Vadim said to the old man. As soon as he eats it, it will immediately give him some energy, and he will become more energetic. It would be better than looking at him right now, who was very tightly squeezed like a lemon. Well, the guy told him that thanks, he didn't need anything. Elders and recently red ginseng is so expensive, it's too much. They all just smiled, and Garrick decided to say that he should just take them and eat them. And also let him exercise and take care of his health, otherwise I don't want to see him like this, Garrick said. Right now the boy realized that the elders were memories of them. That's how he remembered them both. He hoped that they would be alive, And also, the boy hoped that maybe he would meet them someday. At least Garrick. Maybe, since he can defend himself. But now Jonah. Maybe Garrick will protect him, the boy thought. After all, they are still friends too. Crimea, a little time later, the evenings had already arrived, and right now, from the usual blue hue, the sky turned red-orange. Everything was on its way. At that moment in the evening, the boy decided to go on a motorcycle and wanted to go out in search of these same masters. He understood that even though it might not be close, but thanks to this iron horse he could get anywhere in a matter of hours. This is quite fast, if you think that it took them almost half a day to get here on foot. The girl decided to go out and immediately stressed that he would not go anywhere, since it was evening right now, and it was dangerous to go to the city right now, where they write various monsters. She decided to say that he was crazy, since he had already decided to go to this terrible place right under the night. This is in the center of the city. He wants the dead to kill him, and that means she will be left alone. The girl correctly guessed Vadim's plan, to which he just laughed and said that he was worried about him afterwards, please. He just wants to look at all this, and he can also take care of himself. So he said, didn't she see how he had just defeated those bunch of nightmare creatures that walk even during the day? A couple of dead people won't do anything to him, Vadim said. After all, it was then that he himself personally protected her from these most terrible creatures. Defended, so no one could pass his defense. The girl just put her hand on her head and thought that what an idiot he was, since he had already decided to go to this place alone, completely alone. So he thought that she couldn't stop him from doing what he wanted. Like a friend, she thought. What can she do to prevent him from going under any circumstances? And she also has no right to prohibit it there. Why does his girlfriend or something like that need to say something like that? From all this, the girl decided to say that she should take care of herself, Vadim. After all, if he leaves right now and never returns, then she will be very upset and will hate him all her life if he dies there. But she also stated that even if he returns with a bite, she will not open the door for him and will sleep on the street until she turns into a terrible monster, after which she will kill him. Because the boy just looked at her and told her not to worry, he would be able to return without a nasty bite on his hands or on any bodily places. Has he been bitten at least once? How did it start in the first place? The boy said. Therefore, nothing threatens him. He treats this very carefully. While the boy was telling her that we'll see each other again, the girl was either happy and said that the kid was going to rush into the thick of this city. What an idiot, the girl thought. How could such a boy even come up with such an idea? And he also has these nightmares. At least he needs some henna. After this, the boy decided to rev the motorcycle and began to hit the road. The boy understood that there must be enough gasoline for him to make such a circle. After all, if you think about it like that, the boy said, those two elders, John and Garrick, and not exactly, will be together as always. He believes this, and he will definitely save them both and take them to this place. After all, they were the ones who showed him what happiness is, even after he once had a terrible dream. While the boy was leaving, the girl was only thinking about how there really was no way to stop him. Okay, now it stopped, and was able to come to terms with it. But if something more serious happens, what will it do then, the girl thought. But one thing was clear to her, that her word was not a decree to him, so the most important thing the girl thought about was that he would return alive and healthy. And everything else is trifle, Claire thought. After he left, it feels like that same feeling of anxiety is returning again, and somehow she gets worried and starts smoking. It is clear that right now she is very worried about him. After all, who with such a look would smoke and keep looking at the long road from where some kid just left? The girl also thought that it looked like she wouldn't quit smoking this year. After all, it's precisely because of this stress that she really doesn't know how to end it. Meanwhile, finally, one of the alleys of the city was always full of rubbish and all sorts of rubbish, which was naturally destroyed by this very notebook. Nothing more. Of course, all these roads were walked by the dead, who were only waiting for human flesh to receive it again. They all walked around in all places, hospitals, offices, schools, and everything like that. Only one thing was clear, that they simply looked and walked wherever they wanted. At least what is known about these zombies is that they actually shouldn't eat anything at all. They only go by instinct. Therefore, even if they are denied or something like that, they will still be alive. But if nerve cells like the brain fail, then they will stop moving. At this time, the old man was afraid that they would get him. He shook his body very hard and thought about whether he was really finished. He's stuck in this office and now doesn't know how to get out of here. And what's worst, the old man thought, he simply hid under some table where the zombies had not yet found him. But there are many more of them here. If he makes even the slightest squeak in this case, they will find him, and then he will be finished, thought old John. He only understood that he was an old man who no one needed. Why did fate play this way with him? He just wanted to live and enjoy this whole time. But here he is, just suffering, here. Suddenly, one of the zombies smelled and saw some kind of head that very much resembled a human one. Therefore, right now he decided to quietly sneak up on this nut, who is twitching right now and does not want his brains to be devoured. Right now the old man understood, or something, that while he closed his eyes, this zombie decided to approach him and wanted to devour his brains as soon as possible. Grandpa saw this and was in a panic because he didn't know what to do. After all, right now this same zombie could easily devour his brains, and he did not want to die. Meanwhile, the zombie just watched him and didn't know what to do because he also looked at him and was afraid that Grandpa was afraid of himself. But suddenly at some point some kind of earthquake began, which right now did something unimaginably terrible around. At that moment, Grandfather decided to look out of the corner of his eye to see what happened there. How could someone make such a huge mess behind him in the office? Are there really other mutant zombies who will most likely eat him? Grandpa thought. Meanwhile, that same man began to beat all the zombies around and tried to make sure that Grandfather could survive. At this moment, Grandpa became even more frightened and did not know what to say to him. After all, he saw how some guy wanted to kill him most likely, and only this mutant who did not want to let this zombie eat him. After all, he wants to do it himself, Grandpa thought. From what, in fact, it was Garrick who said that, "Oh, John, so he found you," the old man said. "Long time no see." So he decided to tell him in the form that he was coming for him right now so that they could get out of here. After all, they are all such best friends since early childhood. But what? Grandpa just laughed and said that it's really you, Garrick. How glad he was to see him, he said. He was already on the verge of death, he thought. If it weren't for Gallic, right now he might not be here anymore, said Grandpa. All the zombies did not stand still, and one after another a new one came. They wanted to do everything as quickly as possible to devour them, no matter how hard they tried. They suddenly looked at both of them, and Gallic clearly understood that there were a bunch more of them coming behind these dead men, so he knew he had to do something about it. But one thing was clear to him, that it was nothing to worry about. Let him wait here a little while he deals with all these brats who are trying to offend such a grand old man as Jonah. So he headed there right now. The boy who arrived here decided to tell them all to attack him, but one at a time, if he thought it would be fair. And even if everyone is together, it's okay. He won't be able to get away from everyone anyway. And they all won't be able to even get close to him, and the boy said with his finger. After this, the boy decided to gather his will into a fist and understood that right now, this very hand could turn into some kind of weapon which could be man-made. It was not in vain that he trained all his life. Therefore, he decided to present to everyone his crushing blow, which he learned from his temple, where he had been for a very long time and trained on all his training. At this time, while he was fighting, the boy began to ride a motorcycle. He was already approaching the city, as he wanted to help everyone around him, and also find these two old men to help them properly, and was able to send them to his home. The boy clearly realized that they could be in an extremely dangerous place. Therefore, he needed to hurry, get there as quickly as possible, and do everything possible to ensure that they and his elders survived. He was focused on the fact that Elder Lick is a martial artist. He can kill a whole bunch of undead without any problems, the boy thought. But still, about John and whether he could even cope with the others, he was not sure. Therefore, it was necessary to rush to them anyway, the guy thought. The boy realized that it was this very person who was able to master such arts. In the boy's dreams, his elders always died. That's why he's afraid of it. Therefore, If he cannot prevent this in any way, perhaps it will be too late, the boy thought. Vadim will believe until the end that he will go to them, and for two reasons. First, he will be able to take the skills from the two of them and make grandiose buildings, as well as martial arts. And secondly, the boy will be able to save them, since he will be at this scene and will be able to correct everything that was in the nightmares. Therefore, under the knife of the gas, he decided to go there as quickly as possible. He began to lean down some kind of slope, and around him there were only forests and trees, as well as a straight road that led straight into the city, in which, most likely, these two people are located right now, who are most likely defending themselves right now from all sorts of dead things, the boy thought. Right now, these zombies were only attacking everyone. But of course they wanted to eat them for no reason, and were just fulfilling their role in the zombie plan. Well, of course the boy couldn't just resist hitting a couple of these zombies. He didn't protect his best friend and tried to make sure that all of them couldn't do anything to him and his friend. Also, he was quite smart in martial arts, so he realized that he could easily deal with these zombies, Garrick thought. Also, after changing his posture a little, as well as the position of his leg, he decided to do something else, deciding to simply kick one of the zombies and pierce his bone structure so that he could not move at all. He was literally able to punch through any zombie with quick movements of his legs. Alice's guy laughed and laughed, talking about how he is not the most invincible person in this city. Perhaps that's why he will protect his friends and comrades, and he will do everything possible to destroy every single one of these monsters, he told them all. Also, while he was talking, he began to hit the zombies one by one so that they would not relax in any way. The boy was throwing himself left and right. He was an all-powerful, sinister guy who did nothing but destroy them all. While Grandpa looked at all this from the side, he only watched as his best friend dealt with all of them. He didn't even know that he could be so cruel to all these people, but he realized one thing, that he was a true man of his word, and he also realized that this very person was protecting him, despite the fact that they were in danger right now. He could easily run away from here and not come back for him, but he decided not to do this, to meet for him. Therefore, the old man again realized that he was not mistaken in choosing his best friend in childhood. John decided to say that he was really strong. He, too, should follow in the footsteps of his younger ones and learn from the Chan dynasty, from such a great man as Garrick. After all, with the help of his strength, he was able to master such techniques without any problems and deal with all these dirty and terrible monsters. Meanwhile, Garrick just smiled and said to himself or something that they were nothing compared to him. He will be able to deal with any enemy who gets in his way, and nothing will stop him, the boy thought. Garrick looked at them all and realized that he was very sorry, but they were ordinary people. They will not be able to learn the divine demonic martial arts of the Yin-Seong era. Therefore, right now, there is no way John will be able to just master this fighting style. But even so, he can easily teach him the usual basic techniques with which he can also deal with zombies. Therefore, he only said that everything would be fine, because he was next to him, thereby proving to himself that he was clearly a good friend. And after this nice conversation, he decided to shut his head up with a zombie far from here. The boy also understood that only those as strong as himself could master this technique. Maybe anyone like him can, but spiritually, you also need to prepare for such a scale of power. To which the old man decides that, of course, as he will tell him, of course it's a pity that the boy would like to have been born with a strong body. But the old man said that he was born with a crazy mind, which can also boast of its constructive and thoughtful actions. Of course, this will help in zombie apocalypses, if only we exchanged everything together. Therefore, Old Man John decided to say that he also seems to be not useless when it comes to materials and the construction of any bunkers, at least in this situation. But suddenly something happened to them. They saw something different, previously unknown to them. It was unusual, some kind of dead man. This was something different. He was as tall as a 2-meter giant, Garrick thought. Only one leg was quite large. He was as tall as 3 zombies tall. And this clearly made one wonder whether he, Garrick, would be able to master and try to finish off a giant like him. The old man even decided to say that "Oh no, this monster, he's too huge." He immediately decided to ask Garrick if he could defeat him, to which he doubted, and did not even know whether he could even approach him, or whether he was just really so strong and 2 meters tall. But perhaps he doesn't have enough technology to defeat someone like him. The boy was thinking about what a huge guy he is, 2.5 m. That's quite big, actually, he thought, although something still bothered him. He's not 2.5, he's even 3 m. This is clearly explained by how zombies behave now, and Garrick realized that a small but dangerous danger might be approaching them. While a zombie nearby began to run, this same 3-meter-tall one decided to take him by the head, after which he saw that this same zombie decided to attack his victim, so he decided to punish him and devoured him. The boy clearly did not expect that the zombie giant would start killing his own zombies, but he thought that they did not touch each other. But this is something special, Garrick thought. Apparently, he is not just 3 meters tall. And also, he is not at all like everyone else. He has much more. And he doesn't look like a human either. Apparently, this is some kind of mutant, the boy thought. After all, right now, there was no other explanation for why he could easily devour this same zombie. After which, as soon as he did this, he began to shout at them, and apparently, by all appearances, he wanted to sit everyone down. And also, on his head, there was some kind of mark that was different from everyone else, some unusually large red ruby. The boy clearly understood that he was quite an interesting partner, but could he defeat someone like him? Garrick understood that in order to defeat him, he had to try as hard as possible. Thus, provoking him, he decided to attack him and try to hit him at least once to see how strong he was. Will he be able to defeat him, or at least do something that Garrick himself cannot do? After that, he directed a blow at him and wanted to make this same fist blow and technique that he had learned as quickly and as strongly as possible, from which he decided to strike him several hundred blows, saying that this is Chan Song's divine dynamic art of the second form. Right now, this same zombie and the content were feeling incomprehensible pain, judging by his face, but he also didn't care how many of these blows in the form of the shape of his face did not change in any way. This means that no particular harm is caused to him, the boy thought. It was because of this that he decided to shout that this was not enough. We also need to add the chaotic tiger dance technique. Only after this will he perhaps be able to do something like him. It was after this attack that there was already some kind of debt. And right now his face shape has somehow changed. Around, but he also just yelled that it wasn't that he was in pain. But it was unpleasant for him to see that, like an ordinary person, he was trying to beat him, Zombie thought. Right now he decided to push back his blows. And as soon as the boy was able to calm down and catch his breath a little, this very evil monster decided to strike back, thereby frightening the boy, since he did not know what he could expect from such a giant as him. This same giant began to scream and pretend that he was stronger than this very man. True, right now the boy was thinking that he really was not a weak opponent for him, and perhaps if this continued, they would not be able to harm each other, or the boy would not be able to avoid harming him in any way. In this case, he would have to run away with the old man, but he did not know only one thing. Will he be able to escape from this mutant? After which they took each other's hands and began to fight with their fists. Who is stronger? The boy only said that if he wants to respond during the blow, then in that case, okay, he will allow him to do it, but let him know that he will not survive against such a master as him. The boy understood that if things went on like this, he would have to leave here, and then his old man too. Therefore, he needed to make some effort so that this same one could not do anything, and just do it in order to stall for a little time, so that he could, at a minimum, at least get tired and maybe fall. And in this case, the boy thought that perhaps he would then have some chance of salvation. Continuing to punch each other, the boy clearly realized that this guy was not as ordinary as he seemed. This giant, Garrick thought, would clearly have more strength than himself, since right now he could barely hold him in defense, after which, while they stood for a while, the boy suddenly sensed something. He realized that right now he felt as if something had clearly gone wrong in him. Right now he thought that maybe he should go to the hospital right now because right now his spine was broken and something there had clearly short-circuited. Therefore, due to such a load, he needs to correct it in some way, but he will not be able to do this, since right now the enemy is fighting directly against him and will not stop in any way or anything like that, Garrick thought. But suddenly, finally, the boy was able to come to them as a hatchery, and he came along with his chains. He finally made it from here. Vadim realized that he urgently needed to help them, otherwise the same fate that was in his nightmares could happen right now. The boy decided to scream and tell the elders that he had come to save them all, so let him do it, even though before I was weak and couldn't do anything seriously. Right now, he had to fulfill his duty to them, so he asked them to wait for him for a while. He will help now. Didn't they scream and think that you were doing something here at all? Vadim said to the old man's wives, to which old man Garrick only confirmed his words. Why is this kid here? How did he even get here? The boy looked at them and realized that, as expected, there were two problems. He understood that there were these two problems, and one of them was standing right in front of him. He had to help them both somehow. But how? Vadim thought. He was able to discover that this same giant was a little worse for wear. Apparently, the old man had beaten him. He just decided to say that run faster while he distracts him. But that this giant was only thinking about how to kill right now this very guy who was screaming in his ear, disturbing him, to which they thought how to deal with him, until the guy thought that here is the second problem, a huge mutant zombie, which can greatly hinder him. Grandpa John decided to say that how could they even run away if he was right in front of them? But we still have to try, the old man thought. So he decided to run out of that table and started running straight to his friend to help him escape with him. And having finally decided to approach him, and with the help of his body, he decided to try to raise his friend, saying that, "Get up, Alec. They need to get to the motorcycle as quickly as possible and leave from here." To which he only replied, "Well, forgive me, John and Vadim," he summed it up and said the old man. After which, in small steps, they began to ride a motorcycle in order to get away from here as quickly as possible. And the boy understood that if they were saved, then everything would be fine, and he would be able to save himself, since it was not in vain that he had acquired the power with which he could defeat this terrible monster. But it was really terrible to look at someone like him. He was very healthy, but he also had some kind of stone that really embarrassed him. He really wasn't that scary. The only frightening factor was that this monster was able to harm the greatest master. The boy understood that right now he needed to act as quickly as possible so as not to be in this, not the most advantageous situation for himself, since right now he must do at least something to detain this terrible monster. After this very giant began to rise, he wanted to hit this very boy, who was able to dodge his blow, thereby preventing this monster from finishing, otherwise right now. Garrick's teacher decided to say, "You guys, what the hell, they need to get out of here faster." So he asked that he too could get out of here. And he also said that this monster is completely unusual. Let him be a little more careful. After all, the old man was worried about the boy. After all, he owes him his life. The boy decided to turn around and say something like, "Please don't let them worry about him. Let them go first from here. And also, in any case, his motorcycle only has 2 seats, so both of them will take those 2 seats," the boy said. Right now, he didn't expect this. After all, he thought that, does he really want to sacrifice himself for the sake of their old men, who cannot do anything in this life? He is young, and they are already so old. This is generally wrong, the old man thought. But the zombies only got closer each time and wanted to destroy them all. Therefore, they needed to hurry as quickly as possible. Otherwise, right now, all these zombies who approached this giant would like to kill them all right here. Therefore, the boy hoped that they would go home as quickly as possible. The old man decided to say, "Hey, is there any other way to get out of here? After all, they'll just leave this poor boy here." To which old man Garrick decided to say, "Sorry, John, but it wasn't just his lower back. But the thing is that it is this giant that is generally stronger than anyone, at least whom he could meet. Therefore, he does not even know what the boy can withstand against him. It's unlikely," the old man thought, but he hoped for it. At that time, the boy only twisted his chains in order to disperse the blow as quickly as possible and hit harder than this giant, so as not to get in the way. The boy was at that moment more serious than ever, and thought that there were much more of them than he expected. But will he be able to cope with them at all, since they are very battered, but still they are strong opponents, Vadim thought. But suddenly, somehow, they started talking about that conversation. He realized that he could do something for himself. Copy it exactly. This is exactly what he arrived with. Looking at the old man, he realized that he could copy his ability right now. And also, the system decided to say that a master with a specialization is in their debt, and he can gain his skill. It is because of this that he can make himself stronger, the boy thought. The guy began to understand that what he had just received was simply a gift from divine powers. He understood that with the help of this technique, he would in any case be able to defeat these very opponents who were standing against him right now. It was scary enough to look at people like them, but he is not afraid of what he experienced before. Therefore, he has no choice but to destroy these decrepit dead. Looking at them carefully, he understood that right now they would pay for the fact that they directly wanted to harm him, and all his actions would be justified by the fact that he was strong. The old men looked at how he wanted to fight and did not understand only one thing: how he could move like that, what he would do right now. They decided to say that he was being attacked from behind, so he must save himself. Vadim will not let himself be offended so easily, the old men told the guy. The guy, while looking at all this, only understood that they were all just pathetic trash who wanted to harm him. But they would not be able to do this. After all, the boy has just mastered the most absolute technique. It is because of it that he can become an absolute, which may sound pretentious. But in fact, he is now so strong, thanks to that technique, that he can cope with anyone if he wants. After which he suddenly, imperceptibly began to disappear right from that place. Why the zombies couldn't even understand where he had disappeared to. They only saw him fly high into the ceiling, and right now they didn't expect what he wanted to do. Why did he do this at all? Thought the dead. Right now, this same giant who was standing still, he couldn't even imagine that he could be so strong, and also just fly somewhere high into the ceiling. Stupid. He probably thought the dead man. But suddenly he landed and made it look as if he hadn't just jumped up, but made an explosion around himself that could easily deal with people like them. He only thought that right now he was an absolute, and nothing threatened him. This same zombie was right under his feet, and he clearly probably realized that he shouldn't have gotten involved with someone like him. The boy understood that right now he had mastered such a power with which he could protect anyone, and also killing all the dead in his path would be even easier than just taking all the candy from the boy. They were still able to see what happened there, since it was literally instantaneous after they started leaving. They realized that right now, the boy showed himself to be a very cool guy, and did not realize that perhaps the new generation is not so backward in martial arts. The boy just smiled and thought that right now he could rule this entire city if he wanted. Only he needs to cope with all these monsters, at least faster than usual. He also realized that right now the system decided to say that a new skill had been learned, the divine demonic martial art Changxiong. It was after this that he was finally able to try everything in his path. And only one thing was clear: what this old man could do. Everything around you is completely destroyed if it wants to. It was this old guy who came up with such techniques as Chan Sung and everything else. One thing was clear: that the best sage in the world was precisely the strongest master in history, and this same master was a divine demon. He passed through the land of China. There were a lot of interesting things in these lands. He studied the whole world, and also studied different techniques and invented and created. One thing was clear: that he was able to get to his real home, and after returning home, the divine demon was able to see how the Chasen had absorbed the energy. He was able to discover that this kid was able to develop his martial arts and was able to complete the first unlimited skill in history. Right now, this very monster may suffer from the fact that he simply did not understand who he was contacting. The boy clearly understood that right now the zombies that might surround him were useless against him. Right now, he felt divinely surprised because he did not know that such power could be obtained in such a simple way, just through one simple system. He understood that right now the enemies around him could be ground into dust. The boy was clearly aware of this, and wanted to make sure that this power was sufficiently limited in itself. After all, it can harm more than 100 people if used, but he can use it against dead people like them, since they will never become people again anyway. At this moment, they were still waiting here, and only thought that if they had left, what would have happened then? Even right now, they were thinking that the boy had really become so strong while they were away. But not much time had passed since they last saw each other. They were clearly able to discover that he was incredibly strong. Thanks to this very technique, this same Garrick could not believe his own eyes. The fact that he was able to master his own technique. The boy decided to think how this was even possible. This brat Vadim used the divine martial arts of Joseon. But how is this possible? Because without tinting for decades, this is simply impossible to achieve, Garrick thought. The boy or else stood still and thought that right now he had an unusually great hope that right now he could be God. But still, soon he was able to come to his senses. After which the system decided to tell him that he had acquired the passive skill divine control of the Hosean heart. This is the most passive skill. God, with a long heart control, his body is activated at 100%. Now he can mana, the boy's system said. True, come on at that moment when he heard the word mana, he thought, what is divine control of the heart and mana? Having discovered his characteristics, he was able to make sure that all this was actually not bad. But somehow everything looks very strange, the boy thought. Even looking at the fact that he has similar HP is normal, as well as mana. He understood that right now he had status, as well as the ability to learn the skills that he had previously discovered. These are the transmission of soul healing, as well as the dominance of the chasen. Well, the boy thought, this is pretty good. But suddenly something in his life confused him. He remembers that they were developing Verochki that would be very similar to Swordmaster Online. But still, he thought, is it really just a game? And he's just stuck in this world, since everything comes very easily to him. Vadim thought. Somehow he suddenly realized that this was just a joke. But to be honest, this is pretty cool. After all, this is exactly what he lacked. To become omnipotent, so that he could control the nightmare. At least the nightmare has now become a reality. Looking closely at his hand, he saw that it was shining with a bright blue light. The boy understood that right now he was able to master this very mana, but he had no idea how cool she was. The guy realized something. That the body had become much lighter, just like feather. It turns out that this is at least the first stage of some kind of perfection. That is, right now he discovered that he could control such wonderful actions. And also the boy decided to think about what happened exactly at that moment when he managed to activate this ability at that moment. He realized that, as he had thought, even if it was dangerous, saving Pak Longbone was a temporary choice. It turns out that right now, he brought an ability that he couldn't even control. The boy thought rather unusually, but divine demonic control of the heart is what he needs in order to at least begin his path in order to restore this world as quickly as possible. The boy thought. Coming closer to the motorcycle, he decided to say, "Oh, but I thought that they had already left. And in general, he finished here. Let them quickly return home together." But suddenly he turned around and looked at the fact that someone had clearly survived. And only one thing was clear, that this very worm that had interfered with him, he was able to survive and even get back to himself. Right now, this zombie just wanted to devour him again. It was this person that he didn't care about everyone else, and he wanted to get the power of this kid. The boy decided to look at him and thought, is he really still alive? And how, after such wounds, he even survives, he didn't understand. But if it's so, as in life and in a dream, his strength is still the same strong, it turns out that you need to do something else when fighting him, the guy thought. Having considered the situation a little, he realized that then, in this case, he had no choice but to defeat him again. After all, it is thanks to this that he will be able to do everything to harm this very fool who dared to harm himself, as well as his friends who are standing behind him right now. This same giant began to attack him, and then hit him. How could the boy dodge such a pitiful and slow blow? After all, now he felt as if he was invincible, like a feather that could move around all the surroundings without any difficulty. Once they were convinced that the boy was clearly strong and could handle him again, they decided not to bother him this time. He clearly understood that now this same zombie was imprisoning himself seriously, since he realized that he should not have relaxed against himself. This means that the guy understood that he had clearly become stronger, since he was already able to harm a zombie like him. Also, the old people looked at all this and thought only that he would really lose to him. But what the boy told her was that he was fine, so please let them leave here. After all, he decided to say that he would soon drive them, and then they could all have a good dinner together. They decided to say what, but they can't just leave the guy to fight this monster. He is clearly superior to him. To which the boy decided to interrupt and say that they know where his house is, right? So, let him go there and meet with Professor Claire. But grandfather just looked at him and could not say anything. After all, he didn't know how to help him, but he still wanted to. He didn't want to leave the boy here to fight such a monster like this. He thought a little. He understood that the old people would definitely only interfere with such a young generation, and also strongly, but like him. So he believed that he could still master this zombie and be able to defeat him. After that, these two old men began to go to his house, and he told her that, "Take care of yourself. He must return alive, Vadim. If he does not do this, they will all grieve without him. After all, he was the one who saved them. Therefore, they owe him their lives." To which the boy forgave too much attention, and knew that right now, all they owe him is just to run away from here and not return here until he comes to them. Therefore, the boy was confident in himself and swung these chains on his own, knowing that he would 100% defeat this giant. He also looked at him and wanted to attack just so that he could not even move here side by side. This same giant began to shout at the boy and only wanted to attack him in order to tear him to shreds. But the guy is not a fool. Therefore, he also has certain techniques with which he can also do something unpleasant for someone like him. After which he decided to attack him and make him harakiri with the help of chains. He clearly understood that right now he could do anything to protect all these people. But under no circumstances should he die, since he still needs to restore this world. Therefore, even when attacking him, he clearly understood that he could easily remove and destroy this insect from the face of the earth. This same zombie couldn't even imagine how strong this guy was, since it can smear his face all over his body. The boy saw something, that the giant himself began to move unnaturally. He realized that most likely this was the weak point, perhaps this very ruby. The boy realized that right now he could break it and make it so that he could not move in any way. But right now, what was stopping him was that this same giant was starting to turn into other zombies again. They took his chains in their teeth and hands. Therefore, he realized that right now he could easily do something for this purpose. Perhaps he can lift it high due to his mass as well as strength. But what's worse, he did. He simply broke this chain into two parts so that it was less large and more shorter than usual, so that he would not have any underestimated abilities. Despite the fact that this is an ordinary zombie, he is clearly smarter than the others, the boy thought. Therefore, he is harshly for the fact that a geek could just destroy his chains. He didn't deserve to be put in jail, so the boy just wanted to attack him and said that how dare he break his favorite chain, which with the help of them he fought with people like him. The boy came closer and decided to kick him in order to properly punish this monster who dared to destroy his chains. Right now, this same dead man began to hold his head, thereby covering the most important point that he has. Because I understood that the boy most likely understood where his weaknesses were. The boy decided to take his piece of the chain and decided to make him regret what he had just done. After all, this particular dead man may be the smartest of his kind, but still he remains the same monster as everyone else. Therefore, the boy did not stop him in any way and generally run away from here. While this same monster decided to look at the man and realize that he had done something irreparable, the boy decided to tell this very thing that, hey, does he know when another person breaks other people's things, he can be punished. Therefore, Right now, he acted exactly the same as the man who broke this very thing for another, and it was because of this that the boy was very angry with him right now. Therefore, the boy decided to go crazy and said that the end had come for him to die. Right now, he could just destroy it without any hesitation. But at that moment, the monster was only thinking. The fact that he apparently pissed off this guy too much, since he simply broke your chain, can be restored by simply creating a new chain. But apparently the guy had a club to think of this, the zombie thought. Finally, quite a long time passed, and the moon came, shining very brightly around itself. Time passed, but the boy and no one was there. At that moment, the girl thought that it was possible that he died, since he really was weak, and maybe he was too arrogant, the girl thought, although she still believed in him, and thinks that he simply stayed for a long time. It was because of this that she thought that by lighting this cigar a little, she was only shortening her life. But what could be worse than living in this world? And she regretted that she was able to let all that kid go on such a dangerous mission in order to find those very people. She thought that if he wasn't here for another hour, she would definitely go looking for him. It was really easy for her to sit alone, since there was no entertainment, and there was complete boredom here and there was no one to talk to, not even just herself. She's still sitting on the sofa with a cigar, and there's just emptiness and peace all around. At this moment, these two old men on this kid's motorcycle finally arrived, after which, as soon as she heard this sound, she immediately decided to think that he had finally come. But now, he will get it from her once. He had already been away for so long, but she was very happy that he was able to return. So immediately what she wanted to do was get up right now and go for a walk. How does he feel in general? She opens the doors. She only said that, "Finally, Vadim, you have arrived?" She was already thinking about looking for him. But to tell the truth, when she opened the doors, she saw a big, pumped-up muscle man, as well as an old man who was the driver of this very motorcycle, and did not think that she would meet these two with the envy of the boy. They both looked at her and decided to think. Could this really be Professor Claire? She's a pretty nice lady, they thought, although they clearly understood that they were now approaching 80, so they weren't in the friend zone. Right now the lady was thinking, "What, my God, sir? How did he end up here in the first place?" The girl asked him. The old man immediately decided to say that, as Vadim had said, he would only convey the words that they would live in his house to Professor Claire, to which she was surprised and could not even imagine that he would drag such venerable old men here. Although, since the house is spacious, it is possible. But she also decided to ask, "So, did they see Vadim after all? This fool said that he would save him," and ran away. "He's a very cheerful guy," she said, but still decided to tell them that everything that would be in the house could be theirs, just after, without any neutral commas like that. "Well, also," she decided to ask, "where is Vadim himself, by the way? Where did he even run off to? Is he really delayed? What a scoundrel! We should scold him so that he doesn't do this again," the girl said. The old man decided to just say that they probably know that he will not return, but suddenly he changed his mind, saying such words because he didn't want to croak, plus they don't know exactly what will happen to her. Suddenly he decided to change his mind and say such words because he didn't want to scoff, plus they don't know exactly what will happen to her. Therefore, the old man only said that, yes, most likely he would be delayed and would return after a while. They thought. The girl really couldn't understand. How can we understand that he's late? What does it mean anyway? Where can he be late at such a late night? To which the old man just looked down and thought that he really didn't know what had happened until the end. But he wanted to save the dying old people, who already had one foot in heaven. And that's why he stayed to fight the dead man, who was 3 meters tall. They really don't know how strong he is, but even a master couldn't handle him. After these words, the girl panicked very much, because she understood that the boy was in danger and might not even return at all. This is the delay. She didn't think it could be so terrible there. At this moment, everything was happening quite well in the city. Everything was also in its place. But there was really one catch. Right now, that same overgrown dead man could only think about how he could survive. But the fact is that the boy didn't give him any rest. He didn't have a second, so he didn't even have time to regenerate. The guy just said that right now this slot giant will get what he deserves. So, he decided to ask him how many people he had killed before. Is he really so pathetic that he can't handle someone like him? And then hit him. One blow was equal to 1,000 blows, which he dealt alone, since he was able to put mana into these chains, as well as into the blow. And because of this, all his blows became 10 times stronger than usual. It is because of Mana that he can fight with him essentially on an equal footing. But even without her, he is already quite strong. However, there is one catch. This is Mana. It might end soon, and the boy clearly understood this, so he wanted to end it with him as quickly as possible. After which he decided to make the decisive blow, doing it all with a foot in his face, turning 90 degrees upwards. Because of this, he decided to repel him far from here and thought only that he had finally dealt with him. We need to deal with him as quickly as possible, the boy thought. The kid also noticed, well, he's a good bag for beating and tinting. After all, this is precisely why it was most likely created. He is very angry about the broken chains, but still, be that as it may, the boy thought. Thank him that now he is used to using this mana against people like him. What right now he was beaten and maimed by a man, and he was very afraid of him because of this, and did not even know what to do now with such and such injuries. In gratitude for this, the boy decided to say that it wouldn't hurt, but the truth would be in an instant. That's all, just like a mosquito bites, said the boy. What this very monster decided to bequeath and think that right now he shouldn't give in to him. After that, he decided to head straight at the boy, trying to hit him at least several times so that he would not be distracted by trifles. The guy thought that right now this worm dares to threaten him since he did it to him. Well, the boy thought, it's worth showing him everything that he should not underestimate his opponents. Clenching his fist, he knew that he needed to collect all the mana in one place so that he could release it all at once and make sure that everything he had could be spent once, and also make sure that he will not survive after it. After that, he decided to strike and split his body in two. After that, right now, the boy didn't even know how to fight him now, since he had spent all his mana. But all that was clear was that the results were pretty good looking, since right now he had literally nothing in his stomach. After such a blow, this same dead man did not know what to do right now. The boy realized that now he was able to finish off such a non-entity like him, in front of all the people whom he most likely devoured. It was quite a noble act, at least that's what the boy thought. The guy finally finished all this and saw that right now this very giant was defeated by his own hand. He and believe him that he is finally done with it all. He just thought that, phew, it was sweaty, but still he did it. It turns out that he had 1 Vadim and 0 monster. But suddenly he saw how that same ruby could simply break away from this very monster, thereby proving that it was quite important to have such a ruby. Coming closer, he flashed like never before. Before that, somehow it was printed in this monster. It was less bright. And now it seems to be shining, the boy thought. Right now he was surprised about that. Was all this really just to defeat him? And this crystal is not needed for anything, just as a decoration. Although he still decided to pick it up and check what it was all about, maybe a little later. Having looked at him carefully, the guy was surprised what it was all about. After all, this didn't happen in his dreams, and maybe it did, but it's true, he doesn't remember it anymore, the boy thought. After analyzing it, the system decided to give out the information that it was a red magic stone catalyst. Simply put, when used, it increases the level of the item. It is these items that can make a weapon much stronger. The boy clearly understood that right now he had found a replacement, or rather an improvement to his chain, which he could repair. And after that he will improve it, if up to this point he has not found anything better. Right now, the old man and the lady were observing that right now the government was only saying that from now on they were declaring a national disaster for the entire planet. Currently, they said that large-scale unrest for unknown reasons was spreading throughout the country. They asked everyone to stay home and not go anywhere for their safety. They clearly understood that right now the government had to give just such a disclosure to its entire country, and most likely this to every point on the planet. Right now, the girl and the 2 old men realized that without you came sooner than they thought. The government has discovered that it is spreading very quickly. And one thing was clear, that right now even the government cannot cope with the situation in any way. And suddenly something happened. The old man felt that someone was standing near the front door right now. After that, sounds began to be heard from this very door, and they said that there was someone at home. He came finally. It's him, Vadim. But what? They all just rejoiced and thought that finally he could do it. He survived and came to their home. They were all very happy. They immediately opened the boy's door, to which he immediately saw that they were apparently very happy. Judging by the screams before, the girl asked how his body was. Nothing hurts, and are you hungry at all? The boy saw that it was cool. They both returned here safely. What a relief, he thought, that in fact, everything had not gone according to his plan at all, as he had originally conceived. The girl immediately decided to answer. They say that he is an idiot. He imagines himself to be so worried about others, but doesn't even think about himself. Not a bit. She decided to immediately ask how he was feeling. He has it, but he only talks about others. So, the girl decided to ask him. He wasn't bitten anywhere and everything was fine with him. But what? The boy just answered. That, of course, they didn't bite. While he was saying this, an old man approached him and saw that in his hands behind his back was the same ruby that was in the possession of that same zombie who had defeated him. The boy immediately looked back and thought that the old man understood that he was able to defeat this zombie, and what he would tell him right now was interesting. The old man said that he was proud of him. It's not for nothing that he trained him as a child. He returned unharmed and also defeated that terrible monster. Well, the boy smiled and realized that the old man was apparently glad that he was able to get such a valuable artifact. The architect is already there. He is glad of his presence. The boy thought that well. And then another grandpa decided to say what? What a good young man. He tried hard to save old people like them. The old man was really happy that he did a great job and thank him very much, the old man said to the guy. To which he decided to smile and say what? No big deal. He was just a little scared before, but everything ended well. Suddenly the boy felt that right now the system wanted to say that the master was in his debt, and he could get a skill out of him. But what? He clearly did not expect this. After which, as soon as he received the first ability, he can receive the second one. The boy thought well. Now we can use our wood architecture skills, the boy thought. The boy realized that this was great news. Now let the system activate the transmission right now, Vadim said. Also, of course, the same barrier was around them, although they are as usual. They could see this, after which the system decided to say that what was successfully transferred was the ability of rank F tree architecture. He can use mana to construct wooden structures and buildings. A little later, the boy decided to look at the old man who wanted to ask him something, to which, turning around, he asked what it could be, for example. Garrick decided to say that since he had released the divine demonic martial art, he had never taught it. Such a technique. He would simply be interested in how to learn this, without knowing it. To which the boy immediately became a little nervous and thought, what? Oh, it's quite a long story. Eat, he said. That's his skill. It was because of this that he was able to gain his abilities. After that, they all entered the house and began to go about their business, after which they all went to bed and began to wait for the morning. The very next morning it was quite bright, and the boy decided to go out with his friends to have fun with them, and also to decide on his future plans. But besides this, he also decided to say that he wanted to show them something that he had learned. The boy decided to tell the girl that he was going to show something unusual. In my opinion, he heard that he just wanted to show, some skills, to which the other grandfather said, so what? Nipples, nipples, the old fool realized, Uncle John must have thought. Well, the girl understood perfectly well that he meant skill. That's crazy, of course, because she understood that he wasn't about a skeleton like in the games. That's right, therefore, as soon as possible in real life. The boy decided to do a little bit and concentrate on this new skill, since he wants to master it for the first time. But still, he understood that this required a very specific focus on what he wanted to do, after which he decided to say that he needed to activate the skill, and the architecture of the tree, after which suddenly everything began to neigh around him a little, and it was clear that something was clearly happening around them now. After which, as soon as everything started happening around them, they did not expect that there would be an earthquake right now. The old man decided to assume that this is such an earthquake and, simply without any reason, How is this possible? Thought old Garrick. After this, he was able to discover that right now there was something unusually interesting below him. There was a force from the earth, a tree that was completely intact and very much looked like a sharpened log, just like a chipmunk decided to gnaw on it in advance. Looking at him a little more, he saw that this very log decided to jump, and it jumped. He clearly did not expect this. The old man thought it was some kind of witchcraft. He could not even imagine that it could be so majestic. And anyway, how could this even happen, just out of nowhere take a sharpened tip from a log? After all, this is simply impossible, thought old Garrick. A little later I finally found the second one. This is the log itself. He couldn't even think that this was some kind of truly poor art or something, that he didn't know about it. After this, these logs began to appear one after another, which gave the impression that they were creating a wall of logs as well. They couldn't even imagine that right behind her there was a lot of stuff. Right now he is thinking that this is unthinkable, that it can only be around them. At this moment, they were both shocked by the boy's abilities, since they did not expect that such an ability existed at all and could not even imagine that such a thing existed in the ordinary real world. After that, something steeper than an ordinary log began to rise, some unknown but interesting entrance position. And here it really was. It was a giant gate that consisted of 4 door openings, which were most likely intended for a large number of people. The boy was able to build countless steep gates around them, as well as steep log fences, which were used a little earlier in the century, when the Vikings were still around. Right now, they all didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Why was there not a single person around them? Nothing, and just began to build on its own, as soon as possible, they thought. Grandfather, who was an architect, was also very surprised, because he didn't even know if this was possible. Well, what surprised him more was that right now in front of them there was a huge gate that looked very strong and beautiful, and he liked that. The old man could not even imagine that this was a real form of art. He thought that such ancient and beautiful doors could have been built in distant centuries. But this is just a work of art, Grandfather thought. So he didn't understand what kind of tree this was. Even he, being an architect, hadn't actually seen anything like this before, but specialists in comprehensive tree care were doing the digging. Grandfather understood that how strong it is right now in front of him. It's like a work of art that you can touch, and it's so dense, Grandfather thought. The boy immediately decided to ask them what they thought about this skill. What they immediately looked at him and couldn't even understand was that he did all this. Is he really that cool? The old man thought about the boy. The guy immediately wanted to say that this skill is called tree architecture. He just got it from him, Grandpa John. Grandpa immediately decided to ask how this was possible. After all, he had never taught or told him anything about this before, but he just took it and built it all, and in such a magical way. The guy just said that this is all his skill. Broadcast. The fact is that he can take some necessary or indirect skill that will help him do something for himself. This is a very useful skill, it seemed to the boy, so he decided to use it. Right now, the old man understood that this was it, just because of this skill too, and with the divine demonic martial art, he most likely also copied his skill at that moment. That's why he could use it on us, thought Uncle Garrick. It was at this moment that he realized that what was happening, everything he had possessed before, was a lie, or, on the contrary, it was a gift that he simply mastered in a very quick way. The old man immediately understood that this skill was very useful for an egg like him, but he shouldn't rely on it all the time. After all, it is precisely because of this that you can lose something else, and more important. What exactly is this skill? The old man thought. He recalled that in the past, he had spent thousands of hours just sitting somewhere in his temple. He clearly understood that in order for the divine thematic martial art to develop, he had many students, but not one of them even passed the water lesson. Therefore, this boy surprised him very much that with the help of some ordinary skill called, he was able to master such a skill. Apparently, this is a very important thing in development, thought old Garrick. He also recalled that this divine demonic martial art is not so easy, and one must immediately control it, as well as master its full power. It was something that a natural genius could master, but now, with the help of a skill, boys can master his skill. Even if he is too strong, it turns out that if he can find someone who can master a skill that can do anything, he can copy it. This is pretty cool, the old man thought. The old man only remembered that when he was ready to give up everything and do everything to make everything more interesting. Pak's granddaughter Nita came to see him. She was his granddaughter Garrick. Every time he practiced, she would come to him and ask him to play with her. Besides the fact that he played when she was only 5 years old, he also tried to teach her everything he knew. Therefore, he realized that over the years, he had taught her everything that Garrick himself knew. This same girl, not you, had a natural talent for martial arts. From then on, the old man understood that more than 18 years had passed, and thanks to natural talent and brutal training, Nina became the next successor. But still, even if so, Garrick was very calm about this incident. Apparently, the old man also thought that the boy was apparently also a genius, since he was already able to master this skill so quickly. It seemed to him that he could not, even with the help of some skill, master such a super crazy human technique that could provide destructive power. She is a destructive force. Therefore, you need to play with it more carefully if you are already using it, the old man said. Not only Nina, even he himself, the current heir, cannot produce such power as that boy. Apparently, the old man understood where this was all leading. The boy, as if he himself in his youth, who was at the dawn of his strength, could not show many others, and also not even look at the fact that he simply stole this technique from him. He was able to master it. And this means a lot, thought Mr. Garrick. The old man clearly understood that this same guy was most likely a genius who could fully master this technique. At least the old people believed it. So everything, in addition to this very technique, he knew that the insurmountable genius who was able to pay for this technique and who can save the whole world around, it is precisely such a genius that he wants to teach everything that he knows, at least until he owes him his life. These three are perhaps the only things he will have for the rest of his life, the old man thought. Suddenly the boy began to get a little tired and sweat. The fact is that the system also said that it had ended a little due to the peaceful use of the skill, and it was after this that the boy felt a little bad. He began to tremble, and he also felt as if he was sick, in the sense of being sick or something. After all, tears began to flow from his eyes. He did not understand what was happening around him at that moment. The boy clearly realized that he was dizzy right now, and he urgently needed to do something about it. The girl immediately noticed that something was clearly wrong with the boy, and he either wanted to lie down or feel not very well, so she couldn't even think that something could go wrong with him right now. She decided to ask the boy if he was okay or not, to which he just didn't answer, and he stood in his place and just tried to at least just get off his feet. After which, while he was still standing for a little while, the boy looked down and realized that second by second he would soon fall right onto this wonderful grass on which he was standing right now. From this, gradually he began to waste and lose consciousness. It was because of this that he had already begun to raise his hand up the mountain just to do something. But literally, a little more time passed. The boy began to fall to the ground, after which he fell to the ground. He could not even think that it could be so bad. Right now, the old man couldn't even think about what happened to him, that the boy could weaken after such a technique. But apparently they really understood that if it's a guy's whole body, then naturally it's hard, especially for the first training. After that, they all decided to run up to the boy and ask him how he was feeling, but he did not answer or arrived unconscious, which is why they wanted to help him as quickly as possible. Now the boy was almost unconscious and was just lying on the floor, thinking about what had happened. Although, after looking carefully at his statistics, he saw that he had no mana at all. After which, he decided to see what to do in this case. As the system answered him, "What does forced rest mean to restore mana? Recovery progress can take about several hours," the system told the boy. At this moment, he did not understand what this even meant. I mean, forced recovery of mana, how is this even possible, and then passed out? It so happened that just as he broke out, he woke up, and for him it was literally a second, and around him he didn't even understand how long he might have slept. Is it really true that the boy thought for several hours? He decided to get out of bed and realized that right now he felt as if he was brand new, and he couldn't believe it, that everything could be so simple. although now he believes more and more that mana is very important. The boy was deprived, but look everywhere and see what's going on around him in general, where he ended up. After all, he was literally just lying on the grass, and now he's lying right on the bed. The boy just realized what happens if you don't follow the system's instructions. It turns out that something is clear. If at the most inopportune moment he runs out of mana, then in this case he will pass out, and this is very bad. The boy needs to come up with a way by which he can either increase the flow of mana or do something to reduce this same mana consumption. After a while, the system suddenly decided to declare that mana had been restored. Looking carefully at the statistics, he saw that his mana had indeed been restored, but not completely. Even if we take into account that he will have a forced restoration of mana, he still will not be able to restore it completely, the boy thought. Also, by paying attention, he saw that with the help of sleep, more mana can be restored. This means that it is not always possible to use the skill, the boy thought. It turns out that we need to somehow limit him in this. He also realized that suddenly, if during the battle with the zombies the mana dropped to 0, then he would immediately become food for them. He already realized this, but it's still scary to imagine such a thing, the boy thought. Right now he realized that finally someone decided to approach him. He thought that he was completely alone at home and there was no one, but that was not the case. The girl decided to approach him. She just greeted him and said that she was so glad that he had finally woken up. She was very worried about the fact that he might lose consciousness, not sure how much. The girl said that she was so worried about the boy that she only thought that if he did not say goodbye within half a day or about that time, then she would be very worried. The boy decided to apologize to her for making her worry about him. He also decided to say that he went crazy using the skill, and his head was spinning. So he fell. To which she just came up and said that she knew so. But in the end he made whole trees grow. It was because of an incident like this that she had to assume that it was because of this that he might have lost consciousness. To which the boy just laughed and said that most likely it was so. The boy just laughed and said that they weren't all too worried about him. The girl also decided to say that since he was feeling better, he should go out into the yard. Everything should be ready by now. The girl thought. Well, the boy just wondered what should be ready. Meanwhile, there was a beautiful moon, in which there was calm and peace. Somehow people look at the moon, it seems to them, or something, that everywhere around there can only be one calmness. Also, they finally decided to eat something edible and made meat, decided to fry it, so to speak, make themselves a small dinner. The boy and the girl looked at how two old men were fumbling for meat right now. He was really surprised that they found completely edible meat. But suddenly a sound began to be heard outside the walls, the sound of someone knocking something right now. And the truth was that the zombies smelled fried meat and followed the smell. We were able to come to this place from this very camp. Yes, despite the delicious meat. There were quite a lot of these zombies. They all came here. That's why the smell. Therefore, you should not just fry something without any reason if there is no protection around it. The boy realized that there were no ordinary zombies walking around right now. What if he hadn't built this defense? What would happen then? It seemed strange to the boy. The old man decided to yell at the boy, saying that, "Oh, has someone really woken up?" said Harik. "So their star came to eat with them. He is so happy," said the old man. Well, the boy was not very happy to see that they were frying meat right behind him, and if he had not woken up, he would not have answered, not a piece. But in general, he wondered where they got the meat from in the first place, since he hadn't even seen it. Or could it not be meat at all? Or maybe a dead man. If this is so, the boy thought, then he is not going to eat. The old man decided to calm him down, saying that, "No, stupid. He brought some breasts with wine from the refrigerator especially for him, for such a skillful genius, Vadim." To which he just thought, what are they going to eat here outside because there are zombies? How can they safely just fry like that? To which the old man said that in violation it was so beautiful, so he could not restrain himself and decided to have dinner right here. Since there is a wall here anyway, and it is unlikely that zombies will be able to break through it, they are not in danger. Also, old John decided to say that it was thanks to him that they were able to make such a wonderful dinner on the street, and they had already been here for like a whole hour, and nothing like that had happened. Therefore, don't worry and sit down to dinner with them. The old man decided to tell him that this tree is stronger than steel itself. Not to mention the zombies, it will stand. And even if you crash into him with a car, to be honest. That is why grandfather did not expect to see such a wonderful tree. The old man decided to say that he had lived his whole life seeing the incomprehensible cultural values, but never before had he seen such an excellent barricade as they had, thanks precisely to this very boy. The old man only said that it was really strong. Therefore right now Vadim can relax a little and sit and enjoy himself. The boy couldn't even imagine what it was like. Then this makes me happy, he thought, while the old man decided to transfer some meat to the mini. It was also said that at least in such a situation, barbecue is a little too much, the boy said. Suddenly, while he was watching all this, he couldn't even think that all this could have come so easily from an ordinary refrigerator. These are quite skillful people who lived before this, as they began to live here. After which he suddenly heard some kind of zilch from some kind of can. Sometimes it seems to them that it is always associated with some kind of soda. And when he returned, he only saw that the encoding really was, and where he got it from, he couldn't even imagine. But he understood that apparently it was very tasty, the boy thought. The girl just decided to laugh and said that just because they were in such a situation, they should enjoy life more. So she has the soda right in her hands, and she is enjoying everything that is happening. To which the boy said that, oh yes, he made this spell for her, as the boy just remembered. While drinking a soda, the girl said that she couldn't believe that this was a national disaster, yet they had a barbecue. But what the kindergarten retold, what don't even say, that thing turns out to be a skill. It's magnificent, said Old Man Garrick, to which Old Man John decided to say, what he already told him, that this is not juice, by the way. He realized something, because he is the one who is not a real scoundrel. After all, he's the only one who drinks Coke alone and doesn't share it with anyone. Therefore, when I got married, I decided to invite them all to drink a cup of soda too. While they were discussing all this, the guy looked at it all and thought that it looked like they were having fun. That's the main thing. Like, you need to be a little more careful, of course. But still, everything worked out, the guy thought. Right now, the guy realized that everything around him seemed to be different. Apparently, there was a lot going on around him, but now he's actually having fun. The boy clearly understood that this was definitely different from his 99 nightmares that he had seen then. After all, it was in these nightmares that the world born of zombies became a living hell every day. And right now, he is watching his friends fry barbecue, which he can soon eat and have a good dinner. But even with all this, let's say the same Garrick, he is a rather happy and kind person who always understands with others, and also tries to teach something new. Old John, who worked very hard and for a long time on his projects, and on architectural substances and all that kind of stuff, he is also a good grandpa who understands everything very well. Professor Claire, who is also, before marriage, to everything. And although she is just a professor who accidentally ended up in their company, she is a rather cheerful, energetic girl. But it happens, of course, that she sometimes gets depressed. But this is too much work. What can you do? We are not all perfect, the boy thought. But just this now is like a sweet dream that surrounded him. It is all these events that make the guy smile and rejoice, that tomorrow will be a happy new day, which may be even better than before. These are exactly the kind of thoughts the boy thought. At this moment, under the beautiful luminous moon, which shone directly on them, and on the entire environment, as well as all these stars, it was like a heavenly place. It all felt like it was a healing camp. It was here that he originated his joy, in which he was happy with all his soul. After all, it is near him that there are those people with whom he has a lot of fun being with. Sometime later, the military began to shoot at all the creatures that twitched and tried to attack them. Slowly, the commander decided to tell them to shoot fire and let me stop and continue to move forward. Right now, this is exactly what the military was doing, trying to protect them from the government, from other zombies who were only attacking these same people in droves. They might even be out of ammunition, but there was no way they could stop. And the zombies, one after another, ran into this neighborhood in order to at least find something that could be chewed. The commander-in-chief decided to shout into the walkie-talkie and said that it was a red squirrel, a toad from Avetius, the boy said, to which they only said that the first line of defense would be coming soon, and he asked to send support immediately. After all, he said that a huge wave, especially one that moves at high speed, and there are at least about 1,000 of them, even more, it is these zombies that can prevent them from surviving. So right now, let them send at least a few more soldiers. The commander-in-chief was really worried about all this fuss. He really didn't understand how it could happen in the world for a zombie apocalypse to begin to exist in real life. He also said that, as expected, the target is right on course, said the commander-in-chief. In this very city where the shelling began, it was quite empty. So empty that there was not a soul, not a zombie, no one on these streets. Everything seemed to be in time, and literally no one was on the streets at all. It was also quite creepy to watch it all. After all, it was only night as well as a huge blanket of fog that covered these very places and destroyed houses that were not at all in original condition for purchases by realtors. But right now, few people cared about this. The main thing is that there is a safe place in this house. That's what people were worried about now. In this very place, there was one giant zombie, which looked more like some kind of mutant who was able to control other hordes of zombies. That is why they cannot disobey him, since he was considered their leader. This creature was very similar to some kind of alien, more of a monster than an earthly one. After all, it looked simply disgusting, which made something look very dangerous and bloodthirsty. Meanwhile, the boy Lyosha was sleeping and enjoying his rest, while all these horrors were happening somewhere far from here. A little time passed before he was able to wake up and realized that he didn't want to get out of bed at all, since he was very lazy, and he also realized that everyone was really so quiet and didn't disturb his sleep. If this is so, then he is for them, since they are very good friends that they did not allow themselves to wake him up. The boy looked almost at the ceiling and saw that there was the same system that said that his skill had been completed, as well as a hidden quest, and let him save 3 professors the first night of inactivity. The reward would be the analysis skill. As soon as the boy saw this, he immediately realized that this would be quite useful. Therefore, first of all, he decided to get up and reconsider this all in a much more interesting way. He saw that my analysis could use mana to obtain information from the target. This is a pretty cool skill of analysis, the boy thought. Also, he couldn't even expect that there are hidden quests that he can get, as well as new skills that he can also get, just not the first time. But that's enough. It turned out to be cool for the boy. Suddenly, he decided to look more closely and heard someone there say, 1, 2, 3, and he thought it was interesting. This could also mean something, the boy thought. Looking carefully, he saw that right now the old people were doing sports, gymnastics. He was very glad that they were in their prime. Even at some age, it was clear that they were good guys. Since they take better care of their sport, nothing can be said. Of course, the girl, who also has something extra, didn't dare to go through with them. So everyone smokes, even the girl, the boy thought. That this girl was probably on the other side of health. After watching a little more, he stood and thought that maybe he could try to exercise a little. Although he was also interested in the fact that he received the analysis. You see, after all, he was able to fulfill it. This is the coolest one. He decided to say the word activation of the analysis skill, after which some unusual garbage began to happen around him, which he clearly did not expect. But he was very interested in looking at it all more closely. Looking at the old man's bottom, he clearly saw that the analysis recognized him as John, as well as the unranked person and the great carpenter. But what his skill was unknown. Insufficient skill level. It was written by the system. After which the boy immediately pointed at Garrick and saw that the analysis system showed that he was a fact Gallic, a man without the same ladder, the heir of the divine type, carries a martial art passed on through 23 generations. After him, the skill was also unknown. So, now, about the girl. The system showed an analysis that her name is Claire, as well as a person, also without these, and a psychotherapist. Well, she also doesn't have any known skill. The boy could not understand only one thing. What does this person without rating mean? In general, as the boy thought, you see, rating is what the system generally means, he thought. What they say is as if about the system. The caste rating compared to the divine, demonic martial art of Garrick, the tree architect, is a little disappointing, of course, for him, but still not bad, Vadim thought. Also, he decided to look back and realize that maybe he could also analyze objects, although in principle it was written there. It would be interesting to see, the boy thought. Coming closer, he was still able to find this very TV, and it was written that the system wrote that it was a TV and slow, without a rating. I also wonder what this even means. Why does he need this sofa? The item is not rated, but that's it. The boy just didn't trust. Even objects have a rating. How is this even possible, he thought. Can Reuben really have a rating too? Analyzed. This is the ruby. He is for the fact that these are paints and a magical catalyst stone. When used, increases the item's level. Well, he knew before that it was possible for it to act on objects and then something would happen, so that's all. The boy looked at this object as much as he liked and pointed out that this object was clearly not simple. It was also not shown that he was unrated. Either this means that he has a rating or he did not have a rating to begin with, Vadim thought. The gentleman decided to take a closer look at this ruby, while the girl decided to approach him and ask what he was staring at so intently, as if he were looking at some kind of treasure, to which the boy only said that he found this object in the city. He thinks that it is something like a catalyst. To which the girl decided to ask the guy, is it really a catalyst? Does he really think that this is all from the game? This is all somehow strange. He doesn't think, the girl asked him, of course. He thought that it looked like something like a potion, or with it you could strengthen anything, be it a person or an object. Of course, he was interested in using it on himself, but he couldn't take the risk. He also does not know what the consequences may be after this. Maybe it will only help, or maybe it will improve skills, but also worsen some skills. The girl decided to say, then what? Why is he just staring and not using it? To which the boy only said that he was thinking about what to use it on, but still hasn't come up with an idea. What could be a good idea to use this very catalyst for? Looking at him again more closely, he understood that it would be more profitable. He needed to find out what really happened, the boy thought. You see, just storing it and not using it is also a pretty stupid decision. After which he decided to move away and told the girl that he would leave here for a while. To which she was surprised and asked, why? I just came here to you, and you immediately leave me. She decided to yell at him, saying something like, hey, if he was going to do something like that with this very catalyst, then at least let him share his plans. And she also decided to say that not much time had passed since he fainted, and he was already getting ready to go somewhere. How is this even possible? Why would he even leave? And if he is completely alone, who will help him? The girl said. Well, the superfluous boy listened to her and only slowly began to get ready. As for fainting, he already knew that he just needed to conserve his magic, in which case everything would be fine. The boy decided to say that he needed to make sure of something, and he would go to see whether he could do it or not. If so, then he will return soon. Meanwhile, while the boy set off on his journey, the girl looked at him and thought only that what a fool he was, because he was just leaving somewhere very far away. Although he can stay here and not worry about anything, why did he need all this? She really couldn't understand. The boy finally decided to arrive in one of the most disgusting or most abandoned places, and there were only zombies walking around during the day, crawling, climbing, and walking. All this was in this very place. What if the zombies noticed some moving object that was moving differently from them, and they became confused that it could be a person heading straight towards them? Therefore, they immediately decided to see him and also go after him, since they wanted to destroy him. At great speed, the boy decided to rush straight into this pile of zombies and drive past them in order to properly get to the point where he had originally intended to get to. Of course, the zombies couldn't just let him through and started running after him, rather than deciding to devour his flesh, and also for him to become one of them. Right now, the boy was thinking that they were really pissing him off. After all, every time it's the same thing. They just run at anyone and who moves and who doesn't move. They looked very disgusting to the boy. Of course, this is an explanation, but he understood that right now he could make sure that they were right here and stuck in this place, so that they would no longer run after him. All these monsters were able to get a little closer and wanted to make sure that right now this guy fell right in front of him. But they did not expect that he would be able to defend himself while in a vehicle. Therefore, one by one, the boy was able to easily deal with them with just a chain. With everyone, he understood that they were not opponents to someone like him. Firstly, on a motorcycle, and secondly, he is much more agile than them. The boy realized that everything in the village and the epidemic had not yet begun, but I would become one of those who resisted this, that there was a real nightmare that could happen in the near future. This was all ruled by one of the greatest beings who controlled all these zombies. He loved his subordinates very much. Yes, so much that he could easily devour them if he needed to replenish his food supplies. Also, all these monsters that Vadim had previously met, they were all similar to each other, and they really had some kind of intelligence, with the help of which these creatures, which were higher along the chain line of their existence, controlled them, if on these were the reasons. The boy couldn't believe what he saw right now. He saw that right now there was something very terrible in front of him. Of course, this was all in that same nightmare, but he remembered how all these nightmares happened to him. With each new nightmare, the boy realized that it was getting worse and worse, and he didn't even know how to stop it. After all, even though he went for treatment then, it was pretty bad. But now a lot of things have changed, so the boy understood that this time everything was different. He saw that everything around him was much better than before. Suddenly, he noticed that in some forest there had been some small but rather colossal explosion, which possibly belonged to one of the survivors or similar creatures. He couldn't even imagine that someone could explode right now, precisely because of his notebook. Therefore, one thing was clear. They are already here, the boy thought. He must get there first before it is too late. After which, having twisted his chains as much as possible around it all, he understood that right now he needed to make sure that this all turned out to be a small but still good ending. When, as soon as he wound around here, he saw that there were zombies around him, even in the forest. Apparently, they all walk all over the place, and no matter where, maybe there are even a bunch of dead people in the water, the boy thought. The guy clearly imagined that it would not be easy. But what can he do? He had to do something to make it all happen. At least somehow it gave him the meaning to live precisely because of this, because he was fighting these creatures. He must save this world. Those who had endured all the education became stronger and began to attack him with zombies and scream in his direction. Well, the boy did not show it, or he wanted them to end with all this as soon as possible. The boy turned their faces over and over again and understood that right now, if he did not do everything in the best possible way, then in this case he would linger here and would not be able to get to that very place on time. At this time, when he was fighting, there were military men who were guarding one point. They sat in the armored personnel carrier and simply thought that today was calmer than usual. They were all quite ready for battle, and they were only in place to defend the territory near which there were still people. They guard them and shoot any zombies that might be around. They were even given a tank for this, if everything was so terrible. The chief commander understood that the new object had destroyed the first blockade. Well, what fools they are, he thought. If he captures him alive, he will receive a special promotion. This is exactly what the commander-in-chief is trying to achieve, because even taking into account that all of humanity was almost killed, money is still valued, the boy thought here. He also noticed something, that the black monster must be caught alive. They understood, he told his soldiers, to which they only replied, "For that, yes, sir, he did everything in the best possible way." After that, one of the soldiers decided to say that zombies began to appear in this place, and also zombies were seen on the horizon, one of the soldiers said. Well, the main commander, he laughed and said, then go on the attack. Then what are they worth anyway? Let them not hit the main target so that she dies. Otherwise then there will be no sense from her. What did they just shoot at? And while the commander says that let them guard on the spot from behind the ranks, let them just scatter all over the place. Let them show who the boss is and who the ruler is here. While these same military men were trying to shoot all these zombies, they only thought that they really all wanted to devour them. Why do they pass exclusively in this crowd at exactly this interval? Do they really have some kind of head who controls them? People thought. Did the chief laugh and say, what would these degenerates really do against people like them? They also have a tank that will shoot all creatures. If necessary, the commander laughed. He also could not have imagined that he would see himself before his eyes right now. He was able to detect that there was some kind of creature directly ahead, which was directly shading his head. He was able to detect that there was some kind of creature right above him that was simply heading straight towards him. Is this the same creature that the government ordered to bring him alive? What luck, thought the commander-in-chief. But this monster looked very sophisticatedly evil, and he also had the feeling that he was clearly stronger than all their equipment taken, and could also, perhaps, kill people on the spot. He looked simply disgustingly terrible. After all, his teeth were straight from his skull, and it looked very scary for his entire appearance. Right now, all they could think about was that he had to be a living target and couldn't be killed. The soldiers thought, but they thought, to hell with him. If he survives, then they definitely won't survive here. So they decide to shoot at him. One of the soldiers started shooting everything at him and said that this animal or creature just shouldn't be here. After all, it seemed too scary to him. While he was shooting this creature, it was quite irritating to this monster, and he was only thinking about how to take revenge for everything that people were doing to him right now. They all said it was damn useless. The main caliber is fire, not a tank. Therefore, let them try to take them out quickly, said the sergeant. But the monster began to move closer and closer to them, and this made it more and more scary every minute. Right now, while this same tank was turning around, this monster could have cut through a couple of armored vehicles right now. So, perhaps also a tank, which is probably what the monster is doing right now. These sounds irritated him, and why did he become even more ferocious and wanted to destroy everything in his path? While he was destroying it all, he was only thinking that he could finally get rid of all this noise, and he could also make sure that right now, everything was normal with his crowd of servants. The soldiers simply could not understand what it was, to which the other replied that they must defend the second blockade. Let them risk their lives to protect it all. While he screamed, meanwhile, the soldiers discovered that his friend, or rather partner, was already dead, after which he was able to discover that all the same zombies were heading towards him, each of which had a ruby on their forehead, and it was clear that there were too many of them, the sergeant thought. He could not even imagine that he would be able to detect such terrible creatures. He began to scream. He was all hungry, and in response that let them spare him, to which he only discovered that some other creatures had arrived, and they began to choke him and caress him with their tongue, clearly letting him know that right now he would turn into the most luxurious thing for them. The boy only asked for someone to save him. After all, he is simply an innocent victim of a society that only wanted to protect its people. And in this case, he just ended up on the very death penalty. Here are some monsters who want to kill him right now. At this moment, while all this was happening, the boy was still eating with these types, and thought that he had finally dealt with the last one. Otherwise, if he had stayed here a little longer, it would have been sad. After looking around a little more, he realized that some kind of devilry was happening here. Is everything really covered up and tied up by all these dead people? After which, finally, the boy decided to carry on a little further, and he understood that right now he had to deal with all this, and end with the one with whom he wanted to see. After walking a little more, he was convinced that right now all these soldiers were knocked to the floor, and they all began to chase them all. Apparently he understood that it was an explosion that had occurred before. True, while the boy was looking at all this, he only thought that already at the second blockade they were getting there too quickly, really quickly. Yes, all sorts of cities, this is very good, the boy thought. Looking at them carefully, he became convinced that reality and his nightmares were beginning to differ. After all, they began to move completely differently, and the number of types of zombies increased from 5 to 10 different types. As soon as they could see this terrifying thing, they realized that the most important thing was that this thing was already here, the boy said. Having looked carefully, he was convinced that this same monster wanted to climb inside some armored tank, which was obviously looking for something there. Apparently, one of them hid there because of the people, and he was unlucky, Vadim thought. Having looked closely, he was killed. The fact that this same monster wants to climb inside some armored tank, which is clearly looking for something there, apparently one of them hid there because of the people, and he was able to— I'm teaching him. Bad luck, Vadim thought. But still, he decided to come closer to this very tank and apparently wanted to do something, obviously bad, with it. After all, right now he decided to take this very tank with his teeth and do something extremely bad to it. The only thing that was clear was that he wanted to tear the metal into small pieces. He was still able to tear this part of the armor, after which he was able to transform the gas tank. It was because of this that he was able to explode a little, somehow, and only one thing was clear to the guy. If some of these creatures can be intelligent, but not so much that they don't try everything. The boy clearly understood that right now this creature wants to devour everything in its path, even what moves and does not move. He wondered if this was really happening around him. Looking there carefully, he was amazed that right now everything that was there, the building, was protected. Now there were only ruins and debris. The boy understood that right now he couldn't help but do nothing against them. But he was still able to see that this creature had survived after all. And this very creature could just survive, despite such horrific wounds. But even despite this, he was able to make sure that it seemed that my fire was clearly not very important, since he was able to survive after this without any problems. Having looked carefully, he was able to discover that this same monster had something else of the same kind. A ruby. But it was very large, and it was not exactly red, rather a bright orange flame. The boy could only assume that right now he understood that this creature simply could not wield so many powers, which means that these same powers give him this ruby, the boy thought. The guy decided to use analysis to find out more about this for you. The system decided to tell us that this creature is a special type of stalker, with an extremely developed sense of smell. While he was analyzing it, he only clearly understood that such a creature was very dangerous. He also decided to wonder if he would really have to fight a creature like this. Well, the boy thought, since today he will have to fight with such a creature, then for today he has already rested and will be able to fight with someone like him. The boy began to go straight back to his place, because he understood that he would not be able to cope with giants like them. They were too strong for the boy. Having picked up great speed, he raced as fast as he could, or thought about whether everything around him would really be exactly as he had imagined in his dreams. The boy clearly understood that he needed to be much more serious, otherwise nothing would work out for him in the future. Therefore, he only expected that there were about 500 of them there, or maybe more. He thought that he clearly knew that dominance was strong, but it required too much mana, so he would not be able to cope with it in any way, he thought, and he also realized that he has no choice but to use this very skill. He rushed as quickly as possible, where he really didn't fully know, but he understood that each time he needed to speed up in order to meet the deadlines until his dreams became reality. He was also very afraid for his friends, because he did not know what could happen to them in the future. But he also understood that every summer the village of artisans held a fireworks festival for tourists. It was these very brilliant grandmothers who could distract attention, the boy thought, that almost the entire plan would lie. Therefore he realized that the festival was supposed to be held tonight, and he understood that most likely everything there would remain as it was. Therefore, the boy finally stood on his own two legs and thought about what it meant to stay a little on this port, which launches those very fireworks, the boy thought. Approaching a little closer, he began to climb the ladder right on board, realizing that there might be some danger there. But he is so strong that perhaps with a couple of zombies, of course, he will fix everything if they are there. Still, he was a little attentive and looked very carefully at first. Having walked a little further, he looked around to see if anyone was here. True, he was a little surprised that, in fact, people left this ship right in this place without taking it with them. As soon as he came to what he wanted to see, he knew, or something, that it was still in excellent condition, and therefore he would be able to use it to distract all those terrible monsters. Also, when the boy found something lying right on the ship, He realized that right now he could use it as a launcher. After all, he just needs to tweak it a little, and immediately he will be able to use this device to launch all these fireworks into the air when he needs it, Vadim thought. True, he couldn't have expected it, but right now he didn't even think that he would have to resort to these things, to quickly do for himself what he wanted so badly. Finally, evening came, and only the city was completely destroyed, and there were rubble, and there were also zombies who simply walked and wandered around it like a worthless creature. What was clear was that they were all very hungry from boredom. The boy clearly understood that right now was the time to launch those rockets so that they would all be distracted by this terribly fascinating light. But before that, he decided something close to us, what kind of deisic with the help of which he could remove his smell a little, the boy thought. Then he decided to soften a little in the same way. Not only his face, but also his clothes. The boy decided to smell himself, thereby checking whether he could pass unnoticed with the help of this deodorant. Having sniffed it carefully, he realized that everything was working perfectly. This should be enough for the boy around the house for his plan. After that, he was able to see this very crystal, which he understood that only a magic stone remained, with the help of which he could complete what he started. So he decided to dig around in his pockets a little more and find the very weapon with which he wants to fight in order to improve it with the help of a crystal. Having looked carefully, he saw that after the zombie from which he fought, this same chain split in two, and right now it does not look very complete. Therefore, the boy hoped that everything would work and that it would be applied to two parts of this same crystal. The boy decided to do it all quickly, so he decided to tell the system to activate the analysis skill, after which he was able to take this chain into service with the help of this very stone, and the analysis showed that the old chains were unrated items, as the boy thought. To cope with a huge horde, the best thing to do would be to improve his own weapons, the boy thought. True, he did not understand only one thing, how to use these at all. After all, no one even showed him how this all happens, Vadim thought. Having placed them next to these same chains and crystal, he realized that perhaps he just needed to apply a magic stone to them, and in that case, everything would work, the boy thought. After this, he was able to sense something unusual. He saw that the system had decided to offer a choice. Does this item really want to be enhanced? Does he want this? But what? Of course, the boy agreed. Taking this skill, without thinking twice, he decided that he would strengthen this chain, and in this case, he would be able to become much stronger than now, he thought. Also, these chains after that, something unusual began to happen to him. They began to dangle in different directions, after which they began to be replenished with red flame. The boy could not even imagine that chains like his would have such an effect. After which the system decided to write that the strengthening of these same circuits was successful, and now they were sparkling in front of him right now like they were brand new, and it was clear that they were able to obey. After looking at them, he decided to scan them, and the analysis showed that it was now an entire rank F item, as well as a mana conductivity of 15% and a special weapon ability. Separation. The boy didn't even think that right now these chains would turn into a treasure. After all, they sparkled so much, and with all this, with a greedy hand, he only understood that right now he would be able to endow this object, he would be able to use this very object fully, and in addition to this, he could only give a little of his magic, and then these same chains could use their magic and arrange its power. It was because of this that the boy was very happy, since although he had enough magic, he still shouldn't have wasted it, Vadim thought. Looking a little more closely, he only saw how these chains began to absorb his magic and were quite bright, from which he clearly did not expect them to glow so much in his hands. They began to resurrect in extraordinary colors, and right now they were completely consumed by magic. Why did the boy not even think that magic would be transmitted without his knowledge, that is, using him? He wondered if they would always be activated without his knowledge. It seems convenient, the boy thought, but it's damn dangerous. Take them when he doesn't have enough magic. He only understood that this meant that the weapon's special ability, division, could very well be a cool ability. As soon as he said separation, These same chains immediately settled into two parts. He was even a little stunned that it all happened so simply. But the boy clearly didn't know how to manage it all correctly. But he thinks he'll learn along the way. He decided to try the same chains on his other hand and realized that this was quite useful. That's only if he can cover both hands with magic. It turns out that he will be able to deliver critical hits all the time, wasting a little of his magic. This can also be done on both hands, and he will be able to hit the enemy twice as hard as usual. This is just awesome, the guy thought. He only told himself that this magic stone was obviously cool, since it already gave such skills to weapons. After that, he suddenly noticed that someone was approaching him, or not far from him, because there was a small earthquake, which is why he immediately realized that that damn giant monster was heading near his territory right now. The boy clearly understood that they were finally here, and right now he needed to deal with this all once and for all. At this moment, all the flags that were hanging in any areas were torn. They were all not in the best condition. Right now, this same giant, together with his crowd of zombies, wanted to attack this entire environment and wanted to break up the entire territory around in order to seize it, so to speak, his estates. He clearly destroyed it of his own free will, and he also understood that there were flags, which means this was an intelligent creature, the boy thought. Once it can specifically attack or destroy any structures of humanity. After that, this same monster decided to get seriously angry because he simply destroyed the flag and began to drag everything around. Thus, he even more called upon these very zombies, who served him and could not in any way fail to meet all his expectations, since they were afraid that they would be devoured otherwise. After that, one of the zombies began to run in straight to some direction. Why did they start looking at all of us buildings? And it was clear that, most likely, this same giant was able to notice the boy who just wanted to escape from here. It was because of this that this giant was furious, Vadim thought. Because right now they are right next to him. Although he may have been mistaken, because they are not just standing still and will try to just come closer here. But the boy did not want to give up. Right now, all he was thinking was that he should try it, since these zombies might go to other people a little later. And they also very strongly and instantly quickly began to approach the place where he and his friends live. The boy just sat on the edge of the building and waited for the moment until one of the giants began to notice him in order to attack him and summon his zombies. After all, if they are huddled together in one heap right now, it will be many times easier to kill them all at once than to peck them all one by one. Therefore, they all began to approach him closer and closer, or to search and scour around. The boy realized that they didn't notice him, which means this is his chance to show off his fireworks, which he prepared right for them. He also hoped that they would like them, after which he decided to press one button just to make at least one firework go off right now to divert all their attention. As a result, several fireworks have already been lit on the ship itself, and from there, most likely, right now, even more multicolored paints will fly out, which can only be created with the help of gunpowder as well as multicolored candy. Right now, all these fireworks started to light up one by one, and they were all quite beautiful, and also the same color, red, which would be a good color for people like them. From such beauty, fireworks began to be launched straight into the sky, and others began to be launched after them. He also began to realize his potential. One of the most beautiful colors, and it was also very bright, which is why all the zombies paid attention to it, as well as to the sound that came from that place. They thought that there really were some people there who were launching these very fireworks right now, the dead thought. There was only a beautiful pattern of fireworks and nothing more, but that was enough, the boy thought, to attract their attention, and also to make sure that all other people understood that they should not meddle here at all, since something so serious was already happening here. Strange. Right now, Zombie was looking at all this and thinking only that what a stupid person he was, since he had already launched fireworks and they would immediately go after him. See, this is exactly what they were created for, the monster thought. But suddenly, while he was looking at these fireworks, the boy finally decided to act, after which he began to attack this very fugitive monster. Having grabbed his hands, He only thought that now he could not escape anywhere and he was simply trapped. Why, after such a giant, couldn't you even think that it was a trap? After all this, the boy decided to immediately use those same chains to try to strangle him. After all, before this, it took him a lot of effort. And now? Could things change? The boy thought, since he was able to pump these same chains. They began to choke him completely. He only thought that people like them should not exist in this world at all. After all, it is they who will eat and continue to absorb human flesh, and also buy all human lives. The boy decided to say everything. This same giant couldn't even do anything. He tried, at the very least, to rip one of his humanity away from this guy. Okay, I only thought that he couldn't escape from him so easily. After which, the boy began to make a suffocating blow, which prompted this very monster to give up in such a terrible way. And from all this, the guy began to understand that right now he is clearly today more than before thanks to this weapon, because he simply decided to give a little more effort. He could not without problems make a head grab that was not the most difficult for him, but still he was able to almost without. It's not a problem to capture him, and also to kill this very dead man, the boy thought. Right now, his head flew up so high that it seemed to her that there would only be some kind of aura behind him. After he destroyed one of the dead, these other monsters began to admire how this man was able to quickly kill one of them. Also, after this, they decided to catch him with their tongues. Throwing their tongues right at him, the boy didn't even think about what would happen next. After all, he did not expect that there were such demons who could control such a long tongue without any problems. But even with all this, it didn't bother him to just make sure they all died just like that. After all, he is the very person who can cope with people like them without any problems. After which he told her that let the system activate the tree architect skill right now. At this moment, the very titanium trees that he was able to do with the help of them began to appear in front of him. They could not even imagine that the boy had such abilities to protect himself from these very languages. After all, they had never seen anyone like this before. They were clearly shocked by what was happening right now. They could not even imagine that something like this could happen literally right before their eyes. Also, after all this, the boy decided to put them in place and launch them directly at them from these very trees. They will memorize their chains right into them in order to check how far they are if they are connected. And it turned out that they are quite effective against such things. It was pretty cool. At least it seemed that way to the boy. Having looked closely, he was able to make sure that some unknown, creepy black liquid was emanating from them, which clearly resembled something alien, the boy thought. Looking at them, he clearly understood that each of these monsters had some kind of artifact, and right now in front of him he saw that each of them had one ruby with which he could control them, the boy thought. It was precisely because of such a thing that he clearly understood that they could be useful to him in the future, but he did not know how. But he was clearly interested in checking it out soon. He also noticed that this same outrage began to float around you very brightly. He couldn't even imagine that right now the weapon could take this very treasure, thanks to which she simply absorbed it. After which the system decided to write to the boy that there was a successful strengthening of entire chains, plus 1 point to a successful elevation above other past statisticians in this subject. The boy clearly understood that all these crystals could really work like that. He clearly understood that if he could improve his weapons with these crystals, perhaps he could at least make himself stronger with these abilities. The guy decided to use a few more crystals, reaching the 4th level of improvement for this item, but he only looked at these zombies who were trying to devour him, and also understood that now they would not succeed. After all, right now he could make them regret that they could turn into such terrible creatures like them, said the boy. After which, because of so many rubies, his face even became a little distorted. He only thought that right now he would show what madness was. It wasn't that he understood what was going on around him at all, but he clearly realized that right now he was stronger than he was before. As soon as they all began to attack him, he only twisted this very weapon in order to use it to cover all of them with his striking blow. While the monster was still standing and looking at all this, he did not understand what was happening right now. How can a person like him just fight with minions like them? The monster thought. But he realized something else. that he had been deceived. In fact, there are no people here at all. And right now he realized that these fireworks were a hoax. In fact, he was simply blatantly deceived by some people who, most likely, structured it all in such a way that he could consciously understand what was happening around him and analyze all the information around him. After looking at all this, he was a little furious and realized that perhaps they all hid inside. Therefore, the monster decided to test this by beating this very ship in order to try to turn it over or, at a minimum, force the people who may be hiding on this ship so that they could at least go outside so that it could devour them. But he was also so strong that he overdid his strength, and now he simply decided to turn over this very ship that was creating a problem with distracting his horde. I think in general that since he was already able to turn this ship over, they will start crawling out of this ship, and in this case he will be able to catch everyone, and they will not be able to escape in any way on this ship. Right now the monster was thinking that he had acted smartly on all sides. But also, having looked carefully, he realized that he had felt a trail of blood and realized that it was all coming from his charges who remained in the city. If this is so, the monster thought, he urgently needed to go back because apparently something terrible was happening there now for his heirs. The monster was furious and wanted to go back there to save his little charges. Therefore, in a normal motion, he decided to jump himself high into the air right now and get there in the fastest way he has. Finally getting there, he was able to go down and realize that there was not a soul around him. That is why he suddenly saw that only these same zombies remained around him. He had no idea why it smelled like blood right now. But even when he came here, he felt it, and it continued to flow right into his nose. After looking closely, he was able to discover that it was all coming from these zombies, who were simply dying because of this person. That is why there is only any smell here, from which the boy was deprived of a little distraction from his fight between all these dropouts, as well as not very polite guys. He was just thinking about what had finally happened. Finally, this vile monster appeared, which threatened all of humanity. The boy was very happy that he had finally come, because he would be able to deal with him himself, he said. To which this very monster only screamed and was in the midst of what they were. And with real anger, he thought only about how to quickly kill this very man who dared to come out against him, the greatest monster that can even exist in this region of the planet. The guys understood that right now it was no ordinary monster fighting against him, so he decided to take another ruby and used it once again as a weapon in order to properly pump it up. The boy was able to pump it up to the 5th level and clearly understood that he would be happy if he could destroy this monster right now. And besides all this, something has changed for him. The fact is that with leveling up a weapon, it becomes not only stronger, but also additional skills appear. The system decided to say that the fire chains skill of Class E had been added, and it is this special ability of the weapon that will be acquired that will be another skill, the system told the boy. Right now, the guy clearly understood that he had abilities that couldn't even compare to a pathetic atrodium like him. He only thought that he would finally be able to take revenge on all those monsters who wanted to devour him in his nightmares. The boy clearly understood that the fun was just beginning. Meanwhile, in one of the stunning houses on the outskirts of the city, and in that very house, there lived a man who read about certain animals. Alban, he was able to find such an animal that could easily make friends with him. He was very pleased to sit on the chair and watch the crows sitting on his small homemade cherry blossom tree, which had not even bloomed yet. But it was cool and cozy enough here, the boy thought. Actually, this very mister's name was Florka. He was already about 65 years old, and he was a professor of ethology, or ecology, as it would be easier for someone to call this thoughtful boy. This same guy thought about Albina and thought about how to make friends with him. While he himself, this little animal, looked at him with an adorable look, as well as kindness on his cute face. Ethology refers specifically to animals, the science of animal behavior determined by their genetic abilities. Also, while he was lecturing about it, he only wanted to pet one because of his pets, which he loved very much. But suddenly he did not expect that to come to him. It was a crow that was straight with a message. He obviously didn't expect this, the boy thought. The man decided to just thank the crow, saying that, oh dear, his maman, he finally came with a message. What a smart girl, said the boy. Taking the piece of paper in his hand, he told her that it was great, he had done his job very well, and deserved a reward. But after that, the crow immediately flew to its brothers, to chat with them while the boy, you see, was trying to read this letter that came to him. The boy decided to read this letter, and it was written that the village was teeming with creatures like the dead. They eat people there, and also wreak complete chaos. He must be careful and let him stay alive. And don't let us meet again. Thank you for contacting me. The boy did not expect such an answer, of course, but it's better than an unanswered letter. The guy clearly understood that he was very glad that he was still alive. What a relief, thought Mr. Flork. He recalled how they were all very friendly together. They helped him with whatever he needed. After all, they were the ones who wanted protection for endangered animals. And by the way, he suddenly became interested in whether the members of the community were safe, the boy thought. Of course, while he was looking at all this, he hoped so, because he would not want to lose such important people to him. He owes them a lot, the man thought. Also, suddenly, unnoticed by him, he was able to notice that right now some unknown fireworks were going off, right next to him. He couldn't even understand who could be so stupid that he could accidentally set off such fireworks, although, looking at him carefully, he thought that just don't tell him that zombies are fooling around with fireworks. It's even strange for them, the boy thought. Somehow, suddenly, he was able to notice that right now, this smallest pet wanted to approach his owner and remind him of something that had happened to him before. He decided to show something, and the boy decided to ask the animal. What does he want to tell everyone with this? Does the animal right now want Mr. Flork to start going out into the street and find this very fireworks signal? The boy thought. If this is so, he realized that his little animal, which he had taken care of, really wants him to return to that hell again. It's true that he has nothing to do, of course, but not enough to just die like that, the boy thought. But the animal only continued to ask him to return there and check what could be going on there. The boy understood that this was obviously all strange. Therefore, it is possible that right now his animal may well be right, since it cannot simply be that at such a time an ordinary person would just set off fireworks. Therefore, he felt a certain anesthesia, that this was all happening just like that day, the peasant thought. At that moment, when that day came, he found this very pet of his, who was homeless, and also walked throughout the forest and did not think about anything. But he suddenly decided to attack this guy. So, most likely, this same predator thought that the man was actually some kind of zombie, so he wanted to scare him so that he would not approach him. But this made the boy even more scared. This same animal decided to land right on his shoulder and was trying to do something. True, the boy did not understand what he wanted to do with him now, since he understood that it was just a small animal that was very worried about his condition. The boy did not expect such a little squirrel to attack him right now. He only thought that, could these really be those same demons? He just got scared and decided to run with him where he pointed. Having run further there, he realized that these were all the creatures because of which such a misfortune happened, the boy thought. How did they even survive? The boy asked the little squirrel. He simply couldn't believe his own eyes. He would have died on the first day if he had not listened to this very little squirrel, and it is because of this that he is grateful to this creature that it was able to warn him. Remembering everything that happened to him, he understood that Flork should be very grateful to him. After all, if it weren't for this same little squirrel, he wouldn't be here now, Flork thought. Also, looking out the window, he was able to make sure that the boy realized that he would once again trust the instinct of a little squirrel. After that, he decided to finally leave home. And yet, there was the deepest silence in these estates, and besides himself, there was no one else here, not even those crows that are on the second floor. Meanwhile, the boy just fought with this giant monster and thought that, is it really right here that he will finish it off? At this moment, the terrible monster only wanted to devour him, and right now he wanted only that. After which he sharply extended his head and wanted to grab him with his long neck, just like from some horror movie. The boy understood that right now he was in great danger if he could not dodge such a blow. But he also realized that because of such a neck, he might not be so agile. Therefore, While this monster was moving straight towards the boy, he realized that right now this very monster was in a situation that was not the most advantageous for itself. After that, he decided to hit this very monster as hard as possible so that he would suffer with all his soul, and made sure that he would no longer interfere with the boy. The boy was very seriously opposed to someone like him. After all, he understood that it was he himself who had to end this hell. Therefore, he will start directly with monsters like him, the boy told himself. After that, he began to do blow after blow to at least harm his entire health condition. At this moment, his fists were like flames that could be destroyed by any metal, and he was very upset that a monster like him could be so weak if he only exerted his strength a little. The monster could not even imagine that the boy seemed such a strong opponent. He realized his mistake and simply could not resist a blow like his. It was from this blow that the boy was simply able to destroy all of his limbs, from which the monster only suffered and did not understand how this could even happen so that an ordinary boy could break through his heavy one. All of his heaviest armor consisted of steel flesh, which could not be destroyed just like that. But this guy could do it, the monster thought. Right now he was either writhing in pain. He couldn't even imagine that right now this same kid would be able to master such a complex technique to defeat him, because the monster was thinking about whether everything around him had become so strong, or whether he himself had become so weak. This is what the dead man could not understand. He also decided to draw in a few streams of air in his breathing, and only wanted to make sure that everything around him was just a stream of air, flowing through himself. The boy clearly understood that it was he who was the poisonous drawing in his dreams. Therefore, he realized that right now he needed to act according to the code of protection, as he once did in his dream. He imagined something that could happen in real life. Therefore, he was ready. The boy clearly realized what he was preparing for in advance. After that, this same monster finally decided to create this very web and throw it straight at the boy. What did he expect? That it would simply penetrate him. The boy knew that it was all because of his analysis skill. He would be able to predict all this, all his elements and future attacks. Therefore, the boy knew everything in advance, what the monster would do. Let him not even know about it, the boy thought. After that, all he knew was that he had somehow figured out the new weapon, so right now nothing can stop him, not even a monster like him. Even though he may be strong, the boy thought, but not enough to defeat him. Right now the boy's hands were getting hammered, with an endless gasp that was burning his body very much with rage, in order to deliver the final finishing blow, in order to at least finish off this same bully. The system decided to activate itself. The mana filling reached its limit. Let him bring out his enchanting power right now, for which the boy only agreed with the system and began to inflict damaging blows on him, this terrible monster that most likely will not survive, the boy thought. He did not laugh and said that finally releasing the fireworks would be his legendary action. He didn't know that right now all his gates, which he had never seen before, would open before him. The boy only realized that right now he can do whatever he wants, thanks to his new ability, and with the help of which he can control literally anything, if only he wants to. After which he decided to fly up a little, and also to burn this very monster, so that he would finally experience this same torment that he inflicted on ordinary people who were defenseless against such a greatest monster like him, though only until I, didn't become such a weakling. The monster really didn't know what to do with a person like him, and only wanted to destroy him with the help of his web. He really didn't understand how this could happen to him, because thanks to these actions, he clearly realized that right now, he realized defeat. The boy just looked at this terrible monster and believed that since ancient times, burning everything in its path, the power of fire, he could master his hearing, and in such a short time, this was his only obstacle to the new enemy. And he also said that this is the only force that can prevent everything from such a poisonous web as this monster's. Right now he just didn't understand what was happening to him. Whether it was true or a lie, he understood what a real nightmare was. The monster himself was able to realize it. The boy understood that right now the monsters would end, and no one could help him anymore, not even himself. Right now the main character, I personally, was saying that he has no idea who he contacted. After all, he is the real master of fire techniques. Right now, from now on, he can use any style of fire. And nothing will stop him, the boy said to the head of the dead man. From such words, the monster leaf bequeathed and screamed in pain. He didn't even know what real pain was until this moment, until this kid showed up. He didn't want to lose by any means, but there was nothing he could do to help him win. Right now, I realized what suffering is. He couldn't even do anything against the boy as he realized his defeat. At this moment, the guy was able to discover that this very monster was burned from the very beginning to the end. And right now he understood that this very monster could not even move after his attacks. He felt like a limitless warrior who could defeat anyone if he wanted to. The boy also decided to ask him if he really wants to run away right now, and just because he lost to a boy like him, he is pathetic, the boy told the dead. The boy only understood that if he had become even much stronger, then in that case he would not have known what he would have done with someone like him, the devourer of all human souls. Right now, this same devourer was looking at him with a look as if he had pupils. He even felt more in the fact that he was simply looking at a guy who, right now, could make him regret that he was even born. The monster was even more furious, which is why he couldn't even imagine why exactly this happened to him, what he deserved. After all, he was simply a colleague of this continent. But he also understood that if he couldn't cope on his own, he would have to call for help. Because of this, he was able to call a few more dead men who decided to come to his rescue and help their leader. After all, who are they to resist him? The boy clearly did not expect such a turn of events. He understood that even if all these scoundrels were attacking him right now, he could easily destroy them all with just his appearance. If only they dared to approach him, he would not be able to repel all their blows, no matter how hard they tried. They can't do anything to the boy. He decided to ask them, is he really trying to set all these inept fighters on him who won't even be able to harm him? Is he really not going to fight him personally? The boy asked the monster, the head. Okay, the boy thought. Time has somehow come to an end. We need to finish everything we started. Therefore, to the right, with a little more strength, he decided to show them who the real crime fighter is here, one that right now can destroy everyone around him. The boy decided to wait until they all came closer to him. Is he saying that they are all really so weak that they want to attack him en masse? But with all this, they do not have any tactics with which they can defeat a guy like him. The guy was still thinking about playing along with them all, but he also knew that he didn't have much time. He urgently needs to return to the guys who are waiting for him. Therefore, he did not stand on ceremony with them and began to have fun quickly. The boy attacked all these monsters who tried to interfere with him in any way. Right now, he started hitting one after another. They just flew away from him, and it was clear to all of them that there was no way they could cope with a person like this guy. He thought they all thought too much, but in the end they continued to attack him since there was an order from the head of the monster himself. While they were all attacking him, this very head of the monsters could not even imagine that this person could be so strong. He didn't look at him blankly and didn't understand how this man was able to gain such an ability in literally such a short time. He had felt it before, but it was much weaker than now, the monster understood. Right now, the monsters understood that they needed to counterattack him while this guy was distracted by such pathetic destroyers as his subordinates. They understood that he would deal with them soon and would go straight to him. They also realized that he didn't have long left. But it was necessary to fight to the end, and this is how it was the order above, the monster thought. The boy immediately noticed that this same monster was up to something wrong. After all, right now he decided to fly high up. And as he learned earlier, he can move quite quickly between all buildings, since his jump is quite large. When suddenly he was able to get right behind him and started growling right now at the boy, which he really didn't expect. After all, he didn't think that his main enemy would start counterattacking everything, precisely in such a way as to get as close as possible to him, but only from the back. The boy really understood that since he had already done this, he would have to repay him. Same to him. I did it in such a way as to launch my chains directly into him so that he would feel what real karma is. He was able to wrap his legs so that he could not escape in any way. If he suddenly wants to, because the boy immediately realized that if he was without any support from the outside, he could easily escape, and the boy would in no way be able to catch up with him, even while on a motorcycle, and he could kill a considerable number of victims if he escaped, the boy thought. As he got closer to him, he only knew that right now he should kill him without any hesitation. After all, he is the one to blame for all those actions. And also, he killed several roadblocks that protected people from the very monsters that he controls right now. The boy clearly realized that he was now superior to even this monster himself. And right now, he could defeat him at any second. Only let him if he really wants to. After all, he said earlier that he is the greatest warrior who can defeat creatures like them. Right now, the monster realized his mistake and could not even imagine that someone like him could be so strong. The boy clearly realized that a monster like him was quite a difficult opponent for him until he became stronger. But thanks precisely to these rubies, which he was able to find in the others, he was able to pump himself up and become much stronger than before. Therefore, the boy immediately understood that it was thanks to his merit that he brought mutants like them. He was able to pump up to such a high level. Therefore, the boy thanked this very giant. Meanwhile, the Flork had almost reached the end, and it was clear to him that he was finally able to reach this small town, which was quite empty. It's even too empty because there were no souls here, the boy thought. There used to be a lot of zombies here, but now there are none at all. Empty silence. The boy found this all even strange. Even though they were in the village, he didn't see any zombies in the area at all. Have they all disappeared? The boy thought. This simply cannot be. The squirrel only understood by its appearance that there was something unclean here too. After that, suddenly he saw some small explosion that occurred not far from there. After all, I had to walk literally several blocks to see him. The boy immediately decided to ask the squirrel what the hell just happened. How did this even happen? Was it really one of the zombie fireworks and explosions that did this? This is definitely not just like that, the boy thought. He understood that no matter how you looked at it, only explosions could cause such a sound. And this is exactly what surprised the guy very much. Because of this, he began to speed up and quickly find the very block in which this explosion occurred and why it happened. The boy wants to find out. Suddenly he thought that maybe it was the military who were trying to attract attention with the help of such explosions, or they were fighting against zombies. That is why the boy thought very little along the alleys. Right now, the entire city was in rubble and ruins, and thanks to Vadim, who was able to defeat the head of the dead, he was able to create even more ruins. But he was able to free this city from countless victims, because thanks to him, all these zombies gathered in one heap and simply died. Simply because this very head ordered them, the boy thought. Also at that moment, he looked at all this and could not even understand how this could happen. He had not been here for such a long time. He had not seen any military or anyone like that. And also the zombies. They all seemed to have disappeared. And the Flork thought. The boy was able to discover some guy who was able to defeat a huge giant. It's strange that right now he is on it, and there are only small fragments around him. Right now the Flork was thinking that this guy was the killer. Could he really kill him himself? He also decided to assume that he could kill him too if he didn't like him. They looked at him carefully and decided to ask who this guy was. Are they really soldiers who came here to protect this estate from monsters like them? Well, the boy just noticed that someone was addressing him right now. Looking back, he saw that right now a man was looking at him, very much reminiscent of a certain person a long time ago. Right now, the Flork did not expect to see the boy with whom he had known for a very long time. It was he who helped with all the posters. He changed, that's what the boy said. The boy immediately recognized the professor and said that was exactly the case. That's why he's still alive, and he was able to fight all the zombies here, and now this estate will be temporarily safe, the boy told the Flork. But the guy really couldn't understand. Wait a minute, that's what he says. That he killed not only zombies, but also this giant. The boy thought, is he really that cool? to which Vadim began to approach little by little and thought that probably right now he was a little shocked by such a flow of information. But what better to do? Flork decided to ask the guy how he did it, but also that giant alone, he was able to ask his boy. True, they could understand how he became so strong in such a short time. I felt downright jealous, perhaps, because he was so weak compared to someone like him. Even though the Flork is an old man, I still wish he could defeat at least one zombie. While he was talking about this, the boy clearly didn't understand why he should be surprised, because he was just saving. Not much, this is an estate, but on the other hand, everything was quite logical, Vadim thought. Right now, this little creature decided to look at this giant monster and also decided to have them all pay attention to it. After all, it somehow changes. Well, the Flork didn't even understand what a cutie like him wanted to say right now. Well, having looked closer there, he decided to ask the girl what was so unusual there that he paid so much attention to it. After which, this same professor, looking up, realized that something was really wrong here. Because right now, there is a certain monster there, which has never been defeated. To which the boy, even though he screamed, could not understand what was wrong at all. The guy who looked up saw that the old man was clearly to the right, since this definitely shouldn't have happened to a monster like him, because he defeated him. But the boy clearly couldn't, even because, I'll tell you why, right now some nonsense is happening, like a comet filled with green flame is flying right now. Obviously he could not expect that such a large comet was heading towards him. It was a clot of pure magma that just wanted to destroy them all, the boy thought. Therefore, he immediately decided to shout that if they didn't get out of here right now, they would be scattered into pieces. Therefore, they urgently need to hurry up and leave here. After this, the boy and the professor were able to get on a motorcycle, and the guy clearly understood that if they stopped right now, then in that case they would die right here. They were leaving this place, but while they were driving, he clearly did not expect that some kind of comet would fly here, which could interfere with his plans. In general, he wanted to at least save this city from being poor, but it turned out that right now some kind of next cataclysm is flying towards them, which could interfere with him. Even though the boy was driving at high enough speed, he had no guarantee that they would not be hit and would not die after such an explosion. You see, even if the comet itself is not so big, it flies at great speed, and plus, with all this, it can leave a huge earthquake around the city. This comet had already slowly begun to approach the city at such a pace that it seemed that right now, any minute now, it could land right on its original crime scene, where right now it would create the greatest explosion in this village. The boy realized that he had never seen anything like this. Before, even in those same dreams, he could never have predicted this. He clearly didn't understand something like that very much. The boy clearly understood that right now they had something that he had not explored before and would not even be able to predict in the future. Therefore, it is precisely because of such mistakes that he cannot ask for this for himself, and slowly the city began to be covered with this very meteorite. Due to the fact that he finally landed, the boy could not get any further, and because there was such an earthquake, they did not hit the pole, after which they simply fell out of the broken motorcycle. The boy understood that this was very bad. He might still survive there, although that's not a fact, but what about the old man? He couldn't even imagine, but he hoped that everything would be fine. After the meteorite was able to land, this area was inhabited by some strange meat liquid, which clearly demonstrated that this meteorite was like a large meteorite egg flying at high speed. After it touched the ground, everything that was inside this meteorite simply flowed out. The zombies gradually began to stick to this liquid, which fell straight from the sky, right on them. They could not even imagine that after some time they would not be able to feel familiar sensations, as if they had seen this before, but at the level of creativity. One of the zombies began to realize that right now he was beginning to be consumed by some kind of life force. He clearly understood that his end would come right now. They all did not understand only one thing: why exactly such hostility began to occur around them in this city. It was in this place that some kind of vital force began to sprout, which was clearly directed not against zombies, but against all living things. Therefore, even though zombies died in this mixture, it was clear that it was most likely dangerous for people too. After all, this liquid absorbed everything in its path, from ordinary roads to large streets. Right now, the boy was able to go with the flock not far from this place, and right on the outskirts they were able to stay there. But the boy clearly understood that these zombies wanted to attack them all. But, however, he also did not realize what they were in for right now. It was clear that they really wanted to devour something, all the boys, as well as the boy who stood next to them. And little by little they all turned into some kind of not just zombies, but mutants who could devour everything in their path, besides people. The boy, of course, will be able to deal with all of them without any problems, but at this moment he didn't even know what to expect from zombies like them. Perhaps this is another type of zombie with which they can get out than usual, the boy thought. Right now he decided to activate the analysis to see what it was all about. Why are they in such a strange consistency and also behave strangely? After all, this definitely didn't happen in his dreams, the boy thought. After analyzing this zombie, he realized that the zombies were from heaven. Namely, his name is unknown, as well as his character stability. But what is resistance to? The boy could not understand this. Right now, the dog thought to him that he had never seen such in his dreams, and even if such existed, then not in this reality. And he understood that just like that, even if someone, a notepad, could really do something like this in the future, he clearly didn't know that he could create something like that. The boy decided right now to raise his technique to finally finish off these zombies so that they would not suffer from their essence. He understood that he needed to try all the moments and find out why they were all so stable. He understood that right now he could break through it, and even then with little difficulty. Even after he hit him, I said there that it didn't hurt him as much as usual. Right now, he felt as if he didn't care at all about his blows. After which this very place where the boy hit, the Anon suddenly began to heal, with some incredible power, with the help of which he clearly understood that this was most likely regeneration, and also stability. Does it really all belong to the same consistency? And since they are resistant to physical damage as well as fire, his attacks against them are quite useless, which means they have no choice but to flee from here. The boy didn't give up and started trying something else. After all, he will not be able to get out in any way if he fails to inflict some damage and leaves. Right now, this same monster only wanted to kill this boy who wanted to stop him. He only thought that he had to serve the meteorite that fell on his head. The guy could not understand this, but realized that as soon as he was able to hit the dead man once, they immediately healed and tried to recover in order to attack him again. The boy could not even expect this. Right now, this same zombie wanted to attack him. Why did the boy think right now? How did it come to this? It was this meteorite that thwarted all his plans. Although he understood that they would do it so easily, he did not expect that it would be so difficult to find out the secret of these dead people. The boy was able to discover that right now many more zombies began to attack him, who wanted to attack him. And although they were very similar to those who were originally, but right now they have become very tenacious. But he also understood that he could not break through the purple zone. But this purple zone is not everywhere, and only one thing was clear, that he was very glad that these zombies could not cross the purple zone that covered their legs. This is exactly what he will use, the boy thought. Right now, this same Flark could not understand what had happened, how they ended up here. Apparently, he lost his memory when he landed on the ground, but was still able to survive. Therefore, he was glad that the squirrel just looked at him and thought that they were leaving. He suffered so much. The boy understood that he had already collected all the magic stones. Therefore, for now, just let them go here, since they still wouldn't be able to go far. Or rather, they wouldn't even be able to leave this place at all due to the fact that this thing won't let them go. The boy clearly understood that he would soon find out what was the matter, but for now we need to retreat. After that, he decided to take the old man and said that he realized that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. Let them go to his house for now, and then they'll figure out what to do with his leg and everything else. to which the professor only realized that he would be limping, possibly for the rest of his life. But the only thing is that he can recover. The zombies were only trying to catch up with these two people, who were limping and trying to get away from them. But they would not have been able to reach people like them in this way. Therefore, right now, they could take it to these two boys today. But it wasn't the wallpaper that finally reached this very house, and the boy was glad that everything around was the same as before. And the professor couldn't even believe that this was his home. Right now he was surprised, and said that let him not tell him that he made this barricade with his own hands, to which he only laughed. After all, well, it was almost like that, but not quite. He also decided to ask, "Does he really like this formation?" To which the old man only replied, "Yes, she's just amazing. He still dares to hide everything that it's just good work. Yes, it's just the best thing he's seen in his life," the old man said to the boy. Approaching the door, he saw what the system decided to tell, that the wooden structure was slightly damaged, and the strength was 9 out of 10. The boy could not even understand that the strength had dropped, but it still seemed to be in order. The boy thought that it was still as strong as ever, but apparently the boy realized that the strength of this tree could also fall over time. But I realized that she was still as good as before. As soon as he knocked on the wood, his friends immediately heard Vadim. "Is it really he who has finally returned home?" The hero only said, "That's exactly it. He returned, and he also visited places that he would not even imagine, and the boy was able to bring the backbone. I wish it was in my house." The door began to open a little, and he was also able to drag in another person who could liquefy with them. When they opened the doors, they were all very surprised. For a long time, Kostya, because they couldn't believe that it was a professor. The boy decided to ask, "Is he still awake?" It's quite a night for old people like him to get a lot of rest. What the old man decides is that as soon as the fireworks lit up and the strange green meteorite fell, he could no longer sleep. Together they were all very worried about him because they did not know what could have happened to him. He also decided to take a closer look at this guest, and I realized that it couldn't be that it was the professor, it was him. Did the old man really think he hasn't seen him in their area for a long time? The boy immediately decided to justify himself by saying that no, Flark is too official, so let them call him Sebastian, to which the old man just laughed and said that he was fine, Sebastian. The old man laughed and said that he would definitely eat himself. He will answer, so funny, he was also a scoundrel. He is still alive. The old man was happy about this news. The boy decided to say that I'm sorry. But could they postpone the greeting a little until later, since now they have a very important matter? The fact that they all paid attention to the boy and could not even imagine what he could say right now, since they roughly imagined that it was possible that he would say something about that green comet. Right now the guy wanted to say that he had to tell them something about the fallen green meteorite. After all, it is he who can be a threat to their world more than an ordinary apocalypse. Finally, they all entered the house and decided to sit on the floor, discussing what would now happen around them. They were all very scared, but so much so that they thought about what I should say right now, boy. They were all at a loss as to what could be said about such a situation right now. What should they do, they all thought. The girl immediately decided to say that the village had become a terrible place. But what should they do now? How can they fight these people now? That's how they are if, according to him, he can't even defeat them due to the fact that they have powerful regeneration on top. The old man said what he was worried about, and the survivors who survived not far from this village, and also that he was sure they were running out of food. How many will be able to survive in this society if they do not get food in the usual way? This same professor decided that there were actually fireworks here. Also, if right now you thought that fireworks are fireworks, then in fact they are not. The fact is that fireworks are a translation into Japanese. After that, old man Garrick immediately began shouting at him, talking about what he knew. He speaks Korean right now, otherwise he will ruin his height if he continues in a foreign language. They don't understand him. After these words, he was surprised at how Garrick reacted. This self-professor decided to say that he actually has crows. Let them remember at least a little bit what he actually has. Otherwise, they somehow very often forget about him, what his name is, and they also forget what abilities he might have with animals. That's funny, the old man laughed. What Garrick just decided to laugh at was that he definitely had smart crows. They will be the ones who will be able to help them with food, since thanks to them they will be able to explore the entire area around. Hands, if they hang them on their paws and fly away, then they will be able to deliver food, and those who come out should have enough to cope with hunger, the old man said. The professor also decided to ask the guy, "The only problem is that they are still in his house. Most likely he is already surrounded by zombies, so we should hurry there and finally get them out of there." Well, the boy decided he was surprised to hear this, but he understood that the situation was complicated. Therefore, we really need to do something about this. The boy decided to think that if they had these crows, then it would take less time to save the rest of the experts in the artisan village, and in this case, they will have only one advantage. This is an ideal option, thought the pillow, in order to complete such a task. Old John decided to say that at the beginning the main question was, how exactly to save them? Well, he has no options. The old man decided to assume that it's a pity that they can't fly, so they could very well get anywhere, to which the boy only thought that if he tried to break through them, then something could be done. But it's true. He can't even imagine how strong zombies can be if they mutate with this unknown plant that came straight from outer space. The boy also understood that he would be very lucky if I didn't die along the way. He needs a new path to break through all the creatures that surround him. But suddenly, he remembered something. He has magic crystals that he collected after all the enemies that surrounded him after strengthening the weapon. There were only 4 magic stones left. The boy found out. If you think about it, then they can be used on humans. This also makes sense, the boy thought. He also decided to assume that without knowing how many stones he would need to awaken one of the expert's abilities, it was still worth trying everything on each of them. This quantity is clearly enough for him for at least 1 and at most 4 people. The boy decided to stand up and tell everyone that he believed he would need the help of all of them. So right now he's doing something that they won't be able to ride so easily. Because of this, a little later they decided to go outside, and right now he gave each one a stone of wisdom. Each of these stones could give themselves some ability. A person who was closer to an inclination towards any profession or the mastery of ancient arts could become exactly the person he wanted. Right now, one of the old men, named Garrick, decided to say that he is the only one who right now sees in front of him some kind of transparent tablet on which words incomprehensible to him are written. For what? Thought the old man. They were all very surprised that these stones gave them some kind of ability to see unusual objects that others could not just see. The girl immediately realized that she saw them too and couldn't even imagine that the boy really saw this all the time. If that's the case, then she's probably either going crazy right now, just like him, or she's just a little sleep-deprived. This also happens even among professional teachers. The boy decided to say that, as he said earlier, with the help of these stones they will be able to awaken those abilities within them. Let them all use basic skills, just like him. If they do this, then in this case they will receive the ability with which they can control what they are intended to do. Suddenly, everyone decided to ask the boy, "They look very valuable, but can they really take them? Are they really worth nothing? And besides, how they give superpowers?" To which the boy only replied, "Can it really be that something that gives everyone the ability can be so useless? Of course not. Let him take it right now, you see. Besides them, there is probably no one else on these lands except ordinary people, and also something out there, zombies that just walk around and try to eat their brains." The boy also decided to tell them that instead of thinking too much, they should quickly accept them, and in this case they will become a Superman. It is in this case that they will be able to master their abilities. Each of them looked at this stone and did not understand whether they should trust the boy at all. Such actions go around, and yet they trust him as they trust themselves. But still, they all had the feeling that something could clearly go wrong here. But it wasn't, and not everyone started using this stone, after which the system asked all of them, Is it possible to have permission to use the stone on an object such as a person? Which is why they all looked at it strangely. But they still applied it on themselves and were able to feel unprecedented power that they couldn't have had before. Right now, they all felt an incredible feeling, as if their power was going through the roof. They didn't even understand at first what the power was before, and what was just an ordinary indicator of ordinary human strength. Old Man Garrick was able to see that he had your ideal skill, the divine dynamic martial art Cholseon. It was active on it right now. After this, Garrick began to feel something unprecedented, which he had previously tried to achieve with the help of a bunch of training. Thanks to this pebble, he was able to feel the strength that would take 10 years to achieve, just like getting a bike because of anime. But he understood that maybe it was she whom Sherman mentioned, the old man thought. Suddenly he realized that right now he could even turn over even a chip with such force. "This is simply unprecedented power," said old Garrick. He did that he felt as if he had become 37 years younger again. And he only thought that on the very day when he began to lead this path, he would be a pumped-up muscle man to kill all these vile creatures that are surrounding them right now. He still wanted to protect his friends from anything. The boy felt the power of his muscles and thought that right now he could smash a couple more zombies. Right now the boy felt powerful. The old man started hitting everything. He wanted to destroy even the earth itself in order to try to demonstrate his power. As he hit the ground, he felt that he was much stronger than before. After all, when he even simply beat the very monster who prevented him, he could not give it because of his weakness. But right now, he has become much stronger. At least the old man felt it. He just laughed and said that he was full of energy and could move as much as he wanted. Old Alishi told himself that it was so good to be, as if alive again. After all, nothing will stop him from being the old man he was before. After that, his back hurt again, due to which he felt terrible pain in his lower back. It was precisely because of this awkward dialogue that he spoke earlier that it was quite embarrassing. It's interesting because he was talking about her, that he was strong and would never be strong again, when suddenly his lower back breaks. It's quite pathetic. It looks like it from the outside. The old man didn't even expect to see that his lower back would hurt right now. He hoped that he had become at least a little younger thanks to this stone. Well, boy, didn't he say that the foreman, is he generally okay? Does he really need to go back to bed more easily and put warm mustard plasters on so that he can at least calm down? But he just looked at the boy and said, "What does it mean? This stone will not solve the problem with his back, that's right, and it will still be broken as before." After this, the old man decided to sit down on the grass and realized that he had been hopeless since childhood. After all, if he hadn't spent so much time training, perhaps his lower back would still be alive. Conclusion: never strain your lower back, because in old age you will be the same decrepit old man as he himself. While he was paying attention only to Garrick, he didn't even pay attention to what old John could do right now. The boy noticed that the old man could easily create miniature models of any design. Apparently, the old man loved this as a child. So just to have fun, he didn't laugh and said that how good it is to have a suitable skill in order to do perfection. The old man understood that his skill was the architecture of the tree activated. Therefore, he did not even suspect that a skill was a skill that someone like him could obtain. But before he thought that skill was nipples. Also, while he was watching all this, he easily both created this house and was able to destroy it. Old man Alishi marveled at how realistically he could create the destruction around this building, and also how much more realistic buildings he could have created if the economy had existed until then, and he had such a superpower. Then in this case, he could become an ancient master who could create such sculptures using magic. And in that case, he would probably be the richest man on earth. It would be easy for him to do this, and for humanity it would be a great progress in architecture and art. Grandpa loved art very much. It was because of this that he could create amazing fakes, thanks to this ability. He could even create 7 smaller figures, some kind of soldiers that could protect someone. While Grandpa was doing all this, he only said that it was very interesting and funny. He really likes his ability. Well, the boy looked at what he was doing and understood that it was possible at all. Right now he seems to be playing with some little figures. This is simply amazing, the boy thought. The boy also decided to ask the girl, What can she even do? Actually, really, it would be interesting to look at it. Well, she just thought about it and thought about whether this was even legal. The girl decided to pay attention to him and said that she thought a little about something else. So what did he want to ask her for? The girl asked the boy. The boy just wanted to say, as she decided to say, that her ability in general is to see other people's emotions. Because it's so interesting to watch this, to think, girl, this is quite amazing, she said. What, boy, was he surprised by the speech, or didn't know that she could do that at all? The boy thought coolly. Girl, let's say Garrick had 0 happiness, 0.4 embarrassment now, and 0.7 sadness. She realized that what he was feeling right now was just such funny sensations. But let's say she decided to pay a lot of attention to the boy. She decided to see what he was feeling right now. Right now she saw that his happiness was 0.2, and also the embarrassment of 0.6 on his face. And you can't tell. I'll think about it, girl, but he's probably very embarrassed right now, she. Apparently it looks very strong and intently. It wasn't, girl. The girl immediately decided to say that, Vadim, yes, it's a lot to be. He was very surprised that she could have such abilities, which, truth be told, were not really something that any animal could determine. But although this is quite an interesting skill, the girl decided to approach him, and the system decided to say that the hostile soul healing skill was activated. The lady immediately decided to touch. Yes, and there will be a face, from which he felt some other sensations that he had not felt before. The boy was even a little very surprised by this, and did not know what to think while she touched his face. The boy immediately became embarrassed, and realized, or what then, that yes, he became much calmer as soon as she activated her abilities. After which the girl immediately noticed that his happiness rose and his embarrassment fell, and she realized that right now he was much better. The girl was glad that the guy felt much better and said that this was an innate skill and was really interesting. It is so naturally important. And also, she didn't know that she could change emotions, the girl told the guy. The guy immediately understood that no one had the skills of experts and that they were not just innate. That is why he was able to take their abilities a little earlier. But he also thought about what it meant that there was a difference between ordinary abilities and extraordinary ones. While the boy was asking such questions, he did not even suspect that there could be such an ambiguous answer. Meanwhile, the old man only regained his sight and realized that he was very surprised at what he could do. Go out to him. A brilliant idea just came to me. As soon as he shouted, immediately, the boy and girl immediately paid attention to him and looked at him. He looked closely to find out why he was so happy. The ability was somehow too unusual, they thought. Right now, he decided to approach the guy and said that he, apparently, had found the answers to what to do with those people who do not have enough food in their stomachs. Right now, the old man decided to look at the boy and realized that he was most likely thinking about what brilliant plan his brain could create in order to finally do everything that one could only imagine. The guy decided to show all his fingers up, thereby proving that he came up with a brilliant idea. After all, with the help of his abilities, he will be able to rise high and deliver this very food to them all, and he will also be able to sneak right into his home unnoticed. The boy was even surprised by such an answer, and could not understand what kind of power he had that right now he decided to declare in such a sentence. Well, the boy only said that if he was so calm, then because of the monsters they could not walk on the ground, he correctly told him. After which, he decided to explain again that it was heaven that would help them cope with difficulties without any problems. The boy immediately decided to say that he had an unusual idea. Well, they just looked at the sky and thought about what they just said, sky. And what could that even mean, they both thought. Meanwhile, in this very camp it was quite empty and no one could harm them, since the fence was strong and there was not even any proximity, despite the fact that they make quite a lot of noise in their yard. Little time has passed. How was the old man able to improve the tree that was originally here? He made more space, and it also looked more and more like huge structures that were the size of a huge palace of some kind of estate. Although on such a huge palace there was only a small house which was enough for about 6 people to live in it. Even though the old man was quite old, he had enough mana to experiment with these fences. He just thought that it would be a pleasure for him to strengthen them because he could watch how it improved every time around them. He also realized that right now he could build anything. Only for this you need some imagination, as well as a little pinch of his magical energy, the old man thought. He just thought that right now this all fascinated him very much. He couldn't even think at first that he could make such huge fences. He even assumed that all this was with the help of this very crystal, which he was able to use on himself. Grandpa was able to learn even the very basics, because of which he, in principle, can now even slightly improve this entire estate with the help of boring trees, since this entire estate was originally made of wood. He could multiply them, and by making this wall more tortuous as well as unusual. Magical energy simply bulged out from behind Grandpa. Right now he had a lot of energy and could continue making art. He was also able to create a certain tree which right now grew before his eyes, but it usually takes trees about 100 years to grow to such huge sizes. Grandfather could not even suspect that with the help of this ability, he could grow trees literally in a second. He thought the basic structures were finished. Now he can start to something more interesting, Grandpa thought. But suddenly he was afraid of something unexpected. He couldn't even imagine what he saw in front of him right now. Uncle John saw how right now the boy Vadim began to fight with Garrick right at the factory, and not that they train just like Naruto's technique to become attached to the earth. This is quite cool, the old man thought, but it's so interesting to him, and more than architecture, this is all his bliss, the old man thought. Right now, as he watched it all, he realized that they were still hanging there and did not want to give up in any way. This is the attitude, thought Grandfather, that comes out. They are very determined to concentrate their energy in their legs. That's pretty cool if they were tall, John also thought. He looked at it all carefully. He realized that the boy was trying very hard to concentrate all this energy on his two legs. It was very exciting and cool to see. John obviously liked this. The boy was very concentrated at that moment and only thought that it was really hard to work with his legs. But if he concentrated very hard, then he could fight on literally any surface, and it wouldn't matter which one. This will help him a lot in fighting the enemy since he doesn't expect it at all, the boy thought. Garrick said, "Well, let them play a little first." At this level, because this is exactly why he was able to make sure that he trained to stand. With a plane like horizontality, he thinks that the second form of the divine demonic martial art might look about the same. For example, like this very tiger, he can attack him and right now tear him into all the little pieces. But of course, he won't do this, but he will try to tame it a little. Therefore, I immediately told the guy to start being ready and parry his blow if something happened. After which the old man decided to activate the chaotic dance of the ferocious tiger. The fists were right on this guy. He tried to defend himself as much as possible and also to parry all the blows. Perhaps he succeeded, the boy thought. Garrick didn't see anything right now because he beat him, and also tested his strength. Maybe all these blows will kill him, the old man thought. He also heard that the boy would decide to say that if he continued, he would really fall like that. To which Sensei decided to say that since this is the case, then let him get a little more from him so that he definitely falls. If he does not fall, then he will admit that he has completed this test, the old man said. After that, the boy was still blocked. He expected somehow that these blows would finally end. In fact, he did, but he clearly did not expect that the teacher would start hitting him even harder. Life didn't prepare him for this, the boy thought. He began to defend himself even more strongly, so as not to fall down at the very least. He thought that the attacks were becoming even faster. This is even worse for him. Veteran, or it's too late. He'll really fall like that, the boy thought. The old man decided to tell you that he put his whole heart into this blow. Therefore, he asked that he be able to hold him back. If, in case of anything, he would of course pick him up if he fell. In the meantime, he asked him to hold on and try to deflect his blows in order to properly train his body. The boy just stood there and thought that right now, he still felt his blows, as well as the whole flow of the guy's energy in his body. All he thought was that right now all that was missing was concentration. We need to think more about how to gain energy for defense, the guy thought. There I just stood on these yours and thought that concentrating on my legs was again quite difficult. But I needed to try harder, the boy said. It is then, after these trainings, that he will be able to master this very technique in order to stand on objects such as, say, a fence. The boy decided to yell at Garrick, telling him that he could handle it. Let him attack right now, he is holding us. Everything he's doing right now is right in front of him. But suddenly, the boy said that he could handle it and could simply grab it with the help of one ordinary hand. What Garrick did not expect was that the boy would not only be able to control everything, but also heal him, and you could attack him with Khandra. After that, he was able to fly a little further along this fence and realized that he needed to secure the distance between each other a little, Garrick thought, and he also did not think that the boy could be so agile. The boy did not give up, and wanted to finish with all this as soon as possible and go to rest. Since right now, he must finish what he started and finish off Garrick, so that he admits that he knows how to control this energy better than him. But while the boy wanted to kick him, Garrick was able to dodge this blow and could not even imagine that the boy could move so quickly. After all, right now he can move incredibly fast, the old man thought. Right now he shouldn't underestimate someone like him. He used to be a klutz, but now he has completely changed, the old man thought. Right now the old man understood that he was not just jumping, and he also attacks. Yes, this one will not be just a genius, the boy would have thought. Right now he must deal with it. Otherwise, he has no right to call himself his teacher. After that, he abruptly grabbed him by the leg and said that he had finally been able to catch him. What should his man be like? Well, let's do something unusual, Garrick told the boy. From this, they suddenly heard that a flork was flying towards them, who right now was rushing towards them very quickly. With good news, because right now he was able to master something unusual. Right now they didn't look at it all and couldn't understand. And where is he even talking from? He is not visible on Earth, they both thought. Suddenly they looked up and realized that this same boy had managed to learn to fly. He said so much that you could conquer the heavens. They didn't think that he could really do this. The boy came down and said that the time had come. He was able to reveal his secret ability and can control it. Therefore, this is the best day of his life that he was able to learn to fly on a bone, like his pet, the boy said. Vadim looked at him and realized that a lot had happened in the last 2 days, but so that he could learn to fly with the help of his ability, and this is worthy of praise, the boy thought. It's people like all of them who try very hard to fill small gaps, the boy thought. Garrick also decided to say that, wow, that's right. That's what they call footwork. Right now they are strong enough. Right now they were both able to study and master this most majestic sorcery, as well as a technique that allows them to control everything around them. The boy understood that he had learned a divine dynamic martial art than a salad with the elder Dalbon. The boy immediately realized that all his actions were actually very cool. The system also said that he was able to find the chest of the expert's favor, exceeding the lead level. Right now the boy also managed to find a little, but make unusual abilities. Also, with the help of his skill, he was able to copy it, which is why the system wrote that his communication with F-rank animals was not transferred successfully. The boy said that he even received a new skill from Professor Kim. He actually thought that calling him Professor Kim would be enough, but that was a bad decision since he doesn't like florking much either. The boy also wanted to copy this ability from himself so that he could, like the little squirrel, fly high above the ground. The system scanned it and wrote that it had successfully received the animal abilities that would be granted to it. The boy clearly realized that the special skill with wings on his suit was quite interesting. I thought, armpit. Right now we need to test him in action because that's why he thought about the need to hurry. After all this, he decided to use magic using ordinary candy bars. He also decided to say that, first of all, let them finally start with Professor Kim. Right now, he is clearly ready to finally do what he originally wanted to do. They wanted to feed several thousand people with different foods so that they would die for that long. The boy, or whatever, smiled and realized that they would have a long journey. But it will be fun enough, he thought. In the same town where they had been before, the same thing was happening as before. You see, they were just staying and walking around these places and also looking for something to live in or someone to chew on. The guy decided to say that let them not move the way they practiced. This is exactly what it says in the book. Well, he said everything is fine. He's doing his best to make it cool. After that, they began to go down, and the boy immediately wanted to activate his wooden structure in order to rise as high as possible and fly to my right as usual. The boy decided to rise higher, and he understood that right now he must at least slightly improve all his abilities that he had received earlier. Rising so high, he later realized that such beauty around him had actually reached the height of the structure, the system wrote. The boy didn't care, and he understood that everything around was so beautiful and visible that it was quite cool. And all this, in fact, really costs mana absorption. For the sake of such views, it's all so cool that he doesn't even know how to describe it in words, Vadim thought. From such a place, they were even able to discover the very city that was infected. They thought that they were able to fly all the way here, which means they could fly from such points anywhere, just like on airplanes, only with the help of magic. Right now, the old man decided to say that over there in the most distant area, his house was located, and that was where they needed to go. In principle, there is such a height, and I couldn't get there without problems, but there's a catch. You need to under no circumstances lower the height, the old man told the boy. Well, he didn't agree and said that, okay, in principle they could get there. After that, they all decided to go straight there together. The two decided to make a small airflow bomb and then decided to activate a special skill. Actually great, they couldn't parry in the air. The arms finally opened and they began to fly to me. They only thought that it was amazing to fly so high. Not everyone could do it, but they could. This is really very cool, said the girlfriend, to which the old man replied that he could do it before. Of course, she plays at such a height, but he managed to climb such a high tower only for the first time. Looking at this area, he understood that the earth was occupied. Still, it's good that they can fly so freely, only until they reach a high enough altitude, the boy said. There's also another clump. The building seems to be unoccupied or not, but there could still be a lot of danger there. I thought, boy. Right now, the old man decided to say that, Lord, let him look there. There is something dangerous and also incredibly interesting up there. Well, the boy decides to take a look at what's there. He was able to discover such emotions that he suddenly decided to tell him. Looking down more closely, we saw that these zombies had begun to drag other dead people, and it was not clear where. The boy thought that perhaps this was all in order to resurrect at least even more zombies than there are now. The boy couldn't think that those zombies didn't care about the body. So why are they dragging? Why do they need all this? The guy thought. Because it's all just pointless to drag it to some specific place, only if this plant, which covered the entire area, has some kind of consciousness and plan. It doesn't matter to him after all, that's all the guy thought. He looked a little more carefully. He was able to make sure that the zombies began to throw these corpses out of this territory. And I'm with you. Or what? They didn't really like unwanted garbage on their territory along the way, the boy thought. Except this one is quite strange. But suddenly he remembered something, that he had seen all sorts of similar things. It was all a rather terrible vision in his dreams. It was then that he realized that everything was happening as if in a fog, and everything that he imagined was quite creepy everywhere around. It was then that he understood what they were doing. Then the boy gave. But even then he could not imagine that everything around him was the eyes of a real nightmare. Looking more closely, he was able to see that right now it was all starting to heal into one big monster. And even he himself, along with the monster, began to be absorbed into one body, and I myself think that this is a thing that is still dangerous. It was all these victims that simply began to be sucked out for some creature, the boy thought at the moment when this nightmare was right before his eyes. Because I understood what they were telling him, that what was in his dreams would be true. If so, then this will be another obvious madness, which will be very dangerous. It didn't take long before his hands began to heal, little by little. This monster over and over again only restored its body, and it was only clear that it was somehow too undeveloped, and there was also a feeling that this organism wanted to assemble itself. And it was clearly clear that right now he was able, with the help of some corpses of old zombies, to assemble a new body for himself. This was clear from his form as well as his face. The boy couldn't even imagine that he would see exactly this right now. Founder. It was already quite late, boy. But it's already difficult to deal with even an ordinary zombie. And what to do with it, with some kind of giant, as well as with a creature that not only can regenerate, but also does not succumb to fire. If you think like that, it means, even if they don't tell him, that this monster that he destroyed was in fact only one stage. And everything that happens next will get worse and worse. The boy didn't want to fully believe it, but apparently it will be so in the end. After this, Anyusha finally began to approach this very house and flew away. They could not have expected that all the fields were covered with this very liquid. He also said that for now the environment is being honed and is not necessary, therefore this medicine is not worth it for all the nonsense. They were finally able to land at this place, and all they thought was that they were able to get here through skill. It was amazingly cool for the old people to think, but the boy was only thinking about what the same monster would do. How he could fight it, he asked himself. The boy immediately decided to go and say that his deer defenses are sitting here and not flying away anywhere. "He's so smart," said the old man, to which they only responded with their character. They decided they were glad to see the gentleman that he was finally able to return home, and they didn't think that he was staying so long. The old man wanted to hug everyone and thank them for waiting for him and flying away. Well, they just fly around him. District. A little more he felt some kind of power that was endowing him with every moment. He understood that right now he felt completely different. Right now the boy realized that he was able to turn into one of them and understood that right now he could fly as cool as they themselves. The boy could not understand what was happening to the professor right now. It was as if he had changed, and he decided to ask what it was all about, how to understand it because he had transformed right now, the boy asked him. To which he only replied that this is his new skill. With the help of crows he was able to master it and said, and something that now he will be able to fly fully. Most likely, and this is very cool, the old man thought. You see, thanks to this ability, it is very high, and you can also see a lot of interesting things around your home. Well, plus to all this, crows will fly near him, which will also be near him as support. The boy decided to tell him that, "Stop sitting in one place, you need to get home quickly, because how can he stand here for so long?" the old man decided to say. To which the guy just laughed and said, "Isn't it too much for him to fly alone? After all, it's quite dangerous," said the boy. Well, he stood there a little longer with the help of his magic. After that, he did not dare, because he needed to hurry. It was after this moment that he decided to help you straight into the sky, to quickly hurry somewhere to the city, like all residents in general. Right now, the boy and his winged friend were flying very high above the city. There was a not very nice feeling as they flew around the sky, trees, and also the city. They were a little scared, but also understood that if they rushed, people might die of hunger. Therefore, you need to take your time as quickly as possible. And the zombies. They just watched as these two flew above them and thought only that, are they really doing some kind of magical things right in front of them? It seems that they were thinking that they were leaving. They were making faces in front of them because they couldn't fly. They watched as they flew right next to the crows as well as the TV, as if they were together with the birds. At the same time, they thought zombies. The zombies were very angry that the people started flying. Right now, they most wanted to catch them, and somehow, even though they knew they couldn't fully move, and even to fly, and even more so, but still they very much desired their not flesh. After which they decided to activate their abilities, with the help of which we could stretch our arms in a very long way, because of which everyone who was in the sky saw this, and could not understand what to do. Right now, as the greatest danger possible approaches them, the boy decided to say something like, "Is it really the end for them? What should they do now?" To which Vadim decided to reconsider before him and thought that if he could no longer defeat them, then, in principle, he can simply give away his long arms with his chains. It must have been quite difficult to end up like them. They even managed to pierce one of the crows, which is why the boy was very scared for his animal. But Vadim also didn't know what to do right now. After all, even if you use chains, you need to do it very quickly, otherwise you may not have time. The boy understood perfectly well that it would continue, but both would fall below. You're straight down, and then nothing will help them. It's worth thinking about, just a little more to make sure everything is perfect. Looking around, the boy realized that he urgently needed to use the chains, because if he did not use them, he would not be able to cope, and in this case they would simply fall down. Taking the chains, he again endowed them with mana, after which he decided to take a risk and hit all those hands that were around him properly. But besides this, the boy did not expect that he would fall right now. To which the old man decided to shout, "What was happening?" "Vadim, are you okay?" he asked him, although he perfectly understood that he was falling down right now. The boy decided to scream and said that the professor let him go. Next, he must inform them all that he has fallen, and also that they must try to deliver food to everyone in need. "And while I'm going down, I'll first distract them and then I'll return home," the boy said. The boy couldn't even believe it. He said that no, he couldn't do that because it was suicide. He doesn't even know if they can be defeated in the usual way. "It's just crazy," said the old man, to which the boy just looked at him with such a look, as if he already knew that he would say that. But he understood that he could cope with everything, because he had to save the whole world. Therefore, nothing threatens him greatly. He fully expected to activate the fireworks, and after that you need to try to destroy all these creatures that are trying to attack him. After all, if I don't do this, then in this case I won't be able to easily devour him, and he won't even have time to think about anything before this happens. After that, he decided to send all these fragments straight down, and thought only that it was time to finish this. "If I don't do this right now, then it will be too late," said the boy. All of them could not even expect this, and understood that if they could not cope, then in that case they would not exist. Sun, it seems, theirs too. But when they tried to catch the boy, they only badly chopped off the limbs with which they tried to attack him. The dead couldn't even imagine that this kid seemed to be so strong. See, they just wanted to grab him, but not only can he fly, but he also controlled everything in the air with his chains until we even realized how it happened. One of the zombies screamed even more because regeneration was a rather cruel thing. While he was landing, the boy was thinking, well, then they'll play a little more. So he definitely realized that right now he had to somehow defeat these monsters, or somehow distract them for as long as possible so that everyone else could do everything. Right now, he saw that all these zombies were from different countries, but he didn't understand how they were able to get to this place from such distant places. This is simply impossible, although apparently the boy condemned only the fact that that monster was in their area, but in fact it was everywhere. The boy was able to land on the ground and understood that if they all wanted to attack him, then let them attack first. But he won't bother them as long as they don't get too close. He also realized that using fireworks abilities would be very useful, but, however, he does not fully know whether he will be able to harm them at least somehow. After that, he decided to tell them everywhere, and had no idea why they could all be so weak. But he realized something here, that if he could defeat them all, it was a good result of his training, and also everything he studied before would be very simple. Therefore, fate decided to play with him with new colors. This is quite funny, the boy thought. Despite this, even thanks to this very training, he was able to activate the demonic heart grip. But even if so, it was necessary to be much more careful than before, because these zombies have regeneration, the boy thought. Looking around, he only saw that for some reason they were not recovering. It seemed strange to him in no way, but he also noticed that they were all covered in this very liquid, and they all had some kind of foggy feeling. Vadim was also able to discover that behind him was the very head of the zombie, who had turned into something terrible thanks to this meteorite. It seemed to be even bigger, and also even worse. It was so much worse that he couldn't even imagine, since this giant could handle a huge hammer quite well. He also most likely had an armored body, and this giant must have turned into a half-feathered giant, which he destroyed. He also had some kind of armor unknown to him. It was quite strange. Looking at him more closely, he realized that right now, if he did nothing, then such a huge giant like him could crush him with ease. After this, the boy decided to make sure that this giant could do something against him at all. After all, if he has unknown abilities, then in this case, he will be a dangerous opponent. After all, an unknown enemy is always more dangerous than a known one. Therefore, the boy decided to jump up to parry his blow, and after that, inflict a crushing chain blow on him with which he will see if this giant can resist the fire. The boy clearly realized that right now he would have to try very hard to break through it. After all, why is it so strong, I thought, boy? Why can this particular giant stand out so much from other undead giants? The boy was able to notice that these zombies that he had killed earlier were able to get back on their feet, and it was clear to him that the dead people in this zone were all simply immortal. He understood that these zombies could have been removed if this zone had not been here, but this zone constantly regenerates creatures like them. The hero clearly understood that everything around him was happening quite fussily. After that, he saw that he had to quickly jump, and in this case, he would be able to deal at least some blow to this terrible monster that was trying to attack him. Having tried to do this, he clearly understood that right now, this most terrible monster was very much on his nerves, and he needed to quickly deal with it so that it would not do anything bad to him. But suddenly he saw that this terrible monster was able to turn his hand into something similar to some kind of large cannon, which he could most likely shoot at him. And he clearly understood that this thing was very dangerous, and he needed to quickly run away from here or somehow avoid it. The guy couldn't even imagine how it could work, but even sitting on a surface like a wall, thanks to Garrick's teachings, he couldn't even imagine that right now he'd have to deal with a substance that could wield some kind of gun. For a minute he wondered if he had somehow ended up in a house where everything was so scary. After this, he discovered that this same giant was able to create a cannon with his hand. And after that, I immediately decided to pick up a zombie, who clearly didn't really want to be anyone. I only gathered for the boy that this very dead man would perhaps be in a real cannonball for a shot. And so it turned out. Everything is correct. This same dead man, who decided to put another dead man in his cannon, wanted to release it directly at him, so to speak, to make a catapult from his own hand. It was quite strange, the boy thought. But what to do? He will have to fight with him. Although he also did not understand how exactly he wanted to harm him. Really, if he just launches it at him, if this is the whole effect of such a shot, then it will be quite useless, Vadim thought. He clearly realized that right now he saw how this zombie began to attack him. After which the boy decided to stick to the wall and began to somehow dodge these blows that were trying to harm him. From this, he decided to jump off the wall when this same monster was able to directly come to his place. The boy really did not expect that the monster would be so predatory and dangerous for him. Even though he landed just on all this, he never thought that there would be such an epic battle around him. The boy was able to make sure that right now, he was able to simply blow up this area with his cannon. But he also simply launched zombies there, from which all the other dead people looked at it and were convinced that something terrible was happening there. The boy could not even think that this guy could be so dangerous. It's crazy how he's supposed to defeat him, he thought. Vadim understood perfectly well that he had to get out of here, then rest and think about it all carefully. But he also had to get rid of them first, the boy thought. After all, if he does not do this, then in this case he will follow him, and then perhaps the end will come not only for him but for all his friends, if he suddenly follows him. A lot of time passed, and it was already evening. The city was in ruins, and everything looked pretty bad. It all seemed so terrible that it was scary to even imagine, the boy thought. The man sat on the floor and thought that he really couldn't cope with a giant like him. After all, he was the one who was supposed to save the whole world, but right now he is sitting and trying to catch his breath from a battle like this, and he could not even imagine that the monsters would become so strong. The differences from the dream were quite colossal, the boy thought, but still he really didn't know who it was. The gentleman could not even think that this zone would be so dangerous, and plus all this, the zombies have stretched all their limbs, which is why they can safely shoot, like it wasn't. Also, if they notice, they will immediately begin to attack. But there are also advantages. These monsters cannot leave the zone. You see, this very regeneration is not there. It turns out that if you lure them out or just tear them all off, then in principle everything can work. But that's not what the boy was thinking about now. Even looking at them, he noticed something unusual. It was somewhat reminiscent of some kind of big house. Indeed, this is of course a real house. He was completely covered with some kind of liquid, and was also quite beautiful. The light was constantly shining there, apparently. Perhaps the boy thought that people could live there. The boy decided to think that, right now, if he wants, he can, in principle, do so to get there and do everything possible to inform people that he is alive. And in this case, he will be able to help them if suddenly they do not have food. Young man, of course I wanted to come here and find out why this land has not been touched, and what could be happening there. As he came closer, he realized that this house was clearly occupied by some kind of human race. The boy, clearly understanding what he hears, clearly some faint sound from the side of the zone. It turns out that zombies will soon come if he does not get into this very house. Although he also understood that there were no zombies anywhere near him. It turns out that this sound is made by the contaminated earth, which was clearly somehow alive, the boy thought. Suddenly the boy turned around and saw that someone was looking at him right now. This someone is clearly not the friendliest, and maybe even a scared person who is looking at him right now with such an expression on his face, or is happy to see him, or is very scared because he thinks that he is a zombie. The boy clearly understood that he looked alarmed. Let him want to activate the activation of my soul treatment so that he would be calmer. But he decided to say what I'm sorry. Can he talk through all this? To which he only immediately said that he was another survivor. Let him wait. He has some with him. He's just very hungry and doesn't know what to eat anymore. He even tried to eat his panties. His own. If they were tasty, it would be fine, the stranger said. The boy immediately decided to show what he had in his hands, a candy bar, and right now, if he bit him, he would immediately give it to him, because he believes that people should not starve for no reason. After that, he was surprised, because the door instantly opened. He understood that, of course, he was hungry and wanted him to give him food as quickly as possible, but he did not expect that he would come down from there so quickly and immediately open the door. He finally walked in here, and it was clear that this entire estate was quite expensive, and also everything around it was very different from the usual residence. The boy still couldn't get enough of all these views. He also saw that this was some kind of big studio. It is this room. While the boy was surprised by all this, the stranger was eating this very bar and did not even know who this man was. But he was clearly good, since he had already brought him something to eat, the stranger thought. After he finished eating, he only said that his name was Lorik. Previously, he was a professional in his field in the field of acoustics. And what did he achieve during this time? The boy asked Vadim. To which the boy only said that he was Vadim, and he, well, how to say, had achieved quite a lot. But the truth is that he doesn't even know whether it's worth talking about his past. Suddenly, the boy decided to immediately be surprised and say that if you hear it, even though people cannot hear this sound. To which the boy just came and thought that, by the way, Professor, what's his name, Lorik? He constantly hears this sound. What is this all about? The boy asked. After which he heard that people couldn't hear him, that's right. Lorik immediately said that he himself installed this low-frequency sound. It was this sound that could give everyone around its unprecedented low-flow destructive power, since it was this sound that could protect him from all ailments. But he also decided to smile and say that that's why it's so clean. If he wants, he can give him a sound file. With the help of it, he can drive away all these dead people as well as this very zone. Because the boy was only surprised and did not expect that this stranger, or rather Lorik, could only know everything about this place, as well as about the party that covers around him. Is it really possible for the boy to protect himself with this item? At this time, the old man finally flew in with his wings. He was very alarmed because he didn't even know what was happening to Vadim now. Therefore, as soon as he arrived, he decided to approach Garik, who stood and simply looked at him, thinking about where the boy himself had gone. The old man decided to smile and said that he had finally arrived, that they had closed it altogether, that he had just acquired a new ability, and also where Vadim himself was. "Where is our main arsonist of all times?" he asked the boy. To which he was offended, of course, and said that, well, when he tried to save him, he couldn't do anything. He himself fell in that village, that one, the old man said. Why, in response, he did not scream and asked, in the sense that he fell straight into the abyss of hell, and that is where he himself was stuck. That would have been the end for him. How dare he just fly away from there without trying to save him? He only replied that the zombies could go up to the sky and stop growing. He himself understood perfectly well. The boy begged him to come home and tell him all this. After this, the old man decided to ask what was the matter. They actually made so much noise here, he said, that even he, with his own hearing, heard them, that the girl was looking at it all and thinking, where did he take him? Where did he disappear? Well, Harry let the boy go and said that the old man let him go, and after that they most likely captured that Vadim. And right now he is in that hellish place. They urgently need to go there to save him, Garrick said. So he just said that he had to go there and save them all. After all, if he does not do this, then in a case like yours, then he is his master if he cannot even take care of his student who is in trouble. Right now, the old man decided to tell him that he was actually crazy. He himself said that it was hell there. The boy saved them on the very day they suffered, and the old man said, that's why if he's strong enough he can come back like last time. So he decided to say that it would be better not to put them in danger. Otherwise, if one of them dies, then if the boy returns, it would simply be pointless to do all this. But Garrick did not listen to him, saying that yes, he would arrange these dead men with his own fist, so that they would fall into the abyss, said Garrick. He hates them all with his appearance, and also wants to destroy them all. The girl immediately decided to say that if they can, then in that case they will even defeat them all, if there are only one or two of them. But if it drags on and there are more of them on a completely different level, in that case, they will simply lose all hope there and die. The girl decided to tell them that the chance was very high that they would not be able to save. It's easy to even discover perhaps a boy. The old man decided to say that there was truth in what the professor said to Claire right now. There are too many of them, and besides, he has back problems. How can he even fight? At one moment he may be able to, but suddenly if his back hurts, then in that case he will just go to dinner for them. Garrick just shouted, then what do they offer in return? Is it really easy to sit still and watch how they will soon discover their student's pipe? This will be the most terrible and intolerable fate for him if he tells him. Garrick said so. To which the old man, you see, said that he was a brat and thought that Vadim would just die. Is it really that he really doesn't really like it? But right now the boy is stronger than ever, and he can be one step ahead of them every time, or maybe even 10 steps. Therefore the old man believes to the end that the boy is so strong that he will not allow himself to be offended. Right now, while the old man was calming down this same Garrick, he was getting angrier. But the girl looked at it all, and also understood that it was true. He is really very strong. Therefore, even if something threatens him, it is only hunger and nothing more. But she also decided to say that at such moments, they need to remain calm and peaceful, for now. The girl decided to say that if after perhaps at least a day he still does not return, then only in this case they will make decisions about what I will do, Claire said. After these words, she immediately discovered that the old man was surprised at something along with his Belka and the flyer. She decided to ask what Professor Kim was. She can deliver supplies to the Rons, right? To which he only said that animals would not be attacked. So yes, actually, it could work quite well. Because of this, they finally got together and calmed down, thinking that first they should take care of supplies and observation, and they must also take care of everything and the entire safety of their camp. The girl immediately decided to say that, as she had said earlier, Professor John, they also need a strong fighter in order to protect it all. Such a task should be entrusted to a reliable person, the girl said. Right now, the old man didn't know what to do if there was someone suitable for this role. For what Garrick said, what is true is true. Garrick said that even if he is not suitable for this role, his granddaughter is very strong. And if they can find her, somebody in that case, she can figure out almost anyone. It was not for nothing that she took first place in their clan. If this is her, then she will definitely survive. She must have already awakened, and right now she can cut off someone's head, literally with her foot. She is very strong and would not just think about anything, Garrick thought. But there is one problem. I still need to contact her, I'll try. But even if this remains not a problem, then skills and trust are what her priorities may be. He can also guarantee this. Well, the old man only answered that if she was his granddaughter, then of course, they trust her, whatever the girl decides. Somewhere that, whether they know her, can be found right now. To which the old man and Garrick decided to answer, that at the school there is a demonic one, to the martial arts of the Zhongxian Dojoba, to us Sanya Chukon. In short, that's where she is. And right now you can call and try there. And in that case, perhaps they can ask her to join their team. Right now the gentleman decided to scream. How surprised I was that, my God, this is the one that is constantly shown on TV. She is a popular person. And he also did not expect that she was Garrick's granddaughter. Meanwhile, in the very place where this same granddaughter now lives, it was quite crowded, and the zombies hardly walked around. There were no souls there except ordinary people who just walked and stitched there. Of course, she herself was there, as well as a bunch of her students, who were damn ready to snatch everyone to little pieces. If only I can protect their master. They were all very loyal to her. The girl was a character, even though she looked quite young, but she was very strong in spirit and physical damage, something like God of their elements. In fact, she could very well cause damage to any clan if necessary. The boy thought that this was some kind of nightmare, if you can imagine it that way. Everything around them can be terrible enough, but it turns out he should call the crows right now, he thought. Therefore, calling them, they began to land from here, and he wanted to tell them to fly, the girl with the photo. It is in this case that they will be able to find her. Soon it won't be enough for us to land and look carefully at the photographs and understand that she is located in some place there according to their minds. And he understood that everything would be fine. He would be able to find such a girl. The boy also decided to tell him that everyone else should also find this same girl. Therefore, let them negotiate among themselves and fly to look for her. After that, as soon as they figured everything out, they began to fly to different places, to at least do everything possible to find this very beauty so that she could join their camp. The old man told these birds to deliver all the bars to other people if they met them, in order to at least give them food. The crows began to fly right now, and only one thing was clear, that they wanted to fly. I'm going straight to that house to deliver a lot of food according to the book, so that they can at least wait there for a few more days. Right now, the boys and the orc were standing and looking at it all. The boy decided to ask if his comrades would really send these supplies right here, to which the boy replied, "It's true, everything will be exactly like that." After that, they were able to discover that there were indeed birds flying away, which were in a hurry to get to them. Seeing that the boy was standing right in front of them, they began to fly everyone towards them, from which they were able to get a considerable card, as well as 2 chocolates and 3 bars. The boy thought quite well, and this should be enough for a while. This stranger, if you are going, laughed, because he thought, oh my God, he really arrived. To which the boy only said that now they believed him, that now they really had supplies, and they would be able to get to their camp. The boy decided to look at him and said that they had an excellent shelter and he didn't believe his comrades. So, of course, go with him. Only there is one but. How can they do this? The stranger asked the boy. So he decided to say something that may sound without shame, but could he please accept him into his ranks since he is already very bored sitting alone in this giant house and doing nothing? Because the boy just looked at him and wondered whether it was even worth taking a person like him. In general, the more people, the better the guy thought. So he told her that, of course, welcome to the group of survivors. Professor Lorex. After which he told her that they should stick together and also need to know each other as much as possible and protect each other. This is their main rule, to ensure that the whole world can be at peace. That's all these dead people, the boy said. Also after this, the system began to analyze those guys and said that thanks to the expert, they evicted. The required level of skill could be transferred, and now, right now, the system had to copy his abilities for the guy. After that, The system began to analyze the guy and said that thanks to the expert, he was evicted. The required level of skill could be transferred, and now, right now, the system had to copy his abilities for the guy. At that moment, the boy decided to say that right now he is activating. He is transferring me to create everything and receive his power. After that, as if once again, this large circle began to happen with the help of which he could create and copy a power from him, still in which he would be able to control his skill. He couldn't even imagine that right now he could improve and see something like this. He brought up that this guy is clearly cool. Since he has such abilities, wouldn't they be able to escape from here easily? Also for this reason, boy, the guy was able to master this very power. He thought that, in essence, aren't chains an object at all? The system also decided to write to the boy that the acoustics F was obtained. With the help of mana, you can interfere with the sound in the object. The boy clearly understood that he was using this sound to make these chains sound so that he could inflict damage on this creature. You see, as the guy said earlier, these families are very afraid of low purity sounds. Of course, he realized that there was some kind of weakness, but he didn't think it would be exactly like that. After that, he decided to take these same chains in his hands and use their magical mana and say that let my acoustics be activated to find the chains that right now make him stronger. At this moment, the boy only understood that right now he needed to be as strong and confident as possible with these chains, so that it could be applied to this very weapon, with the help of which he would not be able to defeat this very main enemy with whom he had previously, I couldn't cope. After that, with the help of these sound techniques, he decided to test these very chains by hitting him on the ground, after which he parted, as if loudly, and the boy clearly understood that these chains were now much more effective than before. He also taught her something about it being a destructive force. Now it feels like it is not only in his body, but also on his weapon. And this is very cool, the boy thought, since he will be able to make an earthquake from afar, with the help of which he can develop all these zombies, and also this entire zone. Perhaps he can destroy. The boy just laughed and said to himself that this was just an amazing weapon. With this weapon, he can do anything. The plan is that he will be able to free this city from this infection that fell straight from heaven. He can do anything to save this area. The stranger also decided to say what he had just seen here, that there was a vibration due to his chain, and right now, that's what his ability is, which he shared with him, to which the boy just laughed and said that this is how he received these skills from him. Therefore, he is very grateful to him. After all, thanks to such skills, you can do almost anything. At least it will be possible to defeat that monster, Vadim said. The boy decided to look at him carefully, and one thing was clear, what he decided to say. So he's really going to use this sound in this way quite simply but very powerfully, the stranger said. To which Vadim just laughed and said that thanks to him he is now so strong. It is because of this that he will be able to create even cooler weapons and defeat that monster. And he also said that he was damn right. The boy looked at all these chains and said that thanks to this it would not be difficult to escape, and also it is these abilities that can help him in the fight against everything that gets in his way. Of course, he understands that this is not the strongest that will be possible in the future, but at least this is the best way for now. Also, suddenly, the boy's small cat flew away, which was hidden under one armored car, which was a little earlier. The boy even felt a little sorry for this kitten, and did not even suspect that now this kitten would live in this very house. Although I was so very hungry judging by his appearance, he really wanted to eat. The boy immediately understood what needed to be done and said that such a skinny man had probably been starving for days. Now, he said, "Boy, just a minute, he'll come now." What Vadim looked at all this and didn't even think that he would care about animals so much. He also created that the old man would most likely like this guy. After that, this same stranger decided to run to his house to at least feed this poor cat who deserves attention. After all, if not him, then who? The fact that the boy looked at him and didn't even think that he was such a kind person. It literally took a little time before he brought food as well as 2 plates for the animals. Most likely one with food and the other with water. From this guy or what? Let the kitten eat more and not starve. After all, he didn't even know what a creature was. How could he be nearby? So he showered him with a bunch of food and also poured milk. After this, the cat calmed down and began to eat a little bit. This very food was a little rich food. He was really happy that there were such good people who helped him. The boy looked at this cat and understood that this little kitten was really without family and comfort, the same as he was before. But he also understood that right now, he should think about what to do with him. Actually, there's no point in leaving him here, especially in such a dangerous time when there is an apocalypse. The gentleman began to stroke the cat. Why she or he, the sex, was not yet clear to the boy, but he clearly understood that the cat was clearly pleased with the fact that he had been fed, and also cooled. He was very happy that he found such owners, after which he only meowed and asked that he could live with them, if possible. The boy lay there laughing and decided to take his abilities in order to try and turn into the same as him. The animal communication skill has been activated. Also, all this involves an analysis of the system. Sat down that he liked it, about the hot cat, and the boy was able to get a special ability from this very cat. The boy decided to take a look, and the system also wrote that this very special ability had been changed. The special ability has been changed. The wings have been moved to right wing. Because of this, the boy did not understand what this very agility meant. This is exactly from the cat. How can this even happen? Although he suddenly felt something kind of cool. He understood that the special ability of agility had been activated, and also his eye color changed to that of a cat. And I'm with you, or what? What is possible agility? It will be exactly the same as an agile cat, the boy thought. After that, he was killed by the fact that his legs began to fill with mana, and also his entire mass on his legs was transformed into that of a cat. This is quite strange, but the lightness in them was incredibly great. The boy was convinced of this. Because a little on his leg he felt what that feeling was. He can drive and run, with such a speed that no one has ever dreamed of before. Right now the boy has disappeared, and the stranger was convinced that, what kind of bullshit? It was just right in front of him, and suddenly disappeared somewhere. It's just not clear, the stranger thought. Why does the boy decide to suck and scare her? Speaking of which, he's here, right behind him. What did they get acquainted with? He just screamed and told the boy that he had scared him very much. After that, he could not understand whether it was the cat who had created such an inevitable incident, like tremendous speed. Well, the boy decided to smile and say what was true. Perhaps, with the help of this agility, he will be able to move much faster between sim crowds of these dead people. And also make sure you master your techniques faster. Also, the boy decided to say exactly that. This is his new ability, and a very good one at that. After that, he decided to say that they should go quickly and leave here, since they need to hurry quickly enough. Because they were getting acquainted, I immediately decided to say that, wait a minute, he doesn't know. Yes, the monsters will chase him as soon as he sets foot on that land. Therefore, the boy said that it would be very difficult to walk together, so let him go alone, and he will go around. He only spoke for what he could ask for, only about supplies. His salvation can wait a little, but right now we need to defeat this very monster in order to make it so that we can walk here normally later. But the boy just thought about it and realized that perhaps this would actually be the right decision. The boy immediately said that, okay, but it's pretty safe here. It's better to sit as he speaks, the boy thought. That's why he answered her that it was good. He will listen to his dialogue and say or something that everything will be better than either of them getting hurt while they go. But what? They were getting acquainted. He just said that he was already embarrassed. He didn't have a lot of supplies, and it all looked quite ridiculous, especially the fact that he was in shorts and also in only a t-shirt, while the guy is in a sweatshirt. The guy also decided to say that he has enough resources to support him. The fact is that the guy had a whole warehouse with food, a whole separate room. There was as much food as in a regular supermarket. The fact is that he was so worried about his nightmares that he bought a bunch of things to survive. If he suddenly finds himself alone at home, that's why he never worried about food. When they met, he only laughed and said that he thanked him for such words. He is counting on him and will wait until he destroys these smelly and terrible creatures that have taken over the entire territory. He will be very glad if he brings some more supplies in the near future, since he has nothing at all. After this, the boy began to leave with the crows, also making a sign that he should hold on until he sent supplies, and he will probably send it today. Well, the guy just showed it too. I know how they say, "Okay, good luck to you," his friend. Because of this, the boy's legs were activated again, because of which he again felt the flows of this same mana, and sensed something that right now could move very quickly. Right now, the boy was only aware of the fact that, thanks to conductivity, the purple earth did not react in any way to his feet. Therefore, right now, he can quickly travel through this area, and also zombies will not react to him while he is running through this area, but unless, of course, they see it. That's just what the boy thought. Looking a little higher, he understood that great, he would test his new abilities in earnest right now. After all, right now he is very interested in what it is like to move with the help of cat paws. When he got here, he discovered that about 3 dead people wanted to attack him. He understood that right now he could make sure that they did not move at all and stood in their place. The boy finally decided to take his chains and check their actions, since he was interested in how they could generally affect everyone around him. This very much took over his thoughts, and he only thought about whether this was all really happening to him. Therefore, the boy decided to run up. He still had these very willing paws and take the chains in order to show right now who the main enemy here is on the ground. Because right now, okay, he might make them regret wanting to attack him. The boy clearly expected that right now he would make them all forget that they even live on these lands. After all, thanks to the activation of my acoustics, he will be able to make an incredible blow. The zombies couldn't even imagine that the boy would be so fast, and they also realized their mistake and couldn't even understand why this was the case. After all, he is on their lands. Why can't he not receive anything from them, and why did he accelerate so quickly? These were the questions asked by the dead who tried to attack this guy. They understood there that they could be reborn. But right now, because of these circuits, and also because there were several high-frequency sounds in them, they were even a little scared that their power was not responding to them. Therefore, soon, the very zombie he struck with the help of his chains scattered, and all the other zombies could not even imagine that he would be able to kill those and the infected like them. The boy clearly understood that now zombies are the same as ordinary ones. True, slightly improved, but he didn't care, since he had such abilities. With the help of that person he could take over this place, and then he could free all these people who might be stuck in the houses. True, he was not entirely sure of this. The hero began to destroy everything in her path, and understood that they were all unworthy of simply participating or being here. But he clearly understood that he needed to finish it all as quickly as possible, since work did not wait, and everything else needed to be freed as quickly as possible. He clearly understood that before no attacks had taken place near them, but now everything is completely different than before. The boy clearly understood that right now all these dead people were quite calmingly funny, in that even such an ability as theirs did not help them defend themselves from his blows. But suddenly he noticed something, that these same purple liquids began to open up little by little. And, as I told myself, each of them contained the same ruby with which you could improve your weapons, and with the help of them you could give them to ordinary people who received their ability. It was true, the boy thought. Looking at it, he couldn't even understand that there was a magic stone in each of these ordinary zombies, although before that they and the surname were not like them. But it looks like this is a thing that came from outer space and gave them such rubies, the boy thought. He also suddenly saw that right behind him there were huge tentacles that wanted perhaps to grab him and then, after that, perhaps kill him or strangle him. The boy clearly understood that he was in yet another danger. Therefore he could not even immediately understand that now, what was on his way right now, a huge exclamation mark that was right underground. Really? Thought the boy. He decided to repulse these very blows with the help of his chains in order to make them regret that they wanted to attack him, because even now he had received a force that was much stronger than before. The boy started waving his chains, saying that he should die. After all, it is he who can prevent all the other people living here from living in peace. All these tentacles began to collapse. Little by little, some unknown liquid began to come out of them. The boy clearly understood that this all looked quite disgusting, but the fact that he can defeat them is already a plus. After that, he noticed that right behind him, there were dead men who were hunting him and trying to kill him. Right now, he realized that he should have been much more careful than before. Therefore, the boy decided right now to use his strength, with the help of which he could accelerate it at such a speed that he could hit them all at once. But the boy was very confident in himself. It is because of this that he knows what he wants to achieve. Because of this, he decided to immediately retreat to one of the buildings that was nearby, so that he could then attack them after them. They obviously didn't expect this, and saw that this guy was moving very quickly. Because they were able to detect this, they didn't even know how to fight him. The dead thought. The boy, lying down, laughed and said that they were walking treasure chests. Is not it? That is why he can easily simply steal them and also turn them into the very best treasure. Of every zombie, this is simply a real paradise for him. After all, with their help, he could improve so much that he now felt like a powerful warrior against dead men like them. Therefore, after that, he only began to attack them, throwing all these chains at them and saying only that the acoustic skill was activated. The boy mercilessly destroyed their flesh, and after that, of course, he took all these rubies. He felt very good about stuffing their faces because he understood how they mocked him in his mind and in his nightmares. Right now, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and thought that thank you for the food and for such beautiful rubies as they all had. He was able to discover that these dead people were increasing in number. But even from this fact, he understood that there was one ruby in each of them. It was because of this that he understood that they were all very much appreciated. You just need to kill them, the boy thought, and only then can he be more powerful than usual. They all began to attack him, but he, of course, did not begin to give up in response either. Simply with the help of his chain, he simply began to destroy them all. He realized that right now he was a powerful warrior who could do anything to save this world from people like them. Time after time, he only destroyed these shadows, because of which there were so many problems. The boy was expecting to see something more difficult, but instead, he was able to improve. And now people like them were just a couple of unfortunate zombies to him. The boy just destroyed it all over and over again, and thought that right now he was a little tired. But the truth is, he can continue for at least another 3 or 4 hours. But still, he understood that he had to continue, otherwise all the fun could end right now. Looking back, he saw that each of them actually had one ruby, and they all sparkled so much. It was really amazing, the boy thought cool. The boy also realized that apparently these crystals are no longer falling, and he thinks that he has collected almost everything around him. But he just smiled and thought that yes, how many magic stones are there anyway? Probably a whole bunch. This is a jackpot like nothing else. If he won at the casino, this is what it would look like, the boy thought. As soon as he saw that the system decided to detect something, she decided to say that the first person to buy 10 infected zombies, the reward is 10 kilograms of inventory. After that, the system gave him a bag that flew right in front of his eyes. Right now, he couldn't even think that such a thing existed for him. Right now, when he held this item in his hands, he couldn't even imagine that this bag could actually support 10 kilograms. The system clarified that his items were not complete, and he previously had a magic stone in his inventory. The boy suddenly thought that this little thing was inventory. After which, he jumped out, and it was clear to the boy that this was some kind of living thing, but he really couldn't understand how objects could be an ordinary, living creature. But he was able to discover that this very living creature directly sucks up these very crystals, or any objects that are quite small. The boy was able to think about the fact that right now he sees himself before his eyes, how this very bag collects and sucks out all the objects from each of the zombies. I was thinking that this is much more convenient than assembling by hand. After that, he discovered that this same bag disappeared as soon as he collected it, but he realized that he had these items inside. So this is his inventory. Cool enough, the boy thought. He also just laughed and thought, wow, she even knows how to farm. It's all so convenient. Apparently, he really got into some kind of game, in fact. or on the contrary, the game got into his real world. This is pretty cool, the boy thought. But suddenly he realized that something terrible had begun around him. There was some kind of earthquake around him. After looking closely, he realized that this strong vibration that surrounded him was exactly that monster. Although no, he understood that this was exactly the monster that he could not cope with earlier because he was too weak. But now he has become the first much faster, and secondly, he has a trump card against him. This is much better than it was before, the boy thought. Looking at this terrible monster, he realized that right now this terrible 2-meter monster could be so strong that the boy could not even expect that it was standing in front of him right now. But suddenly Vadim realized that it was he who could give him the items right now. He decided to get this very bag, which, as he realized, was time to use. An orange stone that not only improves weapons but also adds additional skills. As soon as he decided to activate it, the system immediately said that the magic stone would already raise the level of his weapon with powerful power. The system asked if he wanted to enhance his E-class fire chains with a weapon magic stone. To which he told her that, of course, this is exactly what he was leading to. Therefore, he decided to enhance his magic circuits with the help of this crystal. After that, he was able to understand that right now he was much stronger. The system notified the boy, saying that a successful reinforcement had arrived. Now his chains have D-class Blue Flame Chain Ijarangs, and also added a special opinion, Blue Flame Dragon Weapon. The boy was happy, because now he had a chance to cope with the monster pointing a cannon at him. So immediately after all this, he began to attack him, saying that he would regret it. After that, he decided to activate the dragon and said that finally the Blue Flame Dragon would be activated. He now realized that right now it was more populated than ever. With the help of these chains, he will be able to defeat any enemy that comes his way. The fiery dragon wanted to destroy the enemy who was trying to stop him. The boy realized that now he could destroy the giant who had been bothering him all this time and was trying to kill him. He wanted to take revenge on him. Right now, the dragon decided to attack, not thinking that it would be able to destroy the monster. But suddenly the dragon was quite badly damaged due to the impact. The head of the dead pointed his cannon at the boy and his dragon to destroy them both. But right now the dragon wanted to devour the monster who was pointing a cannon at him. He didn't know what fear was, so he just started eating it. After this, there was a small capture of this very monster, which tried to destroy it. Everything was so bright that the boy couldn't even properly discern how brightly the dragon was trying to devour this very head of these dead people. But even though he wanted to swing his chain, he clearly understood that he was able to overpower his hands. So right now he doesn't have a gun, and he doesn't have an arm either. But he clearly doesn't know whether he can restore it all or not. The boy was ready to attack him again, so that he does not relax because right now he was serious as never before. The boy clearly realized that he was too slow. Therefore he decided probably to put on his super steady and fast kitten paws, so that thanks to them he could move much faster than usual. After this, the boy decided to demonstrate a little freedom to his abilities thanks to his goals, but suddenly he discovered that right now this very main boss that he has began to attack him with some kind of spit. The boy clearly did not expect this, and looking at the car that stood next to him, he saw that he was sitting right on top of it. True, he could not understand what he was going to do with her right now, but he heard that it was the machine itself that began to become covered in poison, so the boy thought that this liquid was dangerous for human skin. Therefore, you need to go out much more carefully than usual, the boy thought. The guy saw that this monster, although indestructible, still had such a liquid that could make it so that he would not suffer in the near future. Therefore, you will need to be much more careful because he really realized that right now this monster could be very dangerous. Therefore, you need to be much more careful than usual. The hero didn't think much about whether this one had already calmed down, because he was just standing still and doing nothing, or whether he was planning something else. It was precisely this factor that made the boy think, and he couldn't even think of what to do right now to attack him, or whether he was preparing his own plan, or he simply didn't have one. That's why the boy was surprised. The boy immediately understood that if this monster wanted to protect its head, then this was its core or weak point. Therefore, he understood that right now he needed to be much more careful than usual. After finally being able to heal his wounds, the monster began to growl at the top of his vocal cords. After that, he was able to make his aura zone, which is why the boy didn't even begin to understand at first what he wanted to do with him right now. But the boy realized that the purple earth was being drawn towards him, which meant that with the help of it, he could heal himself a little or nourish his strength. This is exactly what the boy was afraid of, that he might have some kind of advantage that would allow him to regenerate while the zone grows. And in this case, he needs to finish it with just one blow, and not a little at a time. Otherwise, everything will be useless, and then he will run out of mana sooner when it all ends around him. After that, the monster decided to use some other form of words, using his 2 hands for a month of a gun and an ordinary hand to create blades for you, with the help of which, most likely, he wants to defeat the boy. Right now, he clearly realized, Guy, that such a terrible monster like him really very much resembles some kind of plant that flew from another planet, just like some kind of xenomorph, but only more terrible, the boy thought. The guy was clearly convinced that this creature began to attack him with such speed that he could not even understand that this creature could move as fast as it did now. At that moment, he decided to defend himself with the help of his chains. After all, right now he wanted to attack. The boy immediately noticed that he had become much faster than before. Most likely, this was influenced by the ability to absorb this very energy from his zone. On his territory, the boy realized that he was much stronger than anywhere else. Therefore, it would be necessary to try not to harm him in any way, and it would also need to be destroyed in one blow. The boy also realized that his face clearly looked very scary. Holding it all, he understood that, of course, the chain could not split it. Perhaps, but it's not certain. But he also realized that he had become much stronger than he could have ever imagined. Therefore, it would be necessary to somehow make it all worse, not just to complicate it, but to somehow become stronger, the boy thought. He became convinced that right now this creature wanted to devour him with all its hatred, but the boy clearly didn't expect it as much as he wanted to defeat him faster. But apparently, it won't be so easy to kill a creature like this, the boy thought. After that, he decided to attack him from above, thinking that right now his chains could save the situation. Perhaps, but even though he wants to do it right now, everything looks quite dangerous. Because right now the boy wants to use all his skills to destroy him. But he noticed that there was something more serious going on right now. See, no wonder it would be too easy if he could just smash his whole face. After this, the boy decided to spin these same chains around his axis, with the help of which he would like to destroy all the plans of this creature in order to finally make peace around him. Guys rather decided to smile and think that, nevertheless, if this is so, the reward will definitely be worth it to kill a creature like him. Perhaps he can improve his weapon to such a level that in this case it will be even cooler, the boy thought. But the truth is, he did not realize how strong this opponent could be. Right now, this very creature began to attack the boy, and he clearly realized that he had to either dodge or block its blow. But suddenly some stranger looked at all this and understood, or something, that right now he was very interested in this boy, since he could fight almost on par with a creature like him. It seemed quite interesting to him. Right now, this same stranger was with his squad of people and was just laughing. All he says is that, "Wow, he can handle this. How many logic stones has he collected and possibly used?" He realized that right now, this kid was clearly some kind of Superman. After that, one of his friends decided to say that, "Brother, has he really decided to target him?" To which he only saw what his friend wanted to say, and thought that it was not at all. But although he hadn't even thought about it yet, it just became much more interesting for him to watch how this guy decided to fight. If you suddenly look at him and ask, is he really afraid of someone like him? The stranger decided to say that they could really defeat him. After all, if not, then they will only be victims. He would prefer to take him as an ally, in fact, to which the boy said that, let him just think about it. This is another reason to kill him. He also told her that he seemed so strong even, or just looked at him. Therefore, he clearly understood that right now, as soon as he became their ally, he would betray them and defeat them all, and then the end would come for them. He decided to lick his cheek and thought that then defenseless old people would spit magic stones. It turns out that this guy thought so amazingly. He clearly knew that how much would come of this to me practically, how amazingly he thought this stranger. At that moment, they either felt something and thought right now, was this guy really able to defeat this monster? She said that one of the scouts said that, did he really defeat him? This is quite strange because he may be the strongest enemy located in this territory. When, as soon as this guy was able to destroy this very monster and get the fiery screen orange crystal, which gives not only strengthening but also new abilities, the guy immediately decided to look up, to where he was being watched from. He clearly understood that these people were interested in him. Right now it was observed that this stone was obtained from such a terrible creature. It was because of this that the stranger said that, "This is simply amazing. Besides the red ones, there are also other magic stones that he didn't even know about." "Just lovely," said the stranger, "and he could kill someone like him." This same guy was absolutely delighted and said that this time the hunt would bring them a great reward. True, for such a reward you will have to suffer a little, or maybe even donate. But in any case, he is ready to do anything to get precious stones like his, the boy said. Right now the guy decided to take this very pebble into his inventory, so that he could finally use his abilities in any case, if necessary. After which he simply squeezed this very pebble, and the system decided to write to him that, even though conductivity was deactivated, he carried out the hunt for the world's first zombie mutant. Right now the system decided to write to the boy that he received an award for the proclamation of the territory, as well as this proclamation of the territory itself. With it, he can make his own territory, as well as any dwelling within the territory. Allies will receive special effects. The number of possibilities for declaring territory in general, the boy realized that this ability was just like this monster. It seemed quite interesting to the young man. He just smiled and thought that the proclamation of the territory, he would have to check how he returned home. The boy found this quite interesting. He also turned around and saw that there were 3 strangers who asked, "Damn it," he finally finished. It's a pity that they were a little overprepared, but still they are very glad that he was able to finish with such an opponent as a mutant. They are very happy that he was able to defeat him so quickly.